Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4SC. Chapter 105 The Place to Live. Subscribe. Inushiro was defeated and became angry from embarrassment. Secret technique heart sound Wudao flow. Quanshiro put his hand on the handle of the knife and made a false movement of drawing the knife, but there was no sign of any disturbance, but the guarding warriors guarding Weisung Lingnu felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Master. Dangerous. Master. Let's go. The two guards drew their swords one after another and stood up in front of Weisung Lingnu. However, a strange scene appeared. The two guards didn't see any damage, so they vomited blood and fell down. Mori-kun. Takeda-kun. Weisung Lingenvi's complexion changed drastically, while a sinister smile appeared on the corner of Quanshiro's mouth. Today, I want to see what kind of face is under your mask. HMPH. Quanshiro smiled coldly, and stretched out his hand to Weisung Lingnu. Weisung Lingenvi picked up a samurai's sword, folded her hands in front of her face, and stared nervously at Tenshiro. Inushiro smiled contemptuously, reached out to hold the samurai sword of Lingnu Weisung, and approached step by step. At this moment, there was a sound of hooves behind Inushiro. Quickly dodge, the god has something to ask. Ding Mu drove the carriage, pointing at Quanshiro, and said in an unquestionable tone. Quanshiro narrowed his eyes slightly. He saw that where the carriage passed by, all the samurai around him fainted, none of them could stand up. How is this going? Quanshiro was in a bad mood, looking at the carriage as if he was facing an enemy. It wasn't until the carriage stopped in front of him that Inushiro plucked up his courage and asked, "My lord, Inushiro, Yoshida Ryoza daimyo's vassal, was ordered to capture the witch Yukihara no Ao here." "Excuse me." Ding Mu pointed his nostrils at Quanshiro. Kaido indifferently. "Respect the name of the god, how can you know it? Don't make noise, retreat quickly. Otherwise, die." Inushiro's face was turned red and blue by Ding Mu's anger. Under observation Haki's perception, Inushiro knew that Ding Mu's strength was slightly better than ordinary samurai. If Ding Mu dared to talk to him like this in normal times, he would have been chopped down by Quanshiro long ago. But the problem now is that the person in the carriage is hiding something. Observation Haki perceives the past, that person is like a weak teenager. But it just happened that two people like them were put together, it was strange and inexplicable, and what happened? There is no one standing. 3 equals. Just when Inushiro was thinking, Ding Mu's count sounded in his ears. Quote! Exclamation mark quote. What? Quanshiro was taken aback. Before he recovered from Ding Mu's countdown, he watched Ding Mu jump up and slap him in the face. Snapped. Wow ya ya ya. Inushiro was furious. Since he was born, he has not suffered such a great humiliation. I am Yoshida daimyo's direct retainer. I created the original Shinyanryu sword technique, which can cut people invisible. I have been in Kaidong district for decades. How dare you insult me? Noisy. Snapped. Another loud slap. Ding Mu clapped his hands, pointed his nostrils at Quanshiro, and said proudly, "Kneel down and admit your mistake, and spare your life." Quanshiro was furious. From the beginning to the end, he didn't understand why he was slapped twice by Ding Mu, whose strength was lower than his own. At this moment, he couldn't think of anything else. Song wanted to kill Ding Shu with a knife. As soon as Quanshiro took a step forward, he felt as if he was facing an enemy, and his hair stood on end. At this moment, he was overwhelmed by anger, and calmed down, looking at the carriage with difficulty, remembering certain past events. Shocking the body, disrupting the mind. This is the royal way Haki. The next moment, Quanshiro's eyes widened, as if he had been hit hard. He flew upside down. From the beginning to the end, Gu Ding in the carriage did not show up. Only Ding Mu faintly felt a sword-like aura emanating from the carriage. The attack was the same as when Nyu Echizen died. The sudden change made Weisung Lingenvi stunned on the spot. Everything that happened in front of her was like a miracle, which made her baffled. When Weisung Lingenvi was undecided, Ding Mu walked over slowly and extended an invitation to her. "Your Excellency, daughter of Shuiyuan, the gods welcome you." Ding Mu said slowly. "God." Weisung Lingenvi was a little puzzled, but she still obeyed Ding Mu's words and walked towards the carriage. Lifting the curtain, Wei Sung Lingenvi froze on the spot. Young master. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar young man inside, Wei Sung Lingnu burst into tears. Ji Yu Ding looked at it for a moment, then opened his mouth, and said lightly, "The contract has long since ceased to exist, so how can I be your young master?" "No, it's not. Why?" Wei Sung Lingenvi pursed her lips, looking at Ji Yu Ding, with a lot of thoughts in her heart. "Come in and sit down." Ji Yu Ding's voice sounded like a clear spring, and then stretched out a hand. Wei Sung Lingenvi's teary eyes are like stars, the slender fingers like jade lightly put them on. Meanwhile, somewhere in the New World, a warship and a pirate ship confront each other at a distance. However, what was different from the past was that this time the warship did not wait with artillery fire as soon as they met, but sent a small boat to sail towards the pirate ship. There is a pirate flag with Uzumaki pattern on the pirate ship, and the name of this pirate ship is Yamato. Bai Yi, I am Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Bancroft. This time, on behalf of the government, I extend an olive branch to you and invite you to become the 6th person in 7 Warlords of the Sea. Bancroft was stern and businesslike. Bai Yi shook his head slightly, and refused. The ambition of our Konoha pirates is not in this sea. The current situation is all due to fate. What I want now is not power, but for Konoha pirates the crew of the regiment are looking for a shelter. Bancroft Vice Admiral, you go back. From then on, the Konoha pirates will stay away from the center of the incident. Please pass on my words to Marshal Garp. Captain Bai Yi Li Mos, don't rush to refuse. With the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea, you are a legitimate FA high thief recognized by the world city government. Whether you are looking for a place to live, or anything else, there will be many convenience. And all you need to pay is just a little responsibility. Captain Bai Yi, please think twice. 7 Warlords of the Sea welcomes you to join at any time. Bancroft Kaido. After sending off Bancroft, Bai Yi called the navigator and asked, how far is it to Wano-kuni? 5 days away, if all goes well. Navigator Kaido. Bai Yi nodded and said nothing. Ever since he accidentally heard about other ninjas, Bai Yi has been searching hard. After checking all the way, he finally found the country, Wano-kuni. He heard that there are many samurai in Wano-kuni, and there are also some ninjas. If the rumors are true, Wano-kuni will be Konoha's safe place. Bai Yi thought so. Chapter 106 Unparalleled Tyranny for subscription. The first half of the Grand Line is called Paradise, and the second half is called New World. The reason why Paradise is a paradise is because countless pirates with amazing strength gather on the stage of New World. In New World, there are tragic fights every day, between pirates and pirates, between pirates and marine, between pirates and Shichibukai. Compared with the bloodshed of New World, the first half of Grand Line is simply a baby's cradle, a hotbed for people to sleep soundly. At this time, a war among pirates is breaking out on a certain island in New World. The 2 warring parties are the legendary pirate, Kaido of the Beasts, and the newly promoted Shichibukai, Gecko Moria. This war of betting life and dreams ended in Moria's disastrous defeat. Of the huge pirate group, only Moria is left alive. How can a defeated general speak bravely? Moria is like a bereaved dog, fleeing in a hurry on the last pirate ship. Kaido. Mentioning this name, Moria's heart was filled with hatred and her face was hideous. Kaido, bet on the name of One Piece, I will definitely have my revenge. Moria was out of breath. In this battle, his entire army was wiped out, and all his companions were killed by Kaido. What impressed him the most was Kaido's 3 disasters, 563. Especially, Queen and King each has the ability to scare Moria. Compared to Kaido, my partner is really weak. If it wasn't for my partner, I would never have lost this war. Moria thought of this, and then a bright light appeared in her eyes. I must find a stronger partner to avenge Kaido. Thinking of this, Moria's heart ached. She found the chart and spread it on the deck. De Res Rosa. Zo. Wano-kuni. Moria's eyes lingered on Wano-kuni. Wano-kuni is the hometown of powerful swordsmen. If you can get the shadows of a few powerful swordsmen, then revenge on Kaido is just around the corner. Thinking of this, Moria was satisfied and showed a cruel smile. Just then, a pirate ship sailed in front of Moria. Is it Kaido's pursuer? Damn. Moria clenched her teeth. However, Moria, who has always been unlucky, seems to have gotten the favor of fate and ushered in his turning point. The pirate ship in front of him is not only not Kaido's pursuer, but a medical pirate ship. The captain's name is Hobuk Abdj. Hehehehe. Moria's laughter was heard from the sea, and a pair of villainous partners were born. Wano-kuni. Waesung Lingenvi snuggled up to Ji Yu Ding's side, telling what she experienced after coming to Wano-kuni. It is rare for Ji Yu Ding to have the time and patience to listen to her talk about the trivial things in life. Unlike the previous gentleman's demeanor, Ji Yu Ding did it deliberately. If she is also the betrayer that chills me, then murderous intentions are hidden in Ji Yu Ding's heart, and he will never forgive any betrayer. The purpose of reaching out is not to pull the Ling girl of watching into the car, but to learn all her memories. Reader plugin. Everyone touched will become a book in Ji Yu Ding's mind, and there is no secret at all in front of Ji Yu Ding. Ji Yu Ding closed his eyes, seemingly listening to Ling Nu's story, but actually looking up her memory. I would rather let the people of the world betray me than teach them to betray me. The memories of Waesung Lingenvi replayed in Ji Yu Ding's mind bit by bit. Is this person my master? It's so embarrassing. Waesung Lingenvi thought so when she was first summoned. What? Elder sister has already been eaten by the young master. Waesung Lingenvi pinched the corner of her clothes shyly. This is when she walks with Makoto Masaka in the Fishman Island. Can I meet the young master again in the future? When using the random teleportation scroll, Waesung Lingnu was full of contradictions. The contract was terminated. What's going on here? Did something happen to the young master? During the Marineford incident, Waesung Lingnu's heart was full of concern. Young master, where are you? I really want to send pornographic cards with you. In the starry sky of the moonlit night, Waesung Lingnu held her chin and couldn't help thinking of Ji Yu Ding. Am I dreaming? Is this person really the young master? I knew that the young master would definitely come to me. The moment she saw Ji Yu Ding, Lingnu burst into tears. Gradually, a subtle smile appeared on Ji Yu Ding's indifferent face, and his gaze towards Lingnu was also full of tenderness. My lord, the old feudalists in Wano-kuni are so interesting. Young master, I was almost caught several times. Young master, do you know that old man Yoshida Liangzo is very hateful? Because of the small card I sent, he chased me for 3 counties. Young master, do you know? In front of Ji Yu Ding, Waesung Lingenvi is no longer the blushing leader of naughty jokes, but a girl next door who needs protection. After meeting Ji Yu Ding, Waesung Lingnu felt full of security, lying in Ji Yu Ding's arms, chattering non-stop. Ji Yu Ding smiled slightly, stroked Lingnu's hair, and said softly, I already know. A blush appeared on watching Lingnu's face, and she buried her head in Ji Yu Ding's arms. The carriage staggered and went straight to Daimyo Yoshida Ryosuke's mansion. This time, Ji Yu Ding decided to give Waesung Lingnu a gift as compensation. Who is here? The guards of Daming Mansion stopped the carriage. Ding Mu didn't answer, but got out of the car and walked to the back, opened the curtain for Ji Yu Ding and Lingnu, and after they got off the car, he walked in front of the guards and said, Go and call Yoshida Liangzo. Come out to meet you. Bold. Take him down. Seeing Ding Mu's disrespect, the guards drew their knives one after another, but they were quickly chopped off by Ding Mu. The movement at the door attracted more people's attention. Not long after, a group of warriors poured out from the yard, surrounding Ji Yu Ding and the 3 of them tightly. Bold and crazy thief, how dare you come to the Daming Mansion to make trouble? Kill them. Hijikata Shishiro shouted. Ding Mu proudly looked directly into Hijikata Shishiro's eyes. Humph, you don't eat the toast, you don't eat the fine wine. What you did is bringing disaster to the Daming Mansion. Kill. Hijikata Jukuro drew his sword first. Waesung Lingenvi hid behind Ji Yu Ding and held Ji Yu Ding's hand tightly. Install. Ji Yu Ding calmly comforted him. Then, an invisible wave burst out from his eyes. With him as the center, like a typhoon passing through, the warriors with swords fell in disorder and fell one after another. At this moment, Hijikata Shishiro's face was pale, and the hand holding the knife kept shaking. Ding Mu walked up to Hijikata 11 Lang and said, If you don't understand human speech, you can only die. After saying that, Ding Mu pulled out the short sword from Dojiro Hijikata's waist. Stop. There was a loud shout in the courtyard. However, it was too late. The knife in Ding Emu's hand had already been passed into the belly of Dojiro Hijikata. Chapter 107 Love to be convinced, but not to be convinced. Subscription required. How dare you! Genyoshi Shichiro hugged Hijikata Jukuro's body and looked at Ding Mu with hatred in his eyes. However, hatred did not go to his head. Under the perception of observation haki, Minamoto Yoshichiro knew that there was no disparity in strength between Ding Mu and Hijikata Jukuro, so it was obvious that the reason for Hijikata Jukuro's eagerness to kill was the ghost of the person behind Ding Mu. Conqueror's haki. After being used proficiently, you can select a specific person as the target. When the gap between the spirit of the user and the subject is too large, the user can shock the subject into numbness or even faint. Genyoshi Shichiro figured out the joints and took a deep breath. He took out the saber from his waist and gave a salute. This ceremony is not an ordinary bow ceremony, but a duel ceremony between warriors. Once a duel is accepted, no one else can intervene in the battle between the two sides. Minamoto Yoshichiro saw exactly this point, so he didn't reveal Ji Ding's identity, deliberately bypassed Ji Ding, and chose Ding Mu. Minamoto Shichiro knew that whatever role Ji Ding played in Hijikata Jukuro's death was not someone he could take revenge on. Minamoto Yoshichiro is smart, so he pretended not to know Ji Ding's dark tricks, but purely aimed at Ding Mu. Ding Mu glanced at Ji Ding, and after getting Ji Ding's approval, he also pulled out Wan. A duel of revenge begins here. I, Genji Shichiro, would like to ask Your Excellency for advice with Genji's 7 wind-chasing swords. Minamoto Shichiro clasped his fists. My name is Ding Mu, and I am the chief steward of the Supreme God. Minamoto Yoshichiro, you are looking for your own death by swinging a knife at me. And you will also bring catastrophe to the Minamoto clan. You can think clearly. Ding Mu said coldly. Samurai duel. Don't involve outsiders. How can you hate my Genji clan? If this is the case, then I can't save your life. Minamoto Shichiro's gaze turned cold. Taking advantage of Ding Mu's unpreparedness, he swung his saber like the wind. Secret sword Xingfeng style. Secret sword hyphenation point blowing style. Secret sword tornado style. Secret sword wind slashing style. Secret sword breathing wind style. Secret sword wind stopping style. Secret sword Luofang. In the blink of an eye, 7 moves were made simultaneously, and when Genyoshi Shichiro swung the knife to the 7th move, he found a terrible wound on his chest. The knife in Ding Mu's hand was bleeding slowly, but Ding Mu himself was unscathed. How is this possible? Your strength is clearly weaker than mine. Genyoshi Shichiro knelt on the ground, looked at Ding Mu, then at Ji Ding, vomited blood and said, I know, it's you. You intervene in the duel. I don't accept it. I love you. If you don't, get out. Ji Ding didn't bother to look at Minamoto Yoshichiro half-eyed. He did secretly use Conqueror's haki to help Ding Mu in the duel just now. You are not the way of a samurai. Genyoshi Shichiro said panting. When Ji Ding walked to Minamoto Yoshichiro's side, the rice master kicked his feet. The way of the samurai is none of my business. I'm not a samurai, why should I follow your samurai way? Does Wanokuni lack doctors? Minamoto Shichiro wished he could pounce on Ji Ding and kill Ji Ding with one bite, so he sat on the ground and cursed with his teeth. You must die. Oh, Ji Ding stroked his sleeves and walked straight into the courtyard. Ding Mu fell behind Ji Ding, and before leaving, he leaned into Minamoto Yoshichiro's ear and whispered softly. You must think it's unfair. It's obviously a duel between the two of us, but the gods interfered. Let me tell you, there is no fairness in this world, and there will never be fairness. Your so-called samurai way, when you fight me duel, isn't it just bullying the younger? Anyone can see that my strength is not as good as yours, but you still challenge me to a duel. Isn't that enough to explain? It's just that you have met a god who is even more unreasonable in bullying the small. It's not that you are unlucky, but that you deserve it. BCH is hypocritical. After saying that, Ding Mu followed the ancient worker with small struts and haughty steps. My lord, what a big show. I asked you to come out to meet the deity and discuss something with you, but you sent a minion to kill the patients of the deity. If this is the case, then you should die too. In a few words, Ji Ding has sentenced Daimyo Yoshida Ryosuke to death. Your Excellency may have misunderstood. The daimyo Yoshida Ryosuke led the crowd out, followed by Onogi, Tokijiro Hojo, Saburo Hirotada, Guro Ashikaga and other retainers. No misunderstanding, Ji Yu Ding said lightly, then raised his finger and shot out a "Shi." 0. Ask for flowers. Bold. Hojo Tokijiro swung his sword and cut down the sword energy, staring at Ji Yu Ding covetously. Vice Admiral's mere strength. Dare to act wild. Then you die too. Ji Yu Ding snorted coldly, took a step forward, and reached out to grab Hojo Tokijiro. Your Excellency is also arrogant. Marizaburo Hirotada and Guro Ashikaga shot at the same time, drawing their swords and slashing at Ji Yu Ding. Half Moon Slash. Dragon Pose. Death Walk. Tokijiro Hojo, Saburo Hirotada, and Guro Ashikaga attacked Ji Yu Ding at the same time, forming a joint attack. A group of ants, dare to blaspheme God. Ji Yu Ding snorted coldly, approaching instead of retreating. Under observation haki, Ji Yu Ding could clearly see the opponent's attack route. Armament haki was entangled. Ji Yu Ding grabbed the knife with his bare hands, grasping Hojo Tokijiro's knife easily slashed through the throats of Hirotada Marizaburo and Ashikaga Guro. Then he took advantage of the trend, stretched out his index finger, and pointed at Hojo Tokijiro's forehead. 0. After a face-to-face meeting, Admiral, the 3 members of the Yoshida family, was put to death. Such a result, including Ding Mu, no one expected. Ding Mu only knows that Ji Yu Ding is very strong, but he doesn't know how strong Ji Yu Ding is. Wanokuni has no information and is closed to the outside world. Naturally, they don't know that Ji Yu Ding here is Ji Yu Ding, the great killer who disturbed the sea outside. If he knew, any big name would retreat 30 miles to show all when he saw Ji Yu Ding. How could this happen? Onoki's eyes were red with anxiety, and he held the handle of the knife tightly, wishing he could ride the ancient worker alive. Yoshida Ryazuo quickly reached out his hand to stop Onogi, bowed to Ji Yu Ding, and said solemnly, "The retainer offended Your Excellency. It is because I am incapable of discipline, please forgive me." Yoshida Ryosuke is worthy of being the daimyo who ruled the Kato district. He can bend and stretch, even if his confidant is almost slaughtered in half, he can still keep a smile on his face. "I never go after the dead," Ji Yu Ding said lightly. Yoshida Ryosuke said with a smile on his face, "I don't know what Your Excellency is doing here this time. Let's go into the room and talk." Ji Yu Ding snorted coldly, and said, "You have missed the opportunity to talk. Do you come by yourself, or let me do it? You deceive people too much." Yoshida Ryazuo's face was blue and red, and he had already heard what Ji Yu Ding meant. Ji Yu Ding wants to force him to death. Chapter 108 Direct Massacre for subscription. Too much nonsense, die. Quote, Ji Yu Ding had lost the patience to talk, so he turned his hand to bully Yoshida, and punched him simply and domineeringly at the gate of life. "How dare you?" Yoshida Liangzo did not expect that Ji Yu Ding would act brazenly. Even though he has become a famous and well-informed man, he has never heard of such a ruthless fanatic like Ji Yu Ding in decades. Yoshida Ryazuo retreated again and again, and Onoki helped out from the side. The two teamed up to barely receive Ji Yu Ding's punch. Although there was something unexpected about this punch, it was enough to demonstrate Ji Yu Ding's strength. "If you can take 3 tricks from me, I will spare you." Ji Yu Ding clapped his hands, as if he was talking about something trivial. His appearance made Onoki very angry. "Bold and crazy thief, Grandpa will break your teeth right now." Onoki was furious. He drew his 327 sword and swung the knife. The sword energy from outside was raging like a wild beast, and the flowers and plants in the sun courtyard were all melted into dust and debris. Foundation cut. Onoki's sword skills are superb, while Ji Yu Ding is unarmed. If an ordinary strongman meets a master of swordsmanship, he will inevitably suffer a big loss. But who is Ji Yu Ding? He has experienced many battles. Even the admiral-level sword master Shiryu Yuji in Marine was killed by Ji Yu Ding. What is the current Mironoki? Observation Haki. Enhanced. Ji Yu Ding urged the Conqueror's Haki to strengthen his own Observation Haki, and Onoki's strength, sword skills, and trajectory were immediately exposed in front of him. Now Ji Yu Ding, looking at Onoki dancing with a sword, is like an adult looking at a child waving a balloon. When Onoki's knife approached Ji Ding smiled slightly and looked at Onoki like a condescending king, and Onoki's attack was even dodged by Ji Ding at will. Boom! Onoki's sword chi slashed towards the ground, leaving a 50-meter-long gully, and many houses along the way were reduced to ruins under this knife. So, die. Ji Ding looked at the sword mark, said calmly, and then calmly handed out a hand knife. Onoki suddenly felt a shock, his hair stood on end, he was sitting on pins and needles, he was sweating profusely, and a thought came into his heart: death. Onoki's eyes widened, his eyes were about to split open, and he tried his best to catch Ji Ding's knife. All of a sudden, Onoki tried every means, evading, defending, and counter-attacking. But no matter which method he adopted, Onishu didn't have the confidence to survive. Daimyo, save me, Onoki shouted hoarsely, and then gathered armament haki all over his body to cover his neck. Under observation haki's perception, Onoki knew that Ji Ding's hand knife was going to fall on his neck. Ji Ding didn't take it seriously, he just wanted Onoki to know his attack trajectory, he just wanted to fight head-to-head, he just wanted to drop 10 times with one force. Stop the villains. Yoshida Liangzo also drew out his knife, and slashed at Ji Ding without reservation. The empty sword of death. Yoshida shouted, swordsman, sharp weapons too. The battles between swordsmen are often more intense, direct and deadly, and often the blade is bloody with one careless move. Yoshida wants to force Ji Ding to make a move with great pressure. Oh, interesting knife technique, but it's too late. When Yoshida Liangzo made a move, Ji Ding discovered that this Yoshida Liangzo was a Paramesha demon fruit power. Judging by his appearance, it seems that he can let the blade escape into the void at will, and then come out from another space. The low-level observation haki can't guard against this kind of weird knife technique. Even if the observation haki sees through the trajectory, the human body has no time to react in evasion. Sora's sword technique is the basis for Yoshida to become a daimyo. However, Ji Ding still didn't care. Die. Ji Ding uttered another word, and pressed the knife on Oyemyu's neck. Armament haki began to collide violently, vibrating violently like a powerful bomb exploded. But the collision lasted only for a split second. The Buddha said, "One flick of a finger is 60 moments, and 1 moment is 900 gods. A split second is only 1/75th of a second, how short?" Onaji's armament haki collapsed like a mountain in such a short time. The hand knife fell. People die. After doing all this, Ji Ding freed up his energy, calmly, and grabbed Yoshida Ryazuo's knife through the void. The moment the palm of the hand touched the knife, huge information came like an overturning sea. Under the effect of the reader's plug-in, Yoshida's memory, experience, ability, swordsmanship, etc., were all obtained by Ji Ding. Ryosuke Yoshida, male, 45 years old, Sun's Day. Grandmaster Armament Haki, slightly inferior to Marine Admiral, far superior to Marine Vice Admiral. When I was 20, I got a devil fruit by accident. Since then, with the ability of the fruit, I have created my own Kongju sword style. Devil fruit. Paramesha escape fruit ability user. Can manipulate objects, escape into the void at will, and come out from another place at the same time. Moment. Ji Ding knew the information about Ryosuke Yoshida. Ryosuke Yoshida, I'll show you something interesting. Ji Ding flicked Yoshida Ryazuo's sword away with one finger, and then slapped the void 5 meters away. Snapped. A loud slap sounded. At the last moment, Ji Ding's hand appeared next to Yoshida Ryazuo's face and slapped him hard. Yoshida stood there dumbfounded. He never expected that his invincible move with devil fruit would be deciphered by someone, and he would be slapped by someone in turn. How is this going? Yoshida Ryosuke could no longer see the reality clearly, and asked in a daze, how is this possible? Everything happened between lightning and flint. It wasn't until Ji Ding finished Yoshida's backhand that Onaji's body fell slowly, stirring up dust all over the place. Then, Ji Ding stood with his hands behind his back, looking down on all living beings. Ding Mu, how many moves? Return to the gods. Ding Mu's humble voice sounded. It's only 2 tricks in total. When Ding Mu's voice fell, G0.1 Tien Liangzo seemed to be mourning his concubine. Under the siege of him and Onoki, he was able to be killed by Ji Ding and slapped by the backhand. As for Ji Ding's moves, there were actually less than 2 moves in total. This kind of blow made Yoshida Liangzo really unbearable. Can you take Ji Ding's next move? Yoshida Ryosuke already had the idea of accepting his fate. No, you can't do it. Ryozuo Yoshida looked at Ji Ding with some obsession. You should have avoided the sword art of the sky as soon as it appeared. If you killed Onoki, you would definitely be killed by the sword art of the sky. But why can you dodge? How can your physical fitness be so strong? No, you are not a human being, and humans cannot do it at all. Ji Ding said calmly with his hands behind his back. Summer insects are beyond words. Chapter 109. But you kneel down, please subscribe. Yoshida Ryosuke knelt limply on the ground. Big name. Yoshida Ryozuo's retainers raised their voices one after another, and even drew their swords to protect him, but he waved them back. All of a sudden, Yoshida seemed to have aged decades, and his words were full of bitterness and helplessness. What exactly do you want here? Yoshida Ryosuke bowed his head and asked. You have lost the qualification to know. Ji Ding's voice seemed to come from the sky, without human emotions. Yoshida Liangzo was very unwilling, and asked angrily, May I ask, where did my Yoshida family provoke you? Did you cause such a disaster just because the guards stopped you? What you did is too unreasonable. It is not kingly way. It is difficult to convince the public. Ji Ding glanced at Yoshida Liangzo lightly, and said, I don't need you to obey, it's enough for you to be afraid. We samurai are not afraid of death, and never succumb to the principle of force. Yoshida Liangzo glared angrily, but you got down on your knees. Between 10 and 1, Yoshida Ryosuke was speechless. In the end, Ryosuke Yoshida gritted his teeth and said, I will apologize by cutting open my stomach. But the soul of a samurai cannot be humiliated. You can kill a samurai, but you will never conquer a samurai. I said, I don't need you to obey. I just want you to be afraid, so afraid that you dare not look me in the eyes, dare not mention my name, and dare not have thoughts of disobeying me. Ji Ding smiled coldly, eyes full of contempt, and said, Whoever is not afraid, he will be killed. If you are not afraid, they will all die. Come and try if you have the courage. Ji Ding's words are full of contempt, cold and ruthless, stinging to the depths of people's souls. The warriors who burn the soul of martial arts on weekdays collectively chose to lose their voices at this moment. Even so, there were still a few Takeda whose eyes were full of hatred were killed by Ji Ding. I don't believe you dare to kill a country. Yoshida Ryosuke said bitterly. Is this your last words? Ji Ding murmured faintly, and raised his hand to pat Ryosuke Yoshida's head. A generation of daimyos fell away. Master, Lord, big name, father. Yoshida Ryozuo's retainers, government soldiers, and children wept one after another. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire Daming mansion was extremely heavy, and many people looked at Ji Ding with hatred in their eyes. You are courting death. The fruit of escape is in the hands of Ji Ding to make the best use of it. Borrowing the power of the fruit, Ji Ding backhanded and beheaded most of the famous soldiers with hatred in their eyes, killing them with fear and panic, killing them to the point where they no longer dared to harbor hatred in their hearts, and dared not look directly into Ji Ding's eyes at that time. Ji Ding stopped. You hate me. Ji Ding walked up to Masao Yoshida, the son of Ryosuke Yoshida, and stopped to ask. Young master, quickly admit your mistake. Young master, you can't meet his eyes. The retainers of the Yoshida family lowered their voices to persuade. Masao Yoshida pursed his lips and did not speak, and he refused to lower his head, staring straight at Ji Ding. The meaning in his eyes was self-evident. At this moment, Ji Ding didn't say a word lazily, and directly slapped him to death. Those who rebel against me will perish. Weisung Lingenvi didn't expect things to turn into this situation. She took a step forward, just about to persuade Ji Ding to do less evil, but was trapped. Ding Mu lowered his voice and whispered in his ear, Miss Ling, please don't hinder Zunshan's pace. Now is not the time to be soft-hearted. Zunshan is arrogant and aloof like a cloud outside the sky. If it is not because Miss has been wronged here, the gods are too lazy to talk to these people, they have all been shot to death and suppressed long ago. Miss Ling, do you know that these people have more than deserved to die? You only see the iron-blooded wrist of the god, but you have never seen the darkness of these people. I am a foreign businessman. Compared with the old feudalists like Wano-kuni, I am more open-minded. I heard that men and women are equal in the outside world, and women are not men's vassals. But here, the status of women is underground, and they are traded wantonly by men as commodities. As far as this matter is concerned, how much blood is there that cannot be seen? And all of this is caused by the daimyo who was in charge of a district. So, in fact, they deserved their death. And respecting the gods, isn't it benefiting the world? Miss Ling, what do you think? After hearing Ding Mu's persuasion, Ling Nu fell into deep thought. She was summoned from the modern civilized society and has been influenced by civilization since she was a child. She also sees the current situation of Wano-kuni. For a long time, she wanted to make some changes, but she was only limited to dirty jokes. When the ideal really shines into the reality, Weisung Lingenbi understands why the color of the ideal is as bright red as blood. Finally, Weisung Lingnu took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, Ding Mu. Miss Ling is too polite." Ding Mu was as humble as an old servant. On the other side, Ji Yu Ding just waved and killed Yoshida Masao. Come out with a manager. Ji Yu Ding's tone is unquestionable, and no one will doubt that as long as he violates his words, it will cause new massacres. My lord, I am Shinichiro Yamaguchi. Shinichiro Yamaguchi lowered his head, prostrated himself in front of Ji Yu Ding, and said tremblingly, "Well, from now on, you are the famous name in Haidong district. Whoever dares to touch you will be buried with the 9 clans." Ji Yu Ding casually threw a gold medal for avoiding death to Shinichiro Yamaguchi. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." Shinichiro Yamaguchi never dreamed that such a good thing would happen. He kowtowed in front of Ji Yu Ding, and kowtowed until his head bled without realizing it. Ji Yu Ding nodded slightly, and said, "From then on, Sok's religion is a legal religion." 113. "I would like to obey your lord's order," Shinichiro Yamaguchi said with a respectful tone. "I will make the Sok's religion the Haidong district religion." Ji Yu Ding turned around with his hands behind his back and left Daming Mansion. The carriage swayed, and Ji Yu Ding embarked on a journey to find Aganzuo again. At this time, Hara Yoshida Daimyo Fuchu. Yamaguchi Shinichiro cleaned the Daming house again to establish his prestige. Yamaguchi Shinichiro, how dare you betray your daimyo? After Sudo Shiro returns, you will die a terrible death. Yamaguchi Shinichiro, the Sok's religion is a big taboo, and it is the common enemy of all daimyos. If you do this, you are making an enemy of the entire Wano-kuni. The royal family will not let you go. Noisy. Yamaguchi Shinichiro swung a knife and beheaded 2 more people. Although he was in high spirits at this time, he also exposed his guilty conscience. But, at this point, all Shinichiro Yamaguchi can do is to pray for the strength of Ji Yu Ding. What happened in the former Yoshida Liangzo Daimyo mansion has nothing to do with Ji Yu Ding. Ji Yu Ding is sitting in the carriage, sniffing Ling Nu's hair. "I originally planned to give you the whole Wano-kuni as a gift. Since I met you, let's suppress it all the way until those old feudalists, who have never changed their minds, crawl at your feet and hang their heads." Ji Yu Ding caressed Ling Nu's hand and said calmly. Chapter 110 Ambition for Subscription. This way, sitting in a small carriage, accompanied by Ling Nu, really has the charm of traveling with beauty. However, Ji Yu Ding's mind is not on the beauty. In the past few days, he has been studying the ability of the escape fruit. Generally speaking, the most notable feature of Logia Devil Fruit is the ability to elementalize the body. In the first half of the Grand Line, since there is no Haki powerhouse, the Logia ability user can be called an unsolvable and invincible existence. The most notable feature of Zone Devil Fruit is the substantial improvement in various physical qualities after transformation. This ability, to a large extent, made up for the lack of physical strength, speed, and endurance of human beings in the early stage, and it has an immediate effect on the improvement of the combat power of physicists. As for Paramesha Devil Fruit, various abilities emerge in an endless stream, and sometimes the level of incomprehension is comparable to that of Logia. If you have to sum it up, then all kinds of abilities are their most prominent features, and also the most powerful and deadly traits. The empty fruit is Paramesha Devil Fruit. Ji Yu Ding recalled that Paramesha's fruit abilities can be roughly divided into 5 categories: superpower, superhuman body, creation, partial power, and domination. For example, Whitebeard's shock fruit and Trafalgar Law's op fruit are both superpower fruits. Straw Hat Luffy's rubber fruit and Diamond Josie's diamond fruit are both superhuman fruits. The candle fruit of Mr. Point 3 and the biscuit fruit of Starcracker are both creation fruits. Tyrant Bear's meatball fruit and Wapple's munch fruit are local ability fruits. Pika's stone fruit and Gilder Tezzolo's golden fruit are both dominant fruits. Girl Tezzolo. Thinking of this ancient name, Ji Yu Ding recalled some past events. Half a year ago in the holy land of Mariajoy, Ji Yu Ding helped Tiger save the slaves. After rescuing Hancock, he saved Gilder Tezzolo. My servant, have you got the golden fruit? Or, the world has caused the owner of the golden fruit to be someone else because of my promotion. Ji Yu Ding has no habit of reading newspapers. At his level, there is nothing that can shake his mind. With a flick of a finger, he extinguished the thoughts related to the golden fruit, and then focused on the empty fruit. The fruit of escape is a typical superpower fruit, which can connect the nodes of the space and allow the attack to escape from any angle of space, making it difficult for the opponent to defend against. To some extent, escape fruit is somewhat similar to Kamui, but in a detailed comparison, it is actually different from Kamui. The ability of the escape fruit has yet to be developed. In the hands of Yoshida Leonzo, the attack can only escape 30 centimeters away from the living body, which is simply a waste of money. After awakening, the escape fruit directly appears inside the body of the living body. It's not impossible. At that time, it can be said that you ignore observation hockey. Even, as long as armament hockey is strong enough, you can instantly kill your opponent when you meet. However, it is still too difficult to awaken the fruit ability. In terms of the difficulty of awakening, Zone Fruit is the easiest to awaken, followed by Logia, and finally Paramesha. The supernatural power. One day, I will collect all the Paramesha fruits. Ji Yu Ding has a high opinion of Paramesha Devil Fruit in his heart, and he is also looking forward to the ability of Paramesha Devil Fruit after awakening. Since then, Ji Yu Ding has been researching and developing the ability to escape the empty fruit. Finally, after several days of sleepless nights, he successfully shortened the limit distance of the escape fruit by 10 centimeters. 10 centimeters may seem insignificant, but it is deadly enough. In the Central Plains district, the daimyo Sato Shingen house, Sato Shingen convened a group of retainers to discuss matters. There was a pile of spies in front of him, and a person was kneeling. Suto Shiro, is what you said true? Sato Shingen stared coldly at the person kneeling in front of him. Daimyo Sato, what Shiro said is true, and he dare not hide it. Shinichiro Yamaguchi colluded with outsiders, poisoned the wine, and killed Daimyo Yoshida's family. Under the effect of the drug, his loyal officials were brutally purged. Such despicable methods are really human. The gods are enraged, the heavens and the earth despise it, and Shiro's heart is chilled when he talks about it. Now that Shinichiro Yamaguchi controls the Kato district, Shiro knows that he is not his opponent, so he can only come to seek refuge with Daimyo Sato in the hope of revenge in the future. Moreover, that person even put down his wild words that day, and wanted to kill people and stand up for Yamaguchi Jin Hachiro's injustice and evil deeds are legalized. Sudo Shiro prostrated himself on the ground, telling about Ji Yu Ding's atrocities in fear. What do you guys think? Sato Shingen looked at the retainers and asked. All the retainers, you look at me, I look at you. Finally, their eyes fell on Sudo Shiro with fear. Seeing this, Sato Shingen said, it doesn't matter. After today, Sato Shiro will either die or become a retainer of the Sato family. After everyone heard the words, they began to discuss. Yamaguchi Shinichiro's behavior is indeed against morality. Those of us who believe in the way of the samurai have the obligation and the responsibility to cut off the head of Shinichiro Yamaguchi to sacrifice to the way, said an elderly retainer. The Sato family has always been friendly with the Yoshida family. Naturally, we can't just sit idly by when this happens to the Yoshida family, and we absolutely can't let the villain have a good time. My lord, I beg you. Send troops to attack Shinpachiro Yamaguchi. The middle-aged warrior with a short beard said in a deep voice. We can't let go of that villain who was with Shinichiro Yamaguchi. After capturing him alive, he should be cooked and killed in the downtown area to rectify the law. I have heard that Shinichiro Yamaguchi even set up the cult socks as a canonical religion. Such acts of turning black and white and confusing people's hearts must not be tolerated lightly. The retainers agreed one after another, standing on the commanding heights of morality, and listed various reasons for attacking Yamaguchi Shinichiro and Gu Ding. Hearing the opinions of the retainers, Sato Shingen nodded calmly. Liu Wang Hao, the death of Yoshida Ryosuke is an excellent opportunity for Sato Shingen and other daimyos in other regions. Sato Shingen knew that as long as he took the opportunity to control Kato District and become the real power behind the scenes in Kato District, he would be able to become the biggest force in Wano-kuni. At that time, even the generals of the royal family had to bow their heads and salute after seeing him. Thinking of this, even Sato Shingen, who has always been prudent, couldn't help feeling a little agitated. Suddenly, Sato Shingen frowned slightly. He heard a different voice. Sudo Shiro, you are guilty. GNG, what are you talking about? Sit down and sit down. Sword Fairy, stop talking nonsense. Sword Princess Asano Shashu is full of vigor, ignores the accusations of all the veterans, and looks coldly at Sudo Shiro. Sudo Shiro, you turned black and white, intending to provoke powerful enemies for the Sato Daimyo mansion. You deserve death. Asano Sake said coldly. Chapter 111 Despair for subscription. Lord Asano, how dare the criminal minister? You can't judge the criminal minister to death just because of hearsay. Sudo Shiro cried bitterly. The guilty minister failed to protect the Lord, allowing the villain to succeed in his tricks. The reason why he is alive is precisely because the former Lord did not avenge his vengeance. The guilty minister admitted that the criminal minister did indeed use Sato Daimyo's hand to make the first move. The Lord's heart of revenge. This point, the guilty minister can't argue with 100 words, and the guilty minister will not refute it. If Mr. Asano thinks that the guilty minister deserves to die, the criminal minister is willing to die for the crime of disrespect to Daimyo Sato. Yes, this loyalty is commendable. Yoshida Ryosuke can rest in peace if he has this retainer. Sudo Shiro's sincere narration won the favor of many retainers. However, Asano Shashu didn't follow his style, and still spoke harshly. Slick tongue, I'll kill you right away. As he said that, Asano Sake was about to draw his sword. Stop, Sato Shingen's voice sounded. No matter what the purpose of Sudo Shiro is, Sato Shingen will not allow Asano Sake to kill Sudo Shiro, otherwise, sending troops to Kato District will lose a righteous name. Big name. Asano Sake still wanted to argue, but Seiko Shingen ordered him to sit down. Everyone already knows the matter. Shinichiro Yamaguchi colluded with foreign thieves, murdered his master, and committed unfaithful, unjust, benevolent and untrustworthy things. As an old friend of brother Yoshida, I am also a generation of daimyo. There is a principle of supporting martial arts, punishing R and eradicating evil. Pass my order. Order 30,000 elite soldiers, and attack Yamaguchi Shinichiro in 797 days. Sato Shingen just wanted to hear affirmative opinions when holding a retainer meeting, not opposing opinions. Regarding Yoshida Ryosuke, he had already made up his mind. Now it's just under the guise of the name of the conference to make it easier to issue orders. Also, I received intelligence. The accomplice of Shinichiro Yamaguchi drove past the jurisdiction of the Central Plains District. Ezuki-kun and Yamamoto-kun, I order you two to lead the troops to take down the traitor. I will not disgrace my life. This concludes the meeting of retainers. After the meeting, Asano Sake stayed and found Sato Shingen. Daimyo, I don't understand. Sudo Shiro has such a purposeful refuge, why do you trust him and let him go? Asano Sake asked. Sato Shingen said earnestly, when you don't understand, you have to read more and think about it. You participate in politics as a woman, and there are already huge criticisms. If you become a leader again, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to your future political career. Asano, kendo and politics are two completely opposite things. You are only 18 years old and you still have a lot to learn. Asano couldn't understand, but Asano made a note. Farewell. After Asano Sake left Damingfu, He drove a fast horse and followed behind Ezuki and Yamamoto. Although Ezuki and Yamamoto are Sato Shingen's capable ministers, Asano always has an unspeakable hidden worry in his heart. Maybe I'm worrying too much. The joint strength of Ezuki and Yamamoto once drove back a naval headquarters warship, and it should be more than enough to deal with the thieves. Asano thought. However, the reality is far more cruel than imagined. Next, the scene that Asano secretly witnessed became a nightmare that she will never get rid of. Zhongqi, that thief's strength is too bad. Judging by his appearance, he is at the same level as the old eight. Just like this, he actually killed the retainers of the Yoshida family for him. Really, any cat or dog can wear a sheet pie pretended to be a human. Yamamoto laughed contemptuously. In my opinion, we don't need to do anything at all, just shoot random arrows to death. A 10,000 army, 10 of them can drown him in a single PS. Zhongqi said casually. Forget it, the family wants to cook him in public. He is more useful alive than dead. Huh, there is a woman in it. Zhongqi, don't fight me later. Yamamoto's face floated lewd smile. You will die on a woman sooner or later. Ezuki shook his head. Ezuki and Yamamoto's conversation did not lower their voices at all. Even if you are far away and don't deliberately use observation haki, you can hear it clearly. Ding Mu looked embarrassed, showing killing intent. The master humiliated the minister and died ABDC. This is the iron rule Ding Mu set for himself. After meeting Gu Ding Conqueror's haki, Ding Mu made up his mind to serve Gu Ding forever. Hearing a group of idlers talk frivolously about his master now, Ding Mu wished he could take his head with his knife immediately. Sensing Ding Mu's killing intent, Gu Ding still turned a blind eye, and just said indifferently, "Drive well." Yes, God. In front of Gu Ding, Ding Mu was always humble. The carriage staggered and drove towards Ezuki and Yamamoto unhurriedly. The gaze in Yamamoto's eyes became more intense, he stuck out his tongue, and just about to say something, suddenly his face changed drastically, screaming like a slaughtered pig. Yamamoto, what's the matter with you? What's the matter? When the incident happened suddenly, Ezuki was taken aback and quickly supported the painful Yamamoto. Only then did he realize that Yamamoto's crotch was filled with blood. With this feeling, Zhongqi had a bad premonition in his heart. He hesitated for a moment, stretched out his hand, and touched Yamamoto's crotch. He found that he touched a mass of fallen meat. Gudong. Just as Yamazaki swallowed hard, he saw his own back from an unnatural angle. Heads down. The strange scene caused the warriors who came to encircle and suppress this time to be in a panic, and the horses neighed. Subsequently, every time the small carriage took a step forward, a group of warriors were cut off from their horses. Stupid ants, trying to blaspheme the majesty of God. As everyone knows, death is God's forgiveness to you, and death is God's gift to you. Sitting in the carriage, Gu Ding slightly closed his eyes. He hugged the sleeping Ling Nu with one arm, and kept snapping his fingers with the other hand, one after another. Chi shuttled through the void, like Shinigami's sickle, harvesting the grass like life. An army of 10,000 was destroyed with a flick of a finger. In the end, Gu Ding left Yamamoto alone, and let him experience the pain of death for the rest of his life. Asano Shishu stared blankly at the scene in front of him, as if struck by lightning. No, I have to go back and tell Daming. Asano Shishu calmed down a little and was about to set off when she saw a palm appearing in front of her. That palm was as flawless as pure jade. That palm curled up slightly, like snapping fingers. That palm, a finger popped out. In an instant, Asano Shishu's pupils constricted, trying to mobilize Armament Haki's defense. But she soon despaired that she and Ben didn't have enough willpower to hold Armament Haki together. For a moment, Asano Shishu's heart was only filled with one thought. Dead, 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 boom. Dozens of trees were cut down in the middle. The chi that was 10,000 times fiercer than a bullet grazed Asano Sasuke's scalp, and there was a finger-wide gap in Asano Sasuke's beautiful long hair. Live, come down. Asano Shishu's face was pale, and he sat slumped on the ground. Chapter 1121 Finger Falling from the Sky. Subscribe. Is this a warning? Asano Sake smiled miserably and closed his eyes weakly. Now, she finally believed in a truth. Strength is the greatest truth. Asano Sake smiled wryly again and again, feeling unprecedentedly depressed. Sudo Shiro really brought an untouchable enemy to the Sato family. No matter what, that's out of my control. Anyway, I'll leave now, leave Wano-kuni. Only when I see you today, I will know what it means to sit in a well and watch the sky. Although Wano-kuni is big, it is still just a well. Asano Shishu calmed down. As a talented swordsman, she knew when to break, and after cutting off her will, she rode her horse and ran towards the sea. On the other side, Weisung Lingnu was woken up by the jolting carriage. Lingnu was sleepy, her waist-length hair was loosely draped over her shoulders. After waking up, he pouted and stared at Ji Ding in a daze. If her disciples saw her appearance, their jaws would drop in shock. Sleep for a while, we'll be entering the city soon. Ji Ding's blunt tone was tinged with tenderness. It was so noisy just now, it woke me up. Ling Nu looked at Ji Ding coquettishly. Ji Ding nodded slightly, and said, "There are many bugs in the mountain. Now they are gone." After saying that, Ji Ding rubbed Ling Nu's hair, and continued to close his eyes and rest. He was thinking about how to smooth out Wano-kuni and hand it over to Ling Nu. Unlike ordinary island countries, Wano-kuni has a huge land area and a large population. Under the huge population base, many warriors with astonishing strength were born. These warriors are the mainstay of Wano-kuni and the capital of Wano-kuni's rejection of world government. Among the forces composed of these warriors, the largest is the royal family. With its orthodox position, the royal family gathered many capable men and sages. But today's era is the era of the decline of the royal family. The once powerful royal family has gradually lost control of the land of the 7 districts. Although the current power of the royal family is strong, it is not enough to overwhelm the heroes. There is also the current situation of separatist regimes among the princes. The reason is a secret that the royal family tried their best to cover up. 15 years ago, Wano-kuni came with a pirate ship. The pirate ship's stay at Wano-kuni was short, but it left a lasting impact. As a result, Ryoma, the general who protects the country, was killed in battle, and the royal family declined. He ordered the country to be closed, strictly guarded against pirates, and not to contact the outside world. When the ship was leaving, it took a partner from Juli district. That person is called Kazuki Oden. At this moment, Sato Shingen was somewhat puzzled. The latest spy information shows that the horse army has reached the outskirts of the city. Didn't Ezuki, Yamamoto and the others meet the thief from Kato district? Why haven't the spies from the front come back? Sato Shingen was a little vacillating, but there was not much time left for him to think. If you don't stop, you will be subject to chaos. Forget it, let Tian Xingji go there. No, arresting the culprit is a matter of righteousness. It's better for me to lead the people there myself. With this in mind, Sato Shingen slapped the table and said, "Command, you." Not long after, Sato Shingen took a group of retainers out of the city. This kind of battle, the 4 great ministers are going out together. Is the daimyo going to fight? Something big is going to happen. The samurai in Wano City smelled something unusual, but they didn't know what happened. Traffic in Wano-kuni is blocked, and what happened in Haidong has not yet reached the ears of ordinary people. On the other side, Ji Ding suddenly opened his eyes, and said slowly, "Ding Mu, there seem to be many people waiting to welcome us in front. Prepare yourself so that you don't lose the majesty of the gods." "Yes, God Lord," Ding Mu said humbly. "Divine Lord," was proposed by Ding Mu. He felt that the word, Zunshin, was not enough to express his respect for Ji Ding, so he asked Ji Ding for permission to change the name to Divine Lord. Ji Ding was too lazy to worry about these trivial matters, so he agreed. After hearing someone in front of him, Ding Mu's sitting posture became more and more correct. When the pony carriage slowly approached Sato Shingen's team, Ding Mu stretched out a finger, pointed at a distance, and shouted, "Bold! See the god's car, and don't come down to greet it. You are limited to 3 voices, speed up. Quickly kowtow and plead guilty. Otherwise, heaven and earth will perish." 3 equals. The corners of Sato Shingen's eyes twitched, and he thought, where is this country fool? Asked Tian Xingji, as one of the 4 great ministers under Sato Shingen, seeing Ding Mu's appearance, he directly bent his bow and set up an arrow, and shot at Ding Mu with one arrow. Where is Ding Mu asking Tian Xingji's opponent, but he is not afraid at all. If a random person comes out and forces him into a mess, then what qualifications does he have to be Ji Ding's front? Ding Mu made up his mind that even if he died, he would not weaken Ji Ding's reputation. 0. Ji Ding doesn't care what Ding Mu thinks in his heart. To him, a false name is just a moth. Moths, drive them away. Those who are on fire, come uninvited. And the strength of strength is the everlasting fire. Flicking the arrow, Ji Ding pointed his fingertips at Wenchen Xingji's forehead. Whether fame is important or not is one thing, but whether others respect it or not is another. Bold, good thief. The moment Ji Ding's finger appeared, at least 2 people on Sato Xingxuan's side reacted. But being able to react and being able to keep up with the action are 2 very different things. 0. Ji Ding popped out with one finger, and a prickly aura shot towards Tian Xingji's forehead like a cloud-piercing arrow. Boom! A violent force collided, and Tian Xingji was knocked off his horse. If the other retainers hadn't shouted and prepared Wen Tian Xingji mentally, then Wen Tian Xingji would have already pointed at the dead soul at this time. Oh! Ji Ding slightly opened his eyes and stepped out of the carriage. Only then did everyone know that the thief they were talking about looked so young. Compared to those 2 ants, you guys are a little jumpy. The corner of Ji Ding's mouth raised a slight arc, and said, however, no one can save the person I want to kill. After saying that, Ji Ding snapped his fingers again and again, and almost at the same time, several fellow voids came out together, appearing in Wen Tian Xingji's eyes, nose, tongue and throat. Presumptuous. B.D. Naito Xingsheng and Mori Xingyuan among the 4 great ministers stopped talking one after another and drew their swords to help. They could see that it was very difficult for Wen Tian Xingji to receive the next blow. If these 4 or 5 blows fell on Wen Tian Xingji at the same time, Wen Tian Xingji would definitely be beaten to death. Fush knife. Crash the boat. Naito Xingsheng and Mori Motoxing made moves one after another, trying to cut off Ji Ding's hand, but Ji Ding's speed is so fast, how can they catch it? What's more, what they saw was just a trick that Ji Ding deliberately showed them. The real deadly killer move has fallen from the sky. Chapter 113. No one left. Please subscribe. Wen Tian Xingji gathered his whole body of haki to cover his head, trying to defend against Ji Ding's chi coming from all directions. Suddenly, he froze all over, bleeding from all 7 orifices. At this time, everyone could barely see Wen Tian Xingji, pointing a finger on the top of his head. Sato Shingen's pupils shrink wildly. Wen Tian Xingji, one of the 4 great ministers, died like this. Kill with one click. This kind of strength is probably the same as that person 15 years ago. Sato Shingen had this idea in his heart, and then he seemed to think of something terrible, and he couldn't control his fear. But he is now the master of a land after all, and he is no longer the young man 15 years ago. The fear in his heart was fleeting. After Sato Shingen stabilized his mind, he stopped the other furious retainers and said in a firm tone, "Your Excellency came from the sea." "No." 090. Ji Ding answered very simply. "Your Excellency is definitely not from Wanokuni. If you are not from the sea, where did you come from?" Sato Shingen asked. Ji Ding sneered and asked, "Is this your last words?" Sato Shingen frowned slightly, and said, "Why are you so aggressive? We had some misunderstandings before, so it's okay to solve it." "Oh, want to solve it now? Now you say I am aggressive. When you sent people to kill me, I was also aggressive. If I were killed by you, it would be 10 misunderstandings." Gutting responded coldly. Sato Shingen's face was blue and red, and he was speechless. "Huh. The cause of tomorrow, the fruit of today. Before and after, 2 faces. I look down on you like this. When you kill someone, you must be prepared to be killed. Unless you can be like me, sweeping all enemies in the world, you don't need to be prepared to be killed." When he spoke, Ji Ding's eyes were extremely clear, as if he was reading the truth of the world and the oracle of the true God. Sato Shingen felt a fear that went straight to the soul from Ji Ding. This person is either a lunatic or a devil. Sato Shingen secretly said, "Of course, you are trapped in the cage of the world, like livestock in captivity, and you will never reach my level." Ji Yuding continued to utter nonsense, and then pointed to Sato Nobu and Zan Yi and said to the crowd, "Why are you still standing there? If you don't go together, you don't want to die. Is it possible that if you stay here, I will spare you? Arrogance. I don't know what's good or bad. Suicide. Let's do it together." Sato Shingen's retainers shouted and cursed one after another, until Sato Shingshuan gave an order, and they drew their swords and slashed at Ji Yuding at the same time. Lori Tai Chi. One of the swords. Tiger vibrate. Yan Wei. Waves back. Jai He cut. All of a sudden, countless sword chi slashed towards Ji Yuding. Ji Yuding is like a lonely boat in a storm. The situation is critical and precarious. Ji Yuding closed his eyes. Observation Haki felt the sword energy one after another, and he was in it, like a peerless master in the previous martial arts novels, passing through thousands of flowers, leaves. Under the powerful observation Haki, Ji Yuding already has a demeanor of invulnerability. Now, the only things that can hurt him are head-to-head attacks, and some Paramesha devil fruits with strange and unsolvable abilities. And all of this is based on the fact that Ji Yuding has a powerful body. Although the powerful body brought about by cultivating immortals is restricted by the current world environment and cannot be further practiced, Ji Yuding's current physical strength is not weaker than that of the top powerhouses in the pirate world. It's even not a problem to surpass the world's top zone devil fruit awakened ability users with further improvement over time. Ji Yuding's body was nimble and he dodged countless sword chis. Compared with body skills, Ji Yuding's attack is even more unpredictable. Everyone can't see how he makes the move, but his attack just appears in front of everyone's life gate from a strange and tricky angle. You are Yoshida's fruit ability. Sato Shingen was horrified, as if he had discovered some shocking secret. Ji Yuding had no sadness or joy on his face. When he spoke, 10 slaps towards Naito Xingsheng, one of the 4 great ministers. Naito Xingsheng directly used offense instead of defense to cut off Ji Yuding's palm, but Ji Yuding's palm just passed his blade at a dangerous distance, and the next moment, Naito Xingsheng's head appeared strangely. Boom! Like a watermelon falling to the ground, Naito Xingsheng, the head of the 4 great ministers, fell. Sato Shingen was extremely resentful, and both of them wanted to cry blood. The traitor Pseudo Shiro mistook me. Protect your head with armament Haki. Sato Shingen yelled insanely, at this time also began to desperately zero. Compared with the 4 great ministers, Sato Shingen's sword technique is more vivid, and every move has a huge power of life and death. Excellent, unique, wonderful, profound truth, amazing 3 wonderful swords. As soon as Sato Nobu Zan came out, he brought huge troubles to Ji Yuding. But this too is limited to troubles, not crises. Having read Yoshida's memory and experience, Ji Yuding's attainments in swordsmanship are no less than Seiko Shingen. At this time, he was only slightly moved, and then stretched out a hand, escaped into the void, from the other end of the void, pushed a retainer of Sato Shingen, and blocked Sato Shingen's sword. So far, Sato Shingen personally killed one of his confidants. I'm going to kill you. Sato Shingen became even more crazy. Ji Yuding didn't take it seriously. From the beginning to the end, he was extremely calm in all the battles, and he would not let go of any opportunity. Just when Sato Shingen was in a state of confusion, Gong took advantage of the situation to attack another retainer of Sato Shingen, Mo Li Xingyuan. Ji Yuding is brave like a god. How can Mao Li Xingyuan be Ji Yuding's all-in-one enemy? Unavoidable, Mao Li Xingyuan chose to use armament Haki to fight recklessly. However, this is still an overreaching behavior. Ji Yuding struck left and right with both palms, and slapped Mao Li Xingyuan's face 5.6, which disappeared like a touch of water. Moment. Mao Li Xingyuan's thinking turned into chaos. So far, 3 of the 4 great ministers have fallen. Next, without stopping at all, Ji Yuding grabbed and killed the last of the 4 great ministers, Yudian Xing'an, with his 5 fingers together. The seemingly stalemate battle situation suddenly became clear. The backbone of Sato Shingen's combat power, the minister of the humorous, is dying. Do not. Sato Shingen was desperate like never before. His voice was hoarse, his hair was disheveled, and he looked like a madman. Listening to Pseudo Shiro's slander was the decision he regretted most in his life. 14. After provoking such a big killer like Ji Yu-ding, Sato Shingen seemed to have fallen into the bottomless abyss. His life was dark, and he would never see the sun again. Chapter 114 Killing All the Way South, Seeking Subscription. Seeing the retainers being slaughtered by Ji Yu-ding as if they were worthless, Sato Shingen felt a demon and rushed towards Ji Yu-ding's carriage. He knew that there was a female relative who accompanied Ji Yu-ding there. As long as the female relative is controlled, Ji Yu-ding, who is like a demon god, can be stopped. Even if you can't. Thinking of this, a stern look appeared in Sato Shingen's eyes. Even if you can't stop it, let him regret it for the rest of his life. As for Ding Mu, Sato Shingen didn't take him seriously at all. Sato Shingen let out a strange cry, and turned back to the carriage. Bold. Seeing this, Ding Mu rushed forward. Go away. Nobu-zan Sato shook Ding Mu away with a knife, and split the carriage diagonally. When he was about to plunder Ling Nu of Weisung, he was trapped and dragged. Die. Sato Shingen was furious. Ding Mu, a reptile, can't be driven away. If he is really held back, it would be terrible. Thinking of this, Sato Shingen was extremely manic and made frequent killing moves, just to hack Ding Mu-01 to death quickly. Shocking 3 fencing. After this move was performed, it wrapped around Hockey's blade, leaving an afterimage in the air. Ding Mu's heart sank and he closed his eyes. However, the expected pain did not appear. Ding Mu panted heavily and opened his eyes. He saw a hand as flawless as pure jade protruded from the hole in the empty and dark space, and ruthlessly strangled Sato Shingen's throat. Sato Shingen was pulled by the neck like an old and weak rabbit. His face was flushed, he couldn't breathe, and he couldn't speak. Big name. Is the daimyo going to die too? Look at him, he is killing people without blinking an eye. How can there be such a fierce character in the world? The devil. He's a devil. Sato Shingen was captured, as if the 2 armies had their flag cut off in battle. Seeing this situation, those warriors who were ordered to encircle and suppress dropped their helmets and armor one after another, knelt on the ground and kowtowed for mercy. It's not that they don't want to run away, but that Ji Yu-ding's elusive means frightened them out of their wits. There are people in the world who are willing to be martyred and are not afraid of death, but more people prefer to live by idling. With a panoramic view of all ecology, Ji Yu-ding's eyes are ethereal, without sadness or joy. There was a click. Ji Yu-ding let go of Sato Shingen, walked up to Ding Mu with a pale face, and said in a low voice, "You are too weak." "Yes, God Lord," Ji Yu-ding said. "Too weak," but Ding Mu was very happy. "The God Lord is caring about me." Ding Mu secretly rejoiced in his heart. He knew that Ji Yu-ding didn't see the life and death of mortals in his eyes, and even a name as honorable as the lord of a district was nothing more than an ant. After appeasing the frightened Weisung Lingenbi, and killing the remaining retainers of Sato Shingen, Ji Yu-ding then supported a puppet daimyo, and then sat on the head seat of the main hall of the daimyo mansion. Resting his forehead on the back of his hand, Ji Yu-gong slightly closed his eyes. I didn't expect that there would be 2 devil fruits in Sato Shingen's house. This is a surprise. Devil fruit. Everything seems unreal after a long time. Ha 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 ha. 10 devil fruits will be able to open a new plugin. Use all the power of Wanokuni to collect all 10 devil fruits. It should not be a big problem. But, at this time, Ji Yu-ding's lowered eyes flashed a flush of excitement, because he got an important message from Sato Shingen's memory. Not long ago, a group of pirates came to Nanlu District. Each of these pirates has special skills, hoping to settle down in Nanlu District. Yoshitsugu Otani, the daimyo of the Nanlu District, invited other daimyos to come to visit and clean up the dust for the gang of going ashore pirates. Sato Shingen knew that Otani Yoshitsugu's actions were actually showing off his might, which was also one of the reasons why he attempted to occupy Kato District and then chose to ambush Ji Yu-ding. None of that matters, though. What matters is the name of that pirate group. Konoha Pirates. After sorting out the news, a cold smile appeared on the corner of Ji Yu-ding's mouth. Long time no see, I miss you very much. Ji Yu-ding's indifferent voice made Ding Mu restless. Let's go to the banquet. Ji Yu-ding threw an invitation card to Ding Mu, and walked out with his hands behind his back. On the other side, the southern land area. Dagu Jiji took Bai Yi and was visiting a green mountain. Your Excellency Bai Yi, do you think this mountain is still satisfactory? Dagu Jiji didn't put on airs, and his tone was friendly. The daimyo is polite. I am satisfied to have a safe place to live. We Konoha village people don't want to get involved in disputes anymore. Thanks to the daimyo's kindness, we can have a safe place to live. Here, I would like to express my deep gratitude. Quote, different from the previous pirate Bai Yi who was always hiding in the dark, Bai Yi has a much gentler personality after gaining complete self-awareness, and he is unwilling to act in the style of a pirate. Now, what he considers more is the safety and survival of his clansmen. And Wano-kuni, closed to the outside world and with ninja culture, is exactly Bai Yi's ideal place. Your Excellency Bai Yi chose the Nanlu district. It is my honor. Your villagers are willing to promote ninja culture, which is a blessing for the Nanlu district. Your Excellency Bai Yi, if you encounter any problems or requests in the future, just ask them. You must do your best. Otani Yoshiji's appearance of being open-minded and cherishing talents almost made him believe it himself. It is not profitable to get up early. Otani Yoshitsugu is not stupid. The Konoha pirates are extremely dangerous pirates stationed in the southern land area. No matter what their real purpose is, they are a deterrent to other daimyos. What's more, Bai Yi is willing to teach them the ninjutsu of 373 across the sea. Thinking of having an army of ninjas in the future, Otani Yoshitsugu woke up from his dream with a smile. At this moment, Otani Jiji's subordinates rushed over and whispered in Otani Jiji's ear. After hearing this, Otani Kichiji's face sank, and then he returned to normal. Bai Yi, as the ninja captain of Konoha squad, even if he didn't deliberately listen, he could clearly hear the conversation between Otani Yoshitsugu and his subordinates on this occasion. My lord, I just received an urgent report that a mysterious strongman from the sea just killed Eyes Fuyu and Sato Shingen. The ones from the sea, are they from Kaido? His identity has not been clarified yet. However, the mammoth is moored in the open sea. Well, I see. You go down. After listening to Otani Jiji's conversation, Bai Yi felt uneasy for some reason. After silently thinking for a long time, he didn't come back to his senses until Otani Kichitsu called him. Your Excellency Bai Yi, what are you thinking? So engrossed, Otani Jiji joked with a smile. A trivial matter. Having said that, Wei Bai Yi's brows never relaxed. While Bai Yi was planning Wano-kuni's Muyanu village, Ji Yu-ding had already embarked on a journey. The rickety pony cart carried Shinigami all the way south. Chapter 115 Persecution for Subscription. This reception banquet. The scene is huge. Yoshitsugu Otani intentionally took advantage of the opportunity to show off, not only invited the 5 daimyos of Wano-kuni, but also unabashedly invited the declining royal family. The 5 daimyos are Yoshida, Sato Shingen, Nakai Masao, Aiz Kazuo, and former One Piece Roger's partner Kazuki Oden. Among them, Yoshida and Sato Shingen died, and the puppet daimyo Yamaguchi Shinichiro and Hattori Masanari, supported by Ji Yu-ding, came to the banquet instead. Northeast Royal Family. The royal family drove out of the imperial city slowly. HMPH. Relying on a pirate, Otani Kichitsu is so flamboyant. If the royal family hadn't got a new general to protect the country, I'm afraid he would have been humiliated by Otani Kichitsu. Well, this is a good opportunity to kill Otani Kichi, Your Majesty. In the carriage, Sanada Masayuki looked at the swordsman in front of him with his eyes closed, full of anticipation. On the other side, Kazuki Oden is also on the road. First, the swordsman who came out of nowhere, Yoshida Ryosuke and Sato Shingen were killed one after another, and now Otani Yoshitsugu has also received reinforcements. Is there any connection between these seemingly unrelated things? In troubled times, I hope this don't make any more side effects. Kazuki Oden was deeply trapped in the current situation and couldn't extricate himself. Nakai Masano also has the same idea as Kazuki Oden, but Nakai Masano is more worried. The swordsman who turned out made me lose several admirals. Not only did I fail to catch him, but he ran away and lost his life. Now Otani Yoshitsugu is gaining momentum. If he attacks me, it will be difficult. Nakai Masano thought hard for a long time, but there was no way to break the situation. Aiz Fushong was neither happy nor sad. He knew that the most suitable position for him in this situation was the auditorium. Yoshitsugu Otani, who showed off his skills, and Masano Nakai, who lost his army. Yoshida Ryosuke and Sato Shingen were killed one after another, and the balance has been broken. If you want to establish a new balance, no matter which side it is, you need my strength. Hehe. Fushio eyes had a good plan. The reception banquet that Otani Yoshitsuji had been planning for a long time finally came. On this day, all the guests arrived and the whole city celebrated. At the banquet, the singers presented their voices, and the dancers presented their dances. With the singing of the ritual officer, the guests from all over the world take their seats. Yamaguchi Shinichiro and Hattori Masashi attended such an occasion, and they lacked confidence. The other daimyos are full of spirit, and they are not weak in the face of the royal family. Everyone here, I invite you here today, mainly to introduce a friend to you. Otani Yoshitsugu presided over the process of the banquet. After drinking for 3 rounds, he talked about the serious business. This friend is from the hometown of ninjas. He possesses ninjutsu with the power of Tongtian, and has created a great reputation in the sea. From now on, he will live in the southern land area. Because of his special status, he will invite you to a banquet. For I just hope that everyone will not disturb this friend in the future, so as not to hurt the friendship. Next, let us welcome Your Excellency Bai Yi. At this time, Bai Yi, who had changed into casual clothes, walked slowly from the entrance. Bai Yi is extremely unaccustomed to such occasions, but for the sake of the villagers' safety, he still endured the discomfort and bowed at first sight. After some pleasantries and probing of various thoughts, Yinguji started the highlight of the banquet. Yamaguchi-kun and Hattori-kun have just taken over as daimyo, and there must be many things that are difficult to deal with. If you don't dislike it, you can just ask and borrow some people from me. This is a favor, and it is necessary to help. Yes, Otani Jiji said with a smile on his face. Shinichiro Yamaguchi and Masanari Hattori looked embarrassed. They knew the meaning of help that Otani Kichitsu said meant to cede the land. Shinpachiro Yamaguchi looked around, stood up and said, Shinpachiro Yamaguchi dare not lose even an inch of the land he has gained. Thank you Yamaguchi for Daimyo Otani's kindness. Hattori Masanari also stood up and said, Yamaguchi Daimyo's meaning is also my meaning. Otani Yoshitsugu Daimyo is busy with business, so don't bother me. To become a big name, there are many things to learn. Land management is not as simple and straightforward as fighting and killing. If you are too busy, you can come to me to borrow some people. What? How dare you? You actually rejected Otani Daimyo. Sanada Masayuki looked at Shinichiro Yamaguchi and Masanari Hattori with some shock. He originally wanted to take advantage of the situation to kill them both, and then compete with Yoshitsugu Otani, but he encountered such a situation. For a moment, he couldn't react and was a little stunned. Otani Yoshitsugu's expression was not good, his tone was cold, and he said, Yamaguchi-kun, Hattori-kun, do you know what you are talking about? Your Excellency Bai Yi, please let them experience the legendary ninjutsu. In this situation, Kazuki Oden shook his head slightly, and thought, Kichitsugu Otani's eating looks are too ugly. At critical times, I have to help them both. Eyes Fuyu had a smile on his face, he was happy to see this situation. Nakai Masano frowned slightly, the current situation was more serious than he imagined. Bai Yi nodded slightly, this was something he had agreed with Otani Jiji. Wood-style tree binding. Bai Yi pointed to the tactic, and in an instant, several thick branches grew from the feet of Yamaguchi and Hattori, entwining them tightly. This, Otani Yoshitsugu, how dare you treat us like this? Dagu Jiji, let us down quickly, or you won't be able to afford the consequences. Yamaguchi and Hattori shouted one after another, not at all afraid of Yoshitsugu Otani's lust. Oh, I think I know, who gave you the courage to speak to me like this? Dagu Jiji's eyes were cold. Yamaguchi was not afraid, and looked at each other. Otani Yoshitsugu, if you think that I and Hattori are lambs to be slaughtered, you are very wrong. I admit that you are very strong, and your friend is also very strong. Strong. But even so, you shouldn't provoke him. Because, Yamaguchi glanced at everyone, and said loudly, no matter how strong you are still in the category of humans. You have feelings, You will be afraid, and you will tremble. And, he, my master, he is already in the realm of God, field of. As soon as Yamaguchi's words fell, Otani Yoshitsugu burst into laughter, leaning forward and backward. The realm of the gods. Are you scared out of your wits? Two bereaved dogs. Otani Jiji scolded coldly. However, Bai Yi became uneasy. God's domain. Look down on all living beings. Ignore everything. Bai Yi suddenly thought of a figure, which was his worst nightmare. Impossible. He has clearly dissipated all his strength. Dragon. Regardless of his image, Bai Yi rushed forward, grabbed Shenko by the collar, and said anxiously, "Quick. Tell me what he looks like." At this time, a voice came from the door. "Oh, you miss me that much?" Chapter 116 Return of the Strong for subscription. Bai Yi's mind went blank. The short few seconds seemed as long as centuries. Bai Yi didn't know how he survived. When he turned around slowly, he saw that ruthless man who was as devilish as a god was wiping the blood from his hands. The atmosphere of the banquet was eerily quiet. "You still have a few hard bones among your men." With a strange smile on his face, Ji Yuding walked to Otani Jiji's table, picked up a fruit, took a bite, and spat it out. Unpalatable. At this time, everyone began to look at this young man of unknown origin with apprehension. Owner, Shinichiro Yamaguchi and Junkeng Hattori said in unison. Ji Yuding ignored it. Yamaguchi and Hattori were just puppet daimyos he made casually, not qualified to be his servants. This is like, a beggar suddenly ran out on the road and called out to the rich man, "Dad, it is impossible for the rich man to have an extra son. It's just wishful thinking." Ji Yuding didn't bother to pay attention, but looked at Bai Yi with playful eyes. Bai Yi took a deep breath. He had the courage to betray, but that was when Ji Yuding's power disappeared. The current Ji Yuding, the Ji Yuding under observation Haki, has become the Ji Yuding who was as deep as the ocean. From the night as if when 693 went back to that time. Master, Bai Yi stammered. As soon as this remark came out, all four were shocked. What? Bai Yi actually called this mysterious young master? No way. Bai Yi is a big pirate comparable to Marine Admiral, who can be his master. Shish, keep quiet. Bai Yi did have an owner before. This matter has already turned the world upside down. If there is such a thing, then this Bai Yi is really. Many people looked at Bai Yi more playfully, and looked at Ji Yuding with more fear. Kazuki Oden summoned Duke Inuarashi, and said in a low voice, "You have also seen the arrest warrant from the sea, is it that person?" Duke Inuarashi nodded apprehensively. At this moment, Ji Yuding just wanted to laugh, but the light in his eyes was even more piercing. Bai Yi plucked up his courage, confronted Ji Yuding, and said, "I felt cheated in my heart at the time, so I just want to lead my tribe to live a good life. Those things have passed now, can you forget it?" Ji Yuding gave Bai Yi a toothy grin, but said impersonally, "Do you know ABCJ, who you're talking to? Can I forget it? Good. These days, you have really improved. Dare to talk back to me. Should I reward you in turn? You've been following me for so long, do you understand? I give you can take it. If I don't give it, no one can take it away." In the end, Ji Yuding's gaze was no longer on Bai Yi, just like he never pays attention to the soil under his feet. Bai Yi took a breath with a complicated mood, and said again, "But I really have a reason." Ji Yuding ignored it, but said towards the door, "It's interesting to hide outside until now." "What? There are people outside, another strong man we didn't notice." Hearing this, Sanada Masayuki frowned. Really? After Ji Yuding finished speaking, a swordsman wearing a cloak and carrying a long sword came over. "It's him. That mysterious swordsman. He has the power of Haki." The warriors in Sabang district recognized a Ganzuo at a glance, and they were shocked. Some things just can't be right or wrong. Gump pulled off his hood, revealing a weather-beaten face. With a firm face, he looked at Ji Yuding, neither humble nor overbearing. But there must always be a result. Ji Yuding Kaido. Gump frowned slightly, and said, "Does the matter have to be resolved in the most extreme way? Is there anything wrong with our will to pursue freedom? I don't care about those." Ji Yuding looked at a Ganzuo indifferently, and said, All I care about is my creed. If you didn't hear clearly just now, for the sake of your dying, I can give you another say it again. You can take what I give you. If I don't give it to you, you can't take it. Ji Ding's voice fell, like the thunder of winter. It struck everyone's heart, deafening. This is a real dragon. Don't dare to disobey the words of a real dragon. The so-called king is nothing more than this. My heart is the heart of heaven, and my intention is the will of heaven. This is the realm of the godless. Some old people with a long history were full of emotion. All the daimyo present were deeply shocked. Aganzuo smiled wryly, and said, "The way of the overlord is life and death, no matter right or wrong. Anyway, since you have chosen, there is no way back." Gump's fighting spirit was high, staring at Ji Ding like a sharp sword about to be unsheathed. Ji Ding disapproved, pointed at Bai Yi, looked around the crowd and said, "Anyone else who wants to fight, stand up now. I don't need to pursue his relatives and friends. If anyone dares to intervene in the battle, I will make his life worse than death. I will dig out his ancestral grave and destroy his bones. I will make him regret coming to this world." Rumble. The sky resounded with thunder, and under the influence of heaven and man brought by Conqueror's Haki, the sky here was as dark as Ji Ding's mood, and it began to rain heavily. When everyone looked at Ji Ding, they couldn't help feeling cold, as if they were facing a demon who had returned from hell. "It's unreasonable. Dagu's banquet, how can you allow you to mess around?" Dagu Jiji slapped the table and shouted. Bai Yi is the trump card he relies on to realize his ambition, and he cannot sit back and watch Bai Yi get hurt. Afterwards, Sanada Masayuki also stood up, and said righteously, as the saying goes, "If I am not free, I would rather die." How can a majestic swordsman be controlled by others? He is proud of his kindness and forces others. I am sorry for this kind of injustice. Senior samurai, never agree. Hee. Well, I'll count you in as well. Ji Ding pointed at Masayuki Sanada, then pointed to other people present, and shouted, "Who else? Stand up." Kazuki Oden frowned tightly. He saw a figure in Ji Ding. It's just that the current Ji Ding and that passionate man are simply opposites. Let's not get involved, Kazuki Oden ordered. The other daimyos also chose to keep silent, or stared at Ji Ding with fear, or with other thoughts. At this moment, Ji Ding entered a strange state. He couldn't be happier. He spread his arms. He hugs the sky. The pores all over his body are relaxing. He thought of a sentence someone said. The brainstem is shaking. Hee. My brain stem was shaking with excitement. Ji Ding's eyes are unprecedentedly clear, and his voice is also unprecedentedly pious. So, games start. Chapter 117 1 against 4 subscription. Bai Yi's eyes lit up, and he took the lead in attacking. He has been with Ji Ding the longest, and he knows Ji Ding's behavior best. He knew that this time there was no room for loss. In fact, when he thought of the scene where Ji Ding forced Kuzan to death, he couldn't help the fear. This kind of fear that went straight to the soul made him extra crazy now. Wood-style cutting technique. Bai Yi pushed Ji Ding with one palm. As long as Ji Ding gets the cutting technique, his blood will become the nourishment for wood-style to grow. At the same time, Gump left also moved. The moment he drew the knife, the air froze. It wasn't until the powerful sword energy was condensed and formed that the air slowly resumed its flow. That powerful and incomparable sword energy, with a sweeping attitude, seems to be slow but actually rolls forward at a fast speed. Get out of the way. We withdraw. Damn, he's going to kill Lienus together. As soon as this sword energy came out, all the daimyos in the auditorium couldn't sit still. Regardless of their image, they directly crashed through the wall and retreated. The power of drawing a sword and slashing is so terrifying. We do it too. Sanada Masayuki and Otani Yoshitsugu looked at each other, and then shot at the same time. Both of them are comparable to Marine Admiral's existence. It's just that they lack the domineering devil fruit ability compared to Marine Admiral. Jihi Shi, Shanglong counterattack slash. With a flick of a finger, the four powerhouses formed a joint attack, locking the positions of front, back, left, right, up, down, and 6 directions. Inevitable. Oh, Ji Ding tilted his head slightly, and said, "You think you've got me determined." After all, Ji Ding was still calm and unhurried. This is not his arrogance, but the self-confidence based on his strong strength. It's too late, but it's fast. Ji Yuding narrowed his eyes slightly, and the attacks of the four powerhouses seemed to slow down infinitely, as if time had stopped flowing. However, it's not that time has really stopped flowing, and Ji Yuding's sense has become astonishingly sharp. Physical improvement brought about by immortal cultivation techniques, knowledge enhancement brought by conqueror's haki. All the means of attack are invisible in front of Ji Yuding. Speed, strength, destructive power, etc. The opponent's moves can be seen in front of Ji Yuding at a glance. With just one or two thoughts, Ji Yuding calculated the arrival time of A Ganzuo's attack. Bai Yi struck first, but he was the second to attack where Big Ji Yuding was now. The first one is Forrest Gump left. Armament haki cooperates with sword energy, and his destructive power is also the greatest. The third is Otani Yoshitsugu. Due to his moves, although he started later than Sanada Masayuki, his attack speed did not slow down at all. The last one is Sanada Masayuki. Among the four, the oldest was the most cautious, and he used the most conservative, Jaiheshi style, when attacking. However, it was also the least powerful. So what if I let you go first? Ji Yuding snorted coldly, and quickly retreated towards Masayuki Sanada. At the same time, he reached out with his palm, and the escape fruit was triggered, appearing in front of Otani Jiji. Ji Yuding predicted that Otani Yoshiji would cherish his life and retreat to defense. People like him in the city will not risk their lives for other people's affairs. Sure enough, when he saw Ji Yuding's fist appearing in front of his forehead, Otani Yoshitsuji hurriedly changed his moves and returned to defense. But this change of tactics broke the previous perfect siege, revealing the first flaw. Don't fall back. A-Gump saw through Ji Yuding's purpose, but he didn't have time to explain more. He just shouted, because Ji Yujiji had already changed his tactics. At this time, the sword energy of drawing the sword and chopping, and the wood-style cutting technique, have struck simultaneously. Ji Yuding is still approaching Masayuki Sanada. EI-10 styles is a way of drawing swords adapted to various situations evolved from EI swordsmanship. This is the second flaw. Before Masayuki Sanada made his move, he already had the sword energy of Forrest Gump left to cut across the face, and the cutting technique from Bai Yi's flank. Square. With years of fighting experience, Sanada Masayuki chose the Jaiheshi style to draw the knife obliquely upwards, perfectly sealing Ji Yuding's flanks and lower body. He also knows that his old opponent for many years, Otani Kichitsugu, has a sword that descends from the sky. The method is Shanglong counterattack slash. And Otani Yoshitsugu did live up to expectations, using Shanglong counterattack slash. A perfect combo circle is thus formed. However, cleverness is misunderstood by cleverness. Masashi Sanada was cunning and scheming, and tried his best, but in the end he lost in his scheming. Ji Yuding found the solution almost without thinking. Once Otani Yoshitsuji changed his tactics, the pressure from above ceased to exist. Then, Ji Yuding stepped on Sanada Masayuki's sword with his body pressed against his face. Zero looking for flowers. Don't think about causing harm to Ji Yuding just by using your hand moves. Thus, in an instant, the siege situation was instantly resolved. Ji Yuding borrowed his strength, took advantage of Sanada Masayuki's upward slash, stepped on it lightly, and calmly jumped out of the encirclement. Boom! Smoke billowed. The hall where the guests were entertained suddenly collapsed and turned into a pile of ruins. And that tyrannical sword energy flew nearly 100 meters, cut off hundreds of houses in the middle, and then slowly subsided. The daimyos outside the arena let out a sigh of relief. As Ji Yuding, dead. That aura is Ji Yuding. How did he become so powerful? The battlefield is filled with smoke and dust, and it is impossible to watch the battle with eyes. All the strong people are using observation haki to sense the breath in the battlefield. Now, the only thing they can see is a meteorite falling from the sky. It's the demon blade with the power of fire and meteor. Someone shouted. At the same time, the houses that had been cut down in half were all set ablaze. Ji Yuding's voice came from the smoke. Eat mine, use mine, and in the end bite me back. Ji Yuding's voice was indifferent, full of killing intent and primitive killing excitement, looking at a Gumpuo was like looking at a dog. Today, everything that the deity bestows on you will be taken back. The ninjutsu bestowed by the deity, take it back. The weapon bestowed by the deity, take it back. 11. The life bestowed by the deity, take it back. You don't think of God's grace, you blaspheme Kamui, the crime is heinous, and there is no redemption for death. Ji Yu Ding is condescending, looking down at all living beings, and taking a picture with one palm. Being a slave for life is contrary to human relations. You can't do it, Gump Zuo said in a deep voice, and then he clenched his sword tightly. Wood-style tree-bound forever burial. Bai Yi seldom speaks, and he, who was born in a combat force, prefers to use combat moves to speak. Moment. Endless branches emerged from the ground and in the air and attacked Ji Yu Ding, binding Ji Yu Ding tightly in an instant. Under the tremendous pressure, the branches creaked and continued to shrink. Seeing this scene, the big names trembled uncontrollably on their cheeks, and thought, Ji Yu Ding won't be sandwiched into a meatloaf. Suddenly, Gump's left pupil constricted, and he shouted loudly. Careful. Chapter 118 Silent Killing for subscription. Forrest Gump left a word to remind, but it was too late. I saw a hole in the void. This hole was a black spot at first, and then the black spot expanded rapidly, just like a drop of ink dropped into a basin of clear water. A pair of hands protruded from the black hole. At this time, there seemed to be a tearing sound. Ji Yu Ding tore through the void with both hands, and jumped out of the hole. At this stage, the ultimate development of escape fruit. Careful. Only then did Gumpuo's voice resound. Bai Yi's pupils constricted. Observation hockey couldn't stop warning, but it was too late. Ji Yu Ding's hand had already landed on his head. 5 fingers were like hooks, grabbing the back of his head, and pressing down hard. The fairy caresses the top. Boom. Bai Yi landed on his face, wedged into the soil like a meteorite. The strong hockey collided with 360, causing the surrounding land to sink several meters deep. This kind of anxious and fierce battle, the battle situation can only change every second. Before Ganzuo and the others came back to their senses and responded, Ji Yu Ding had already got what he wanted. A weak electric current passed through the palm of his hand. It is a reader plug-in. Bai Yi's information was quickly transmitted to Ji Yu Ding's mind, memory, combat experience, ninjutsu, abilities, etc., all covered. After getting everything from Bai Yi, Ji Yu Ding feels as comfortable as eating a big meal. He smiled slightly, and raised his hand to perform the ninjutsu that Bai Yi had used before. Wood-style cutting technique. This technique is extremely cruel, and those who are trapped will be stabbed from the inside of the body by wooden thorns. Unexpectedly, Bai Yi had a lot of experience in ninjutsu battles, so he escaped from the predicament with a low shout. Body replacement technique. Boom. With a soft sound, a rough log replaced Bai Yi, and was shattered by Ji Yu Ding's palm, cutting technique. In this regard, solid workers are not surprised. Bai Yi's escape was already expected. In Ji Yu Ding's memory, he has long known that Bai Yi has mastered the ninjutsu of body replacement technique. However, things like body replacement technique are only suitable for small-scale battles. In the battle of ability awakeners who destroy the world at every turn, there will be no suitable flowers, trees, animals, insects and fishes that can be replaced. Moreover, the circuit of its technique is extremely long. On the battlefield where every second counts life and death, it is not bad to be able to use it once. Cutting technique is just a means used by Ji Yu Ding to demonstrate. Just dodge. If you die like this, it will be too cheap for you. Ji Yu Ding smiled slightly, and calmly met the attack of Ganzuo and others. Raptor splitting void. Forrest Gump rode on the left and took the lead. His momentum was like a dragon, and his sword energy was wrapped around his body like armor. The speed was extremely fast, and his afterimages filled the air. Ji Yu Ding looked awe-inspiring, formed a seal with one hand, read until the operation was completed, and raised his hand to throw a more powerful operation. Wood-style wood expulsion jutsu. Almost at the same time as the spell was formed, Ganzuo's sword of the raptor-splitting void hit the grimace shield heavily. The powerful shock wave spread instantly, and at this time, the meteorite that fell from the sky also fell down. The two destructive forces crossed and exploded, and the Grimace shield ignited a raging fire. The ground shook violently, everyone was dizzy, barely able to stabilize their figures. Ji Yu-ding kicked away the ghost-face wooden shield, stood in front of the crowd with a frown, pointed at A Gump, and said, "You are really annoying. It makes me very irritable. You PD me off." Compared to Bai Yi, Ji Yu-ding now hates Forrest Gump Zuo more. Ji Yu-ding thought he didn't do anything to offend Forrest Gump, but this guy just insisted on biting him from the very beginning. Ganzuo worked harder than anyone else in the battle with Ji Yu-ding. Ji Yu-ding's face was gloomy, his mood was extremely bad. The excitement of revenge is gone, and now there is only the ultimate anger that is so cold in my heart. Die 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 die. Ji Yu-ding's heart was full of dark murderous thoughts. Wood-style cutting technique. Wood-style woods collapse. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Ji Yu-ding almost poured out the chakra energy in his body, and summoned a wooden arhat comparable to Susanoo. As soon as this spell comes out, the level of combat officially moves towards the disaster level. Ji Yu-ding controls the wooden golem, and every gesture has the power to move mountains. The daimyo and his retainers who were watching the battle retreated again and again, and those who were too slow to retreat were directly photographed as meatloaf. How is it possible? This kind of shadow ninja level ninjutsu, how can you have enough chakra? Question mark. QG. Plus. %. Bai Yi looked at wooden golem Luohan, his eyes were full of shock. Before the Summit War, after Ji Yu-ding transplanted the cells of first Hokage to Bai Yi has mastered a lot of ninjutsu, but these ninjutsu are almost all at the shadow ninja level, and he does not have enough chakra to use them. Seeing Ji Yu-ding use it at this moment, he was terrified in his heart. The cricket does not know the age. Ji Yu-ding manipulated wooden golem Luohan, forcing Ganzuo and Bai Yi to retreat again and again, but they didn't kill them. One reason is that A Gump and Bai Yi have a lot of means, and they are not weak chickens who can be easily killed with 2 or 3 slaps. On the other hand, Ji Yu-ding did it on purpose, he didn't want Ganzuo and Bai Yi to die too easily. Wooden golem Luohan's offensive like a storm is just a cover for Ji Yu-ding. His real purpose is to take the opportunity to get rid of Otani Yoshitsugu and Sanada Masayuki. Sure enough, after Otani and Sanada saw wooden golem Luohan chasing Agambenzuo and Bai Yi, they quickly attacked wooden golem Luohan from the back in an attempt to clear Agamben and Bai Yi. But this hit Ji Yu-ding's hands. Slash with one blow. White Tiger, Mark of the Beast. Sanada Masayuki and Otani Yoshitsugu each slashed out a sword aura that attacked in a wide range. At this moment, when Sanada and Otani's old strength was exhausted and new strength was not released, Ji Yu-ding jumped up from wooden golem's back and threw a Rasengan at Sanada Masayuki. This is the search. Chakra. Sanada Masayuki had never seen such a thing before, and the moment he saw Rasengan, he stood up and waited with a knife in his face. However, this was still a false move by Ji Yu-ding. The real killer move Yin 5.0 is hidden behind Rasengan. Rasengan just blocked Ji Yu-ding's hand. Ji Yu-ding's hand has passed through the fruit of escape, and appeared on the back of Otani Yoshitsugu's neck secretly. Dangerous. Get out of the way. Ganzuo was the first to react. Although his observation haki was the last to awaken, his quality was stronger than the other 3. However, Otani Yoshitsugu was not so lucky this time. Caught off guard, Ji Yu-ding could crush Bai Yi like a dog, let alone Otani Jiji who is not as good as Bai Yi. Armament haki winding. Conqueror's haki enhancement. The sun, the moon, and the stars are all in full force. Dragon Claw. There was a click. Ji Yu-ding had already pulled off a piece of skull and fled back into the void, but Dagu Jiji still didn't know it. Chapter 119 Slaps in the face one after another. Please subscribe. What's wrong? Otani Yoshiji held the knife in both hands, ready to fight, with the 2-color haki fully opened, looking around vigilantly. When he saw the shocked and terrified face of Sanada Masayuki, he was still a little puzzled. Sanada, why are you looking at me? As soon as he finished speaking, Otani Yoshitsumi's eyes darkened and he fell to the ground. I haven't stood up since then. Dagu. Sanada Masayuki called Otani Yoshitsugu's name sadly. Although he didn't have a good relationship with Otani Yoshitsugu, at this time he also felt a kind of sadness. Beware of his abilities. Sanada Masayuki's voice is hoarse, but his tone is firm. His ability is almost incomprehensible for sneak attacks. He must always use armament haki to arm his whole body. We must make quick decisions and not fight protracted battles. Otherwise, we will not be able to afford the consumption of haki alone. Armament haki, theoretically, can do the perfect defense. But the amount of haki is not endless. Every additional piece of armament haki covered on the body is like an opening in the haki reservoir. In this mode of covering the whole body, no matter which powerhouse one dares to claim to be able to fight for a long time. Sanada Masayuki was the oldest, cunning and scheming, and he had some merits in grasping the situation of the battle. It's just what I want. Bai Yi, I'll sweep the array. Forrest Gump's momentum changed, and he concentrated on dealing with wooden golem Arhit. Fire-style great fireball technique. Bai Yi spewed a mighty fire towards the wooden golem. Even facing the slap of the wooden golem Arhit's mountain gravel, he still did not dodge. Because, Gump's sword moves that had accumulated strength broke out. Phantom, sword dance. All of a sudden, Gump seemed to have Senju Thousand Arms, and Senju Thousand Arms held 1,000 knife thousand swords, and 1,000 knife thousand swords cut out infinite sword energy at a speed that the naked eye could hardly keep up with. Brush, 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 brush. Sawdust flew and burned into a raging fire. Wooden golem patted Arhit's palm, but it fell on the sword light and couldn't make an inch. The sword light raged like a raging wild beast, constantly biting wooden golem Luohan. Finally, as the last two most powerful sword chi slashed out, wooden golem Luohan's footsteps swayed, and he fell to the ground suddenly, shaking the mountain instantly. At this moment, Sanada Masayuki's voice came. Forrest Gump, come and save me. It turned out that when wooden golem was attacked, Ji Yuding did not take advantage of the situation to put pressure on Ganzuo, but turned his spearhead and aimed at Masayuki Sanada. Ji Yuding knew that without the support of his chakra, the wooden golem Luohan was just a rootless weed, and his existence would not last long. He directly regarded wooden golem Luohan as an abandoned son, and used wooden golem Luohan's death to buy him time to kill Sanada Masayuki. Although Sanada Masayuki was prepared for Ji Yuding, he was still struggling under Ji Yuding's sneak attack and fell into desperation several times. Old things talk a lot. Although he failed to win Sanada Masayuki, Ji Yuding was unwilling to let him go easily. Snapped. A loud slap. Under the collision of armament haki, this slap was particularly loud. Even people who have not seen this scene can hear this sound. The battle inside was too fierce. The explosion exploded again. Fortunately, we were only outside. A warrior said resentfully. It sounds a bit different from an explosion. How should I put it? It's a bit like the sound of my dad slapping my mouth. Another samurai clicked his tongue. At this time, Sanada Masako's face was blue. Half of it was from anger, usually from a beating. He didn't need to look deliberately. He could feel the meaningful gazes from the surrounding daimyos. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Sanada Masayuki shouted madly, and swung his sword at Ji Yugong. Your Excellency Sanada, don't be impulsive. Gump shouted from a distance from the left. Don't be impulsive. I gave you a face, right? Ji Yuding smiled coldly, and raised his hand in the direction where Gump left. Snapped. Another loud slap. Bai Yi's eyes were bloodshot. He stared at Ji Yuding with hatred, and said angrily, how dare you insult me? It turned out that Ji Yuding's slap at Forrest Gump was just a feint, and the real target was Bai Yi. That's a reward for your face. As soon as the Dungkong fruit opened, Ji Yuding raised his slap again and slapped his head and face. Stop. Ganzuo shouted again, but the more Gump was left like this, the more Ji Yuding hit him harder. All of a sudden, Bai Yi and Masada Sanada were overwhelmed with coping, and everyone was in danger. Crack, crack, crack. The slap in the face seemed to hit Gumpzuo on the face. Gumpzuo was ashamed and angry, and raised his hand to sacrifice the ghost sword technique. Extreme ghost sword art storm style. A group of swords flew out from Gumpzuo's body, very slowly at first, and then quickly formed into a formation of swords. The whole space seemed to be stagnant. Ji Yuding was in it, feeling like he was in a cage. However, this cage is much more terrifying than the eternal hell in Impel Down. The sword energy grows inside, and countless swords begin to fly, forming a storm of sword energy that covers the sky and the sun. Sword chi is to me like spring rain bathing my body. Zuo A Gump, you still have a long way to go. Ji Yu Ding was in the storm of sword energy. He didn't move, and let the sword energy of Shui hit his body. Ji Yu Ding's current physical body has reached an extremely terrifying level. In terms of resilience alone, it is no less than the awakened zone fruit. As for the defensive power, it is unparalleled in the world. It's not a powerful instant explosive move, it can't cause damage to Ji Yu Ding at all. Therefore, since the beginning, Ji Yu Ding has never considered winning or losing. All he considered was the way to win 817. In other words, it's just a matter of paying a few hairs to win. But the problem now is that Gutting doesn't want to pay the price of a single hair. Boom, 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 boom. The sword energy became more and more intense, and the attack intensity became stronger and stronger, just like raindrops in a storm. At this moment, Ji Yu Ding slightly opened his eyes. He knew that the most powerful slash of Extreme Ghost Sword Technique Storm Style had arrived. HMPH, I've been waiting. Ji Yu Ding's words gave A Gump a bad premonition in Zuo's heart. Really? Ji Yu Ding repeated the same trick, tearing the void with both hands, and jumped down from the void. At the same time, the other end of the void passage appeared at the feet of Masayuki Sanada. Ah 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 ah. Sanada Masayuki screamed ghostly, and was shaken by Ji Yu Ding's punch with Conqueror's Haki, and Armament Haki's armor on his body was shaken away, and then Ji Yu Ding pulled his ankle and threw him into the storm of sword energy. Extreme Ghost Swordsmanship Storm Style. Stop the sword. A-Gump left to look at Sanada Masayuki's body, speechless. At this moment, another slap rang out between heaven and earth. Snapped. Ji Yu Ding took advantage of the moment when A Gump's left mind lost control, and brazenly slapped him across the face. Is it cool? Ji Yu Ding asked with a smile. Chapter 120 Fighting Instinct for subscription. A-Gump's left eyes were bloodshot. Ji Yu Ding, you are indeed a madman. If you don't die, this world will never have peace. Forest Ganzuo's murderous intent was unprecedentedly fierce, and the sword in his hand sensed the master's intentions, and he groaned softly. What right do you have to speak to me? Ji Yu Ding frowned slightly, looked at a Ganzuo indifferently, and said, your life is bestowed by me, your weapon is bestowed by me, and your faith is bestowed by me. I never asked you to do anything, but you in turn, act as the vanguard of the crusade against me. I would like to know, are you out of your mind? Or are you just a complete hypocrite? But you are such a villain. A Ganzuo retorted angrily. Then you think, hypocrite, is praising you. Taking another look in the direction of A Gump's left, Ji Yu Ding felt dirty. It's really not speculative. After I take you down later, I will cut off your tongue and feed you. Bah. Ji Yu Ding was too lazy to pay attention to A Gump left, turned to Bai Yi, and said, Bai Yi, have you heard of Anbu? Bai Yi's pupils shrank. Anbu is the other side of Konoha Shinobi's village, walking in the shadows all year round, and doing all the dirty things that can't be seen. These included unconventional interrogations, and countless prisoners who were sent to Anbu failed to have a happy death. How do you know? Bai Yi only knew that he was summoned, but he didn't have a definite answer as to whether Ji Yu Ding knew about the world of Hokage. Until now, when Bai Yi heard the word Anbu from Ji Yu Ding's mouth, there was a result in Bai Yi's heart. Extremely appalled. It's like a stormy sea. Bai Yi can't imagine what kind of existence Ji Yu Ding is. If he has really been to the world of Hokage, then he is now active in the world of pirates. In Bai Yi's knowledge, except for doubts, he has already don't dare to think about it anymore. At this moment, Ji Yu Ding was prompted by the system. Report host, intercepted a bug suspicion. The system prompted, oh, call it out and have a look. Ji Yu Ding thought. Soon, the system feedback report appeared on the blue screen in front of Ji Yu Ding's eyes. Wrote above, who is Ji Yu Ding? He knows the world of Hokage, and he may even know the world of Aganzuo and Makoto Masaka. If he can really shuttle freely between worlds, what is his purpose? What is the reason for his existence? What is his existence itself? From Bai Yi, host, please rest assured, the system is upgraded, the cheat group is updated, This level of suspicion and bugs will no longer cause trouble to the host. The system said, well, I understand that. Gu Ding understands that he is like a robber. If he robs banknotes with serial numbers, as long as he dares to spend them, he will be caught sooner or later. But if what is being robbed is not banknotes with serial numbers, but banknotes that have passed through other people's hands, then even if the police have the ability to do so, they can't make a fuss about the banknotes. Those skills used to be the serial banknotes of the bank. Okay, after I clean them up, you can make a summary report for me. Gu Ding ordered the system to enter standby mode, and then started. Do you know why I haven't killed you all this time? Could it be that you think I can't do anything to you? Actually, it's just that I haven't figured out how to deal with you. Now, I'm too lazy to think about it. Break your legs first. Gu Ding rushed towards Bai Yi with a dignified expression. The successive battles have aroused Gu Ding's fighting instinct. The fighting skills that had been integrated into his body gradually returned. Shave, return. Moonwalk, return. Finger pistol, returning. However, these are nothing. At best, they are just icing on the cake. Kneel down. The speed at which Gu Ding exploded in an instant exceeded the limit of Bai Yi's ability to react. Bai Yi only had time to see Gu Ding's protruding palm. Relying on his fighting instinct, he formed a defensive handprint. Wood-style Wood Expulsion Jutsu. This, Wood Expulsion Jutsu, Grimace Shield is much smaller than the one Gu Ding had formed before, but it is enough to slightly resist Gu Ding's menacing approach and buy a little time. However, one thing was overlooked in the day and night. That is Gu Ding's fruit ability, Escape Fruit. Under the effect of the Escape Fruit, Gu Ding's forward palm turned into a slap from the sky, appearing directly on top of Bai Yi's head. How could this be? Bai Yi hurriedly encouraged armament hockey, gathered all over his body, and then stretched out a palm to block it. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Bai Yi's knees softened and he knelt on the ground. At this time, a Gump Zuo's slash also arrived. 7 cuts. The sword reaches the people. The blue radiance of the sword gang left afterimages in the air. Forrest Gump moved his sword like the wind, constantly changing weapons, lightsaber, short sword, long sword, and giant sword. 4 swords came out together, forcing Gu Ding to retreat 3 steps in a row. Extreme God Sword Technique. Slash through the sky. Gump's left combat power exploded, and he slashed with sword energy at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. These slashes are all accompanied by Haki, and each one can easily slay a huge Sea Kings, all of which fell on Gu Ding. BD. Gu Ding was so angry that he grabbed a Gump's sword with one hand. The slashing sword chi that raged like a madman came to an abrupt end. Haki of Forrest Gump is attached to the knife, and Haki is also a part of Forrest Gump. At the same time, an electric shock came. Reader plug-in. Moment. Forrest Gump has no secrets to speak of in front of Gu Ding. Forrest Gump knows everything. Gu Ding knows everything. What Forrest Gump understood, Gu Ding understood everything. Forrest Gump left to think, but Gu Ding had it all. This is the scary part of the reader cheat. As long as you keep in touch with it, all the opponent's thoughts at that time can be read. Have you read it? Just like mind reading. It's just that the mind reading technique of this predictable prophet needs to be exposed to this prerequisite. For a brief moment, like a white horse passing by, the abnormal look in Gu Ding's eyes was fleeting, and turned into a kind of insightful wisdom and contemptuous majesty. The situation has taken a turn for the worse. Gu Ding picked up the knife and whispered a word in a Gump's left ear. Forrest Gump was terrified. Breaking the army and rising the dragon strike. Breaking the army and rising the dragon strike is a tyrannical and domineering swordsmanship, a swordsmanship that was born in response to adversity. Moment. Forrest Gump was pushed up by a huge force. Next, he found that Gu Ding jumped back a step, and the meteor star meteor knife on his back appeared at his side. Oops. Armament Zuo hurriedly gathered armament Haki. And the sword in Gu Ding's hand, the sword light swaying from the sword, has come like a storm. Phantom Sword Dance. Chapter 121. You Can't Die. Please subscribe. The swordsmanship that had killed the wooden golem Arhat before reappeared. It's just that this time, a Ganzuo changed from the performer to the recipient. You can't understand what it's like until you're in it. Ganzuo seemed to be a thin child facing the furious ape. He could only curl up tightly and bear it silently. Woo, 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 woo. Countless sword chi passed by, and at the same time, countless sword chi slashed at him. Gumpo knew that if he hadn't learned the power called Haki in Wanokuni, he would be bathed in the phantom sword dance this time, and it would be very bad. Even so, Gump had already had countless small wounds on his body. Although the injury is not serious, but looks quite miserable. Relatively speaking, Forrest Gump's physical body is still too weak. Although his swordsmanship is very strong, there is one thing he can't make up for. In a short time he is immortal. He will hurt, he will bleed, he will die. At the beginning, when he first came to Wanokuni, relying on the world's best swordsmanship, Gump did sweep some enemies. However, in high-density battles, his weaknesses were quickly exposed. Without Haki to defend him, the enemy's sword slashed on his body, which was a real wound. In the end, he didn't lose the sword move, but he lost the battle and had to run away. When the storm finally subsides, after blocking the last two sword chi from Phantom Sword Dance, Gump left in a panic. Thanks to Bai Yi's timely assistance, Ji Yu Ding's continuous attacks on Ganzuo were prevented. Otherwise, it is really possible that Gumpzuo will hate him for this. However, this time, Ji Yu Ding didn't intend to give Gump a chance to breathe. He wanted to break Gump's leg in one breath. Extremely godly sword art, 10,000 swords returning to the sect. This was originally Gump's method to suppress the bottom of the box, but it was used by Ji Yu Ding at this time, and I don't know how Gump will feel. Wood style. The tree world is coming. At the critical moment, Bai Yi used a generation of ninjutsu to replace defense with offense. The wild and growing trees kept facing the sharp sword energy, and then were cut into countless dust debris by the sharp sword blade, splashing around. The two forces are constantly offsetting each other, and each is constantly multiplying. It is difficult to tell the result within a few seconds. Ji Yu Ding was slightly displeased. Now I still have too few skills. Although I have mastered the swordsmanship of Sanada Masayuki and Otani Yoshitsugu, the overall quality is not good, and I can't use it to fight Ganzuo and Bai Yi. This time, I have to find a way to quickly increase my strength, and the lack of attack means has now become a bottleneck that prevents me from becoming stronger. And, now it seems that I still lack a handy weapon. Through fighting, Ji Yu Ding realized his problems. If there is an enemy whose strength is much worse than his, he will die at the flick of his fingers. However, once he encounters a relatively stalemate situation, the lack of attack methods becomes a hindrance to his true strength. Escape fruit. Ji Yu Ding decisively activated the escape fruit, opening a hole inside Bai Yi's defensive circle, and the sharp sword energy came directly to Bai Yi along the void hole. Shoot everything. All directions are destroyed. Evil bird seal, flaming sparrow. The mark of the beast Qinglongya. At the moment when the extreme god swordsmanship Wanjian Gui Zong was withdrawn, Ji Yu Ding slashed 4 times in a row. These 4 knives are the deadly moves of Sanada and Otani, which are quite oppressive. Ji Yu Ding didn't give Gump and Bai Yequan any chance to rest, making them tired of defending. After cutting these 4 knives, Ji Yu Ding won himself a second of thinking time. Ji Yu Ding closed his eyes. A crazy idea breeds in my mind. Ji Yu Ding opened his eyes again. He already had a plan in mind. Escape fruit. Ji Yu Ding stretched out his hand and urged it with all his strength. This was the first time he used the change of the escaping fruit to activate it. The 2 ends of the void channel are no longer equal-shaped holes. One end of Ji Yu Ding's side remains the same, while the other end that appears around Gump's left has become countless small black holes the size of a pinhead, most of which ABCA densely surround Gump's knees. The black hole itself has no breath, but at this moment Gump could smell a little danger from it. Sure enough, Gump looked at Ji Yu Ding from the left, and Ji Yu Ding swung a fist towards the entrance of the cave with the determination of divine punishment in his eyes. God's punishment void fracture. Ji Yu Ding's fist blasted into the void, but the other end of the void passage couldn't let Ji Yu Ding's fist go out. All of a sudden, contradictory forces continued to intensify. At the other end of the void channel, cracks appeared like broken glass. 045801501 Filu 000411201. Crack, crack. The sound of space breaking is everywhere, very similar to Whitebeard's shock fruit, but the breath in it is sharper than what shock fruit can bring. On the one hand, the broken void is constantly absorbing a gump, making it difficult for him to get out as if he is stuck in a quagmire. On the other hand, the shattered space fragments are sharper than the blade of Hockey's sword, and the countless space fragments concentrated at a gump's left knee directly strangled one of his legs, and the kneecap of his other leg was also shattered by space fragments. Cut into fine particles. Thump. A-Gump left kneeling on the ground. This is the difference between skill moves and brute force attacks. Sufficient brute force can indeed ignore all skills. But when the strength is similar, exquisite moves become the key to victory. Ji Ding got what he wanted, he didn't lose a hair, and A-Gump's legs were crippled. You still kneel down. Ji Ding's indifferent eyes fell on Bai Yi. At this time, in Ji Ding's eyes, A-Gumpo who has become a disabled person is just a dog, who can no longer turn upside down. Bai Yi's heart has never been more complicated than before. Not reconciled, wanting to resist, self-righteous, astonished, doubtful, desperate, desperate, desperate again, even more regretful. Countless emotions condensed in his heart, which was unspeakably miserable. Bai Yi looked at the young man with his hands behind his back with a blank mind, feeling at a loss for the first time. In the end, like red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, all emotions are intertwined in my heart, gathering into a black madness. Ji Ding, you must die. Ah! Bai Yi lost his mind and threw all the ninjutsu he knew at Ji Ding, although none of them could cause Ji Ding a little harm. I like your madness very much. Ji Ding looked at Bai Yi peacefully like a quiet boy next door. Why don't you add some more? Ji Ding chopped off Bai Yi's kneecap with a wave. Thump. Bai Yi also knelt down. So far, both Bai Yi and Forrest Gump were defeated, kneeling in front of Ji Ding in humiliation. Suddenly, A-Gump raised his sword to the left, wanting to kill himself. But how could Ji Ding make him wish? He slapped him on the face and kicked all his swords away. I want to die now. Ji Ding's words were like a steel needle piercing A-Gump's left heart. Late. Chapter 122 The Queen for subscription. A-Gump raised his head to look at Ji Ding, his eyes were full of hatred. You can't live, you can't die. Ji Ding, can I talk to you? A-Gump was unwilling and conflicted in his heart. He obviously wanted to bow his head to Ji Ding, but he couldn't let go of his poor dignity. Sad. Ji Ding left these two words, turned and left without looking at Ganzuo and Bai Yi again. Things have come to this point, this situation naturally someone knows what to do. In this battle, only 3 of Wano Kuni's 6 daimyos remained, and the general who was loyal to the royal family was also beheaded. The rest of the daimyo looked at Ji Ding, startled and frightened, and at the same time couldn't help thinking, if 7 people go up together, can Ji Ding be taken down? Immediately, they snuffed out this crazy idea and repeatedly cursed themselves for being out of their wits. Because, whether they admit it or not, Ji Ding is now the veritable king of Wano Kuni. So, one by one was busy showing courtesy, and without Ji Ding's orders, they employed people to control Ganzuo and Bai Yi and educate them. Ji Ding didn't care about these flattery, but to settle a concern, Ji Ding took Ling Nu around gracefully. During this period of time, Ding Nu took over all the mundane and chores related to the 3 daimyos. In addition, Ding Nu also did something that was not reported to Ji Ding. That is the torture of A-Gump and Bai Yi. In the dark dungeon, Shan Mu was playing with a sharp knife. Crisis is like a mirror that can reflect human nature. It is undeniable that there are many dark, dirty, and unspeakable things in human nature, such as cruelty, violence, and bloodthirsty. But these are not all. It is an incomprehensible, inexcusable quality. Ding Nu walked up behind A-Gump left, leaned on A-Gump's ear, and whispered, but there is one thing, no matter what dynasty or generation, no matter what country or region, they will not tolerate, let alone forgive, that point is called betrayal. Accompanied by the dim light, Ding Mu's entire face was buried in the shadows, the only thing that could be seen clearly were his shining eyes. One thing I really don't understand is that the one who is as great as a god lord serves by his side. You don't appreciate kindness, but think of betrayal. I really want to open your heads and see if there are maggots growing in your heads. However, speaking of this, Ding Mu was a little frustrated. The God Lord will not allow me to take your heads off. After all, you may die then. Bah, old man, after talking for so long, what exactly do you want? Gump left his heart full of resentment. On the other hand, Bai Yi, he was very quiet, or rather ashamed. It doesn't matter anymore. Bai Yi knows that in the current situation, death is the greatest gift. You have to ask knowingly. It seems that you are really stupid. Ding Mu patted Gump on Zuo's back, and the snow-white blade slowly opened a hole in his body. Ding Mu picked up a hungry and shriveled locust in the torture basin and, slowly stuffed it in. The pitiful screams echoed in the dungeon, and lasted for a long time. Ding Mu's heart was full of joy, the movements of his hands controlling the penalty became more skillful, and his attitude became more pious. Let me do for him what the God Lord disdains to do. You scumbags, traitors, and idiots, I will let you know what cruelty is. Wano Kuni is now in a state of affairs, and the place where Ji Ding is located has become the center of Uzumaki. The three great names came together to meet, but they were all rejected by Ji Ding. Ji Ding's eyes will only fall higher and farther ahead. How about Wano Kuni? What about Wano Kuni's name, is not what Ji Ding pays attention to anymore. However, Kazuki Oden once made Ji Ding look sideways. Anyway, Kazuki Oden is also a person who followed Roger and learned the truth of the world. For a split second, Ji Ding wanted to put his hands on Kazuki Oden's head. However, Ji Ding quickly killed this idea. One Piece, the truth of the world. Ji Gong, don't need spoilers yet. Ji Ding has a firm mind. No matter what kind of temptation, he can kill his thoughts with a snap of his fingers. After looting the whole Wano Kuni, Ji Ding got a total of 11 devil fruits, one of which was the Paramesha cross-dressing fruit sent by Kazuki Oden. When Ji Ding saw this fruit, he couldn't hold back a smile on his face. I cut off Huhuojinamon. Ji Ding said lightly, and then he called the system. System, open a new plugin. Follow me, host. Start the countdown for 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. In addition, a major event that shocked the whole country happened. The mausoleum of the general protecting the country in the northeast region was stolen. 0. The bones of the general protecting the country, Long Maki and his saber, were stolen by unknown gangs. Wano Kuni was shaken up and down, and the people were furious. Ji Ding was too lazy to care about such things. God's footsteps never stop for mortals. Life and death, riches and honors all have fate. Whether the bones are stolen or the famous knife and autumn water are stolen, it is his fate. The prisoner who robbed the tomb, Ji Ding knew who it was. Gecko Moria. Moria shouldn't have stolen Ryoma's bones at this time. Could it be that he fought Kaido? A guess arose in Ji Ding's mind. He felt that the process of world events was speeding up under his agitation. Kuzan is dead, Sengoku is dead, and the official history of the world has been completely changed by me. I just don't know how these will affect Luffy and Zoro. Maybe in the future, Luffy will really be trained by Garp to become the strongest sea soldier. Counting the time, Ji Ding knew that Luffy was just born. Fire Fist Ace was only 3 years old at this time, but Nico Robin was in his prime. Nico Robin, I'd love to see you. Ji Ding was sad, his eyes filled with loneliness. Those who climb to the top and enjoy it alone in no one's place are lonely kings. Moonlight, Qingchuan, small garden, quiet path. After sweeping Wano Kuni's top combat power, although Ji Ding didn't say much, the remaining 3 daimyos also reached a consensus. Wano Kuni needs a strong man in charge. Otherwise, Wano Kuni will be destroyed in an instant before the waves of the sea. After weighing the pros and cons, Kazuki Oden and the others decided to request Ji Ding's asylum. Although Ji Ding wiped out half of Wano Kuni's top forces like reaping wheat, he didn't make any excessive demands. In this regard, compared with Kaido of the Beasts trying to control Wano Kuni, Ji Ding is simply a kind-hearted man. My lord, please allow us to borrow your name. Kazuki Oden issued a humble request, and he was accompanied by the remaining 2 powerful daimyos Nakai Masao and Aiz Fuhui. Oh, Ji Ding turned around and said slowly, I have something to tell you. Please tell me, Your Excellency. Nakai Masao said with a smile. From now on, Wei Sung Lingnu is the Queen of Wanokuni. Ji Yu Ding's voice echoed in the hall. Chapter 123 Punishment. Becoming a Woman. Subscribe. How is this possible? Kazuo Eyes objected. When he came this time, all he wanted in his heart was to pluck Ji Yu Ding's victory fruit, who knew that Ji Yu Ding would parachute a queen to them as soon as he opened his mouth. Kazuo Eyes feels ridiculous. As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere in the hall immediately froze. Neither Kazuki Oden nor Nakai Masao expected this situation to happen. They looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Ji Yu Ding glanced at Eyes Fengshong lightly, and asked, "Do you have an opinion?" Only then did Eyes Kazuo realize that the young man in front of him was not a useless junior in his family, but a murderous demon without batting an eyelid. Thump. Eyes Fushong hurriedly knelt on the ground. With a pale complexion, he explained in a 5 or 60 way, "The Lord is above, and the villain has no objection. The villain is just worried that Mrs. Wacheng Ling is a foreign female family member, and she will be the master. Wanokuni will cause public outrage. Then kill." Ji Yu Ding's icy voice fell on the top of Eyes Fuyuo's head, like a sword chi sweeping across him, making him tremble all over. "My lord, the villain is afraid that this will arouse even greater public resentment. If the whole country is full of resentment, even we can't control it." Eyes Fuyuki argued bitterly. "Go ahead and kill." Ji Yu Ding glanced at Kazuo Eyes, without any human compassion in his eyes. Hearing this, Eyes Fuyu was sweating profusely, lying on the ground, unable to speak for a long time. Even Kazuki Oden and Nakai Masao were quite frightened by Ji Yu Ding's single-handed killing intent. No one thinks that what Ji Yu Ding said was a joke. The kind of coldness that goes straight to the depths of the soul is the best proof. It's the villain who is being rude. After saying that, Eyes Fushong pulled out his waist knife, crippled an arm, knelt down and kowtowed. "Please make amends, my lord." Kazuki Oden and Nakai Masao were amazed by Eyes' ruthlessness, and at the same time felt a little sweat for Eyes. Oh, Ji Yu Ding was noncommittal. Could it be that human beings feel pity for the ant missing a leg and cannot bear such emotions? The answer is no. "Follow me." Ji Yu Ding's indifferent voice sounded. "I'll show you something." Just now, Ji Yu Ding heard the system prompt sound. "Congratulations to host, the new plugin has been successfully opened. The plugin name is 6 Paths. 6 Paths is a new auxiliary plugin with the core of weakening. Host can use this plugin to make the enemy go through 6 paths reincarnation. Host can." A series of beeps from the system made Ji Yu Ding feel like he got something good. "So that's how it is." Ji Yu Ding said in his heart, "This cheat is exactly what I want." Kazuki Oden, Eyes Kazuo, and Nakai Masao followed Ji Yu Ding for no apparent reason, until they arrived at the dungeon where the felons were held. Except for A Gump and Bai Yi, other subordinates of Bai Yi were also caught in the dungeon and controlled. Ding Mu walked in front and led the way, leading Ji Yu Ding to Aganzuo and Bai Yi. Aganzuo and Bai Yi were tortured by Ding Mu until they were exhausted and bruised. When they saw Ji Yu Ding at this time, their eyes were filled with flames of anger. "Ji Yu Ding, I'm going to kill you," Zuo A Gump shouted heartbreakingly. "Presumptuous," snapped. Ding Mu directly slapped A Gump on the left face, then picked up the whip and whipped it vigorously. "All right, yes, God Lord." Ji Yu Ding stopped Ding Mu, but he didn't pay attention to Aganzuo and Bai Yi, but turned to the 3 daimyos behind him, and said indifferently, "Widen your eyes." Bai Yi suddenly had an ominous premonition, trembling uncontrollably, and began to howl. "Why are you howling? You have a bit of backbone." A-Gump yelled angrily. Ji Yu Ding is very satisfied with Bai Yi's performance. He who has always been indifferent, only now showed a little smile. Ji Yu Ding put his hand on Forrest Gump's head, looked at Bai Yi and said, "Is your observation hockey predicting the future? Or is it because you know me and are afraid of me?" Bai Yi's howling became even more intense, and he couldn't utter human words with the woo-woo in his mouth. Crazy, as if delirious. Amidst Bai Yi's wailing, Ji Yu Ding's eyes became cold again. He communicated with the system in his heart, and said silently, 6 paths. A puff of smoke rose and enveloped A Gumpso. "Ji Yu Ding, are you capable? Kill me." Kill me if you dare. Otherwise, I will kill you sooner or later. Aganzuo yelled frantically for a while, but no one paid attention to him. Gradually, Aganzuo realized that something was wrong. Not only the names of the three, even the way Bai Yi looked at him became weird. What's going on here? Why is my voice so high-pitched? Gump was full of fear in his heart. He looked at himself, and then widened his eyes. Gump was terrified in his heart. His eyes wandered, and he saw his appearance at this time through the dagger inserted by Ding Mu on the table. It was a delicate face full of fear. The nose, mouth, and eyes were as exquisite as jade carvings 4.2, especially the small pair of fearful eyes, which made the whole person look pitiful. How became like this? Yu Ding, what did you do to me? At this moment, Gump didn't even have the strength to speak. Fuyu didn't care about the pain at this time. He was startled and frightened now. Looking at Gump's current appearance, he began to rejoice that he had chosen to be decisive before. If I become like this, how can I live? Fushong thought resentfully. All of a sudden, Gump left in grief and indignation. FK. Changed. Really changed. It's gone. It's really gone. Chapter 124 Customized Tasks for Subscription. Gump Zuo was so ashamed and angry, he wished he could faint, tilted his head, and simply chose to close his eyes and pretend to be dead. Seeing Aganzuo's appearance, a smile appeared on Ding Mu's withered face. It deserves it. Ding Mu applauded in his heart. This is simply unbelievable. Fairy art, divine art. Kazuki Oden howled excitedly, looking at Yu Ding with shining eyes, more and more full of piety. The divine power is boundless. God Master means Tongtian. Masao Nakai and Fukao eyes also hurriedly worshipped, expressing their reverence like a surging river. Suddenly, the silent dungeon became noisy. Various voices of worship came and went. Yu Ding didn't bother to pay attention, and put his hand on the trembling white hair. Lord, Master. Bai Yi, slave, I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Bai Yi was terrified by Yu Ding's methods. Whether it was the previous summit war or the current one-arm modification, Yu Ding's methods were like gods and demons descending into the world. Now, Bai Yi's intestines are green with regret. Boom. Oh one. A puff of smoke rose. Amidst the sound of worship one after another, Yu Ding turned and left the dungeon. With the mentality of seeking truth and knowledge, Kazuki Oden verified the monstrous power of God Master Yu Ding. Ting Mu gave Kazuki Oden a supercilious look, and then called his men. Has the rest of the Konoha pirates been escorted over? Ding Mu asked. Back to your lord. 2 of them ran away during the initial roundup, but they have been caught now. It is expected to be delivered tomorrow morning. Very good. Ding Mu nodded, looked at Gump left, and said, give them 2 mirrors in front of each other. Yes, my lord. Also, Ding Mu said again. Buy some aphrodisiacs for livestock, and mix them with the rice tomorrow to feed those Konoha remnants. Then, lock them together. Your Excellency, what do you mean? The subordinate asked with some doubts. Aganzuo, Bai Yi and those remaining parties are locked together. Ding Mu glanced at him, the meaning in his eyes was self-evident. Yes, my lord, the subordinates will do as they please, and they will die. Nakai Masano, who was walking at the end, heard what Ding Mu said, and couldn't help but tighten his buttocks, and hurriedly quickened his pace and left the dungeon. Shocking Kazuki Oden and the others, it can be regarded as clearing the way for Weisung Lingnu to take over Wano-kuni. Yu Ding believes that with this meeting, even if Weisung Lingnu dismantles Wano-kuni in the future, Kazuki Oden and the others will not dare to say no. Handing Wano-kuni to Weisung Lingenvi, Yu Ding settled his worries. That night, Weisung Lingenvi went to bed early, and Yu Ding sat on the roof alone, staring at the night sky in a daze. System, are you human? Yu Ding asked in his heart. Back to the host, I'm not a human being, but a high-level system, and the definition of the system is. The system sent a lot of text instructions to the virtual screen in front of Yu Ding. But those are not what Yu Ding wants. I want to talk to someone. Yu Ding thought. The system directly Kaido. Weisung Lingnu is sleeping in the garden 50 meters behind you. The person closest to you is Ding Mu, who has been waiting behind you for your orders. If necessary, you can talk to him. Ji Yu Ding directly and unilaterally cut off the conversation with the system. There are only shadows under the moon, and there is no blind date when drinking alone. In Ji Yu Ding's heart, there was a deep loneliness. Invincible loneliness. Under the moonlight, he heard many things and understood many things. I used to think that becoming the strongest and the king of the world was the most passionate thing. Now, when I grasp the power step by step and can easily control the life and death of others, I realize that I am so lonely. When Saitama became the strongest, he fell into emptiness, and once said, "The so-called overwhelming power is such a boring thing." I am a little envious of the Ant King, at least he still has a confidant like my Mai. And me and Saitama are poor people alone. Ha ha ha. However, how can I stop my footsteps? Ji Yu Ding cut off all distracting thoughts with a snap of his fingers, and once again became lonely and arrogant. System. Ji Yu Ding shouted in his heart. Can you seal my strength? After a while, the system sound rang in Ji Yu Ding's mind. In the existing authority, the operation of seal strength is not supported. The reduction of strength can only be reduced to the end, like avoiding the review of heaven, and it cannot be sealed in stages. However, host, you can customize the seal plugin. Does the host want to know about this? Yes. Understood. Ji Yu Ding Kaido in his heart. The sound of the system sounded again. Dear host, customizing a plugin needs to complete a rigorous task, which is often not something that can be accomplished with strength alone. The process of the task will test the quality and ability of the host in all aspects, and it often takes a long time. Do you think there will be things I can't accomplish? Ji Yu Ding snorted coldly in his heart, and said, "Start this demanding task for me. It's best to let me have fun." Received the host command, the custom plugin task is starting. The custom plugin task has been opened successfully. Customize the pre-task of the plugin task. Mission. 4 Cs. Task requirements. Establish a pirate base in the 4 seas of the southeast, northwest, and exist for 1 month at the same time without being completely destroyed by the marine. If the 317 mission fails, the custom plugin mission will not be refreshed. A series of sounds from the system appeared in Ji Yu Ding's mind. Okay. Ji Yu Ding pondered for a while, and thought, this task can't be rushed, it has to be considered in the long run. It's better to pay off the traitors first. Speaking of killing the traitors, Ji Yu Ding remembered what he learned from Bai Yi. At the end of the Summit War, Gilgamesh snatched a warship and left, and Makoto Masaka took the initiative to board the ship of the red-haired Shanks. After that, none of these betrayers had contact with Bai Yi. Break the news. Ji Yu Ding tapped his fingers and thought, red-haired Shanks, you definitely won't let Masaka Makoto be your companion. If you really invite Masaka Makoto, I'm disappointed. I can only hurt you, killer. Although you saved me, I also said, I would rather let the world down. After leaving Wano-kuni, I still go to inquire about the news first. Speaking of inquiring about information, Ji Yu Ding thought of a person who was once so cunning that he made Ji Yu Ding laugh. Don Quixote Doflamingo. This guy, because he was afraid of Ji Yu Ding, actually used a clone to fool the Marine government during the Summit War. Doflamingo. Smart people don't die too fast. Ji Yu Ding became interested in Doflamingo for the first time. Your underground intelligence network, you better not let me down. Chapter 125 Violet for subscription. Although Ji Yu Ding and Doflamingo had a grudge because of Bai Yi's attack, and Bai Yi's betrayal happened later, this does not mean that Ji Yu Ding will forgive Doflamingo, and even thank Doflamingo for almost shooting Bai Yi to death. One thing is one thing. N is grace, resentment is resentment. Ji Yu Ding has always been very clear, just like his eyes, always black and white. Ji Yu Ding made up his mind to go to Derice Rosa as the first stop after leaving Wano-kuni. In the official history, when Doflamingo occupied Derice Rosa, Ji Yu Ding is not clear, but he thinks that the current world situation will probably promote the process of Doflamingo stealing the country. Moria challenged the Kaido of the beasts early as she was recruited as a Shichibukai, her confidence inflated. Even the introduction of the Shichibukai system was brought forward by several years because of Ji Yu Ding. The karma of fate has never been clear. Ji Yu Ding even speculated whether Nico Robin followed Kei Lakadar on the way to steal Alabasta. Go to De Rosa first, and if Doflamingo is not there, go to his station in Sabayati Archipelago. Ji Ding made up his mind and left Wano-kuni with Ding Mu. Weisung Lingenvi was very reluctant to give up to Ji Ding, but was persuaded by Ji Ding. When I settle everything, I will pick you up. Ji Ding left such a promise, and at the same time put a phone bug in Ling Nu's hands. In case anything happens, please contact me immediately. Ji Ding said, leave here. God Lord, the mammoth that is moored in front of the beast's pirate ship. When Ji Ding was conceiving new skills in the cabin, Ding Mu came in to report. Oh, I forgot about them. Tell them I'm here. Order them to withdraw the pirate flag and go to Wano-kuni to protect Ling Nu's safety. Ji Ding explained some things briefly, and continued to rub the corners of his eyes in thought. There are many objects to liquidate. Beasts pirates, Kaido of the Beasts, a man who claims to be immortal. HMPH. You've been staring at Wano-kuni, and you rejected my invitation before. Let me end your boring life. Ji Ding also put Kaido on the must-kill list. Passing through Zou, they didn't stay. After sending people to exchange the record pointers, the ship where Ji Ding was on headed for De Rosa. Before leaving, Ji Ding looked at this huge ancient elephant and was silent for a long time. System, can reader plugins really not be able to read animals? Ji Ding asked in his heart. The system answered tirelessly. Dear host, readers can only read human beings. If you insist on reading that elephant, you can first use 6 paths to reincarnate it into a human being. Ji Ding gave the system a cold look. When he becomes a human, his power will be reset. Why should I still read him? The matter of Zou was just a small episode. Soon after, Ji Ding landed on the island of Rosa. Randomly grabbed someone, and after reading it, a smile appeared on Ji Ding's cold face. Sure enough, De Rosa has been stolen. Just when Ji Ding was about to leave, a female figure appeared in front of him. Brown-black long hair, beautiful light brown pupils, a red flower on her head, a polka-dot layered lace dance skirt and purple dance shoes. At a young age, she has the glamour of a royal princess. If it weren't for the fact that she was only 10 years old, Ji Ding would have been a gentleman. Little sister, why are you looking for me? Ji Ding showed a warm smile and bent down to look at Violet. Violet has big eyes, and she is just at her cute age. Feeling that Ji Ding was not as scary as she imagined, Violet boldly said, I know you are very powerful. Ji Ding followed Violet's words and asked, oh, how should I say it? Although Violet is only 10 years old, she hardly sees the innocence that her peers should have on her face. She looked straight into Ji Ding's eyes and said seriously, I saw it. The giant sea kings are scared like puppies by your glance. It's just as good. I know it, it's conqueror's hockey, and it's the qualifications of a king. Ji Ding nodded, motioning for Violet to continue talking. I want you to help me. Help De Rosa. Violet's tone became serious, and the tears kept rolling in her eyes, but she just tried her best not to fall. You are not a pirate, but you are not a marine. I don't know your identity, but I want you to rescue my father. De Rosa was stolen by Doflamingo under Doflamingo's conspiracy. Father was captured by the people. I misunderstood and became a person who was cast aside by all, and is now captured by Doflamingo in the palace. Please, save my father and king. Ha ha ha. Looking at Violet who was about to cry, Ji Ding laughed and said, does it have to have the word pirate written on your face to be considered a pirate? Who told you that I am not a pirate? But, you don't have a pirate flag on your ship. Violet argued. I saw it with my own eyes. Hearing is not necessarily false, and seeing is not necessarily true. With a malicious smile on Ji Ding's face, he said, a delicate girl doll like you can be sold for a lot of money in Sabayati Archipelago. Ha ha, you, how dare you? Violet's face paled. She took a step back, and said angrily, I'm Violet, the cadre of the Don Quixote family. Be careful that Doflamingo will make you overwhelmed. Doflamingo, tisk tisk, I really can't get enough of it. Ji Ding said an ambiguous sentence. Violet thought that Ji Ding was intimidated by Doflamingo's name, so she let out a hum, and left. Ji Ding smiled slightly, and immediately found an elegant tavern to drink. God, do you want to follow her? Ding Mu knew Ji Yu Ding's temperament quite well, and he judged that Ji Yu Ding was interested in Violet from his observations, but he didn't know where Ji Yu Ding's interest came from. Drink. Of the money, Ji Yu Ding said lightly. Yes, God Lord. Ding Mu sat beside Ji Yu Ding respectfully. While talking with Violet, Ji Yu Ding activated Observation Hockey. Under the perception of Observation Hockey, the aura of the entire De Reese Rosa Island can be seen at a glance. Except for Ji Yu Ding, the strongest aura is Doflamingo's. Ji Yu Ding's Observation Hockey glanced over, arousing Doflamingo's vigilance. When Doflamingo launched Hockey to scan back, he found that Ji Yu Ding's position was empty, and he could only detect the relatively strong talent. An outsider. Doflamingo tapped his fingers and said, Violet is trying to persuade outsiders to attack me again. This little girl still doesn't understand anything. Foo 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 foo. Doflamingo bared his teeth and grinned, calling for Toripal. Call that Violet girl. Yes, hands. Chapter 126 Garp's Invitation for Subscription. Walking on the familiar palace, but no longer the familiar feeling of the past. Overnight, the family was destroyed. She was supposed to be a sworn enemy, but she could only recognize the thief as her father, and she was burdened with a burden that shouldn't belong to her age. Looking at the tall figure in front of her, Violet was filled with hatred. If eyes could kill, Toripal would have died hundreds of times at the hands of Violet. Violet, what are you doing? Toripal stopped and looked at Violet with a gloomy face. No. Nothing. Violet was a little flustered, quickly changed the subject, and asked, What is the young master looking for from me? Toripal stared at Violet for a moment, and said, Don't think I don't understand your little thoughts. I advise you, put away your hostility and correct your attitude. Violet was sweating coldly, and was stared at by Toripal, as if being stared at by a wild beast. Toripal, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Violet argued. HMPH. After seeing Dover, Toripal turned and walked on. Violet followed with heavy steps, her mind was clouded. 430. Could it be that Doflamingo has discovered my whereabouts? Impossible. I checked with the Grow Fruit, and there are no Doflamingo people around. Along the way, Violet's mind was heavy, and when she walked into Doflamingo's room, Doflamingo was arguing with a phone bug. Are you crazy? Are you going to use me as an experiment? Garp, do you know who you are talking to? If your marine government changes every day and treats the 7 warlords of the sea like this, I advise you to weigh the consequences. Now the sea will not be the sea it used to be. At the end, Doflamingo's voice was gloomy, as if there was an ice cube stuck in his throat. Garp, on the phone bug's end, was tough, berating Doflamingo mercilessly. Doflamingo, don't be so selfish. You have also participated in the Summit War and witnessed Ji Yu Ding's methods with your own eyes. Are you confident that you can withstand his anger? And, what you did in the Summit War, do you want me to speak out? Now you have only one choice, and that is to cooperate with the government and donate yourselves. Otherwise, you will face the world government and Ji Yu Ding lurking in the dark at the same time. Since when did the 7 warlords of the sea and the government really be in the same camp? It sounds so high-sounding, but it's just mutual use. Doflamingo said with a strange tone. Give me my cells, I'm afraid you will deal with me when you recover your breath. Foo 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 foo. Garp, dare you deny it? Your attitude disappoints me. I thought you were different from those warriors and would have a long-term view. Now it seems that it is only mediocre. Garp said firmly, you think Marine is a threat to you. No, you are wrong. The real threat is Ji Yu Ding. Ji Yu Ding, his power vanished into thin air, he was almost beaten to death by a Kainu, and even the pirate group fell apart. What a mess the Fishman Island under his name is. Tell me, what threat can he pose? Doflamingo responded ridiculed. Garp was silent for a moment, and said this sentence. As long as his body isn't seen, he's always a threat. Doflamingo frowned slightly, put away his rebellious temperament temporarily, and asked, Garp, do you have something to hide from me about Ji Yu Ding? If you want to know, come to Marineford with your sincerity. After speaking, Garp hung up the phone. Old stuff. Doflamingo cursed, and his eyes fell on the reward order on the table. The most wanted pirate on the bounty list is Ji Yu Ding. Since the Summit War, Ji Ding has disappeared from everyone's field of vision, as if evaporated from the world. Ji Ding, a man who almost stabbed the sky, will you just disappear like this? Although in the conversation with Garp, Doflamingo and Ji Ding showed contempt, but it was just a disguise for negotiating conditions with the government. Ji Ding, as long as anyone who has participated in the Summit War, who is not afraid of this man? The scene that forced Galusolino to kill Kuzan himself is still vivid in my mind. In the first few days, when Doflamingo closed his eyes, he could think of that scene. Doflamingo licked his lips, looked at Ji Ding's reward order and whispered, forcing relatives and friends to kill each other, this is art. Thank you Ji Ding, for giving me such a good inspiration. Let me control King Liku to complete the stealing of the country, the performance of. Foo foo foo. When Violet heard Doflamingo's words, her body tensed up, and she secretly wrote down the name, Ji Ding. Dover. Violet brought it. Torpol walked to Doflamingo and said. Doflamingo nodded slightly, then pointed at Violet and hooked his fingers. Violet walked up to Doflamingo anxiously, and asked, Young master, what do you want from me? Violet, I am very disappointed by your performance. I thought we had reached a consensus that night, but what you are doing now makes me chill. Doflamingo said nonchalantly, playing with the ability line with his fingers, controlling the gun was placed in Violet's hand. Duh. Violet looked at Doflamingo in fear, almost breathless under Doflamingo's power. King Liku killed his people, do you want to try that? Doflamingo showed a row of white teeth, and said, the feeling of killing your father with your own hands. Do you want to experience it? Bang. Violet's hand softened, and the gun fell to the ground. She looked at Doflamingo with a pale face, tears falling down uncontrollably. Young master, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have hired outsiders to conspire against you. Please, young master, just forgive me this time. I won't dare again. Violet knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Oh, conspiring against me. Interesting. Let's hear it. Doflamingo had a mocking smile on his face. Torpol held his two-fingered snot and looked at Violet contemptuously. Violet is only 10 years old, and her mind is not careful enough. At this time, he was coaxed and cheated by Doflamingo, and he was scared out of his wits. Then, he poured out what happened like fried beans. When I was patrolling with the ability of staring at the fruit, I saw a strong man who can conqueror's hockey like you, young master. Viola's first words made the faces of Doflamingo and Torpol darken. Conqueror's hockey, that is the aptitude of no king in a million. Doflamingo faintly felt that things were not that simple. Chapter 127 Unfavorable Years for Subscription. Go on. Quote. Doflamingo's voice was dark. Violet glanced cautiously, then continued to lower her head and said, the two of them did not agree to my request. They didn't take the pirate ship. I think they are good people, but they called themselves pirates and wanted to abduct me to Sabayati Archipelago. A pirate with conqueror's hockey. Doflamingo began to review the information in his head to see who among the pirates he knew could conqueror's hockey. Pirates who didn't take the pirate ship, green pepper. It's possible. It's reasonable for those older pirates to travel low-key. Doflamingo found an explanation for himself. Just then, Violet's voice sounded. Oh, right. Violet pointed to Doflamingo's table and said, one of them looks exactly like the pirate on the bounty order on your table. Almost exactly the same. Doflamingo tapped his fingers, and suddenly his eyes widened. What? Exactly the same. Say it again. Violet shrank her body in fear, and said cautiously, but, they really look alike. Immediately, Torpol and Doflamingo looked at each other, speechless. The room was quiet for a long time. Dover, could it really be him? As Doflamingo's confidant, Torpol knows a lot of inside information that the world government deliberately concealed about what happened in the Summit War. The more you know, the more afraid you become. Torpol has no doubts about Ji Ding's strength and brutality. If he met Ji Ding alone, he would definitely turn around and run without hesitation. How could he be here? Isn't the world government looking for him all over the world? Whitebeard is looking for him. Redhead is looking for him. Gilgamesh is looking for him. When Bigmom almost destroyed the Fishmen Island, he didn't show up either. During this time, where is he hiding? After hearing the news of Ji Ding's appearance, Toribel felt that his whole brain was not enough. Doflamingo's eyes flickered, and he said, could it be that he is the one who used the observation hockey to spy on the whole island? I don't understand. His strength was clearly broken in Marineford, otherwise Bai Yi and the others would betray. Otherwise, he will act in a vengeful way style. Bai Yi died on the spot. Could it be that his strength has recovered now? Thinking of this, Doflamingo's complexion changed drastically, and his heart felt heavier than ever. He felt that Ji Ding might have come to settle accounts. Toribel stood aside and whispered, Dover, why don't we contact the Marine government now? BD, you want to kill me? Doflamingo stood up, his eyes were cold, and he said, what are those bastards telling Marine? Collect my body. Do you know how many moves Sengoku made in front of Ji Ding? 3 moves are not enough. When Marine comes over, my corpse it's all cold. However, since Ji Ding didn't directly call the door, it means that there is still room for the matter to turn around. How about it, Toribel? Please inform all the cadres of the family as soon as possible, so that they don't cause trouble. Come back quickly, and let's go together go meet Tung Lik. Toribel hesitated and said, Dover, do we need to be so afraid of him? Doflamingo gave Toribel a blank look, and said solemnly, Marine dispatched 200,000 elites and all the vice-admirals, 3 admirals, marshals, and even forcibly summoned Shichibukai just to face the anger of that man. Now all of us is it necessary to dispatch, what do you think? Toribel was speechless. After hearing the conversation between Doflamingo and Toripol, Violet was shocked and speechless. That person is Ji Ding. Doflamingo looks like he's scared of him. Is he really a pirate? Even Marshal Marine can't beat him. God, I actually left alive in front of him. He seems to have come to settle accounts with Doflamingo. For a moment, Violet's mood was like riding a roller coaster. Worrying, doubting, puzzled, shocked, grateful, secretly happy. In the end, seeing Doflamingo panicked and deflated, Violet almost couldn't help laughing. Just when she was secretly happy, there was a huge vibration outside. Violet hurriedly looked out through the window. Under her gaze, a rock titan as stalwart as a mountain slowly fell down. Boom. Followed. A thin, drawn-out voice echoed over de Rosa. I'm going to kill you. Doflamingo's heart sank, and he secretly said, oops, pulling Yunxian and jumping out quickly. Zero asked for flowers. Pika, stop. Doflamingo shouted from afar. Dover. Hearing Doflamingo's voice, Pika gasped and said angrily, I must kill that guy. What kind of guy? Doflamingo asked with suppressed anger. Pika then described the opponent's appearance with special names. From the beginning to the end, Doflamingo had a gloomy face. Look, doesn't it look a lot like him? Doflamingo handed Pika a Zhongtong warrant. That's right, that's him. Finished. Pika fell silent to herself. God, how could it be him? Pika was full of bitterness, and felt that life had never been so gloomy. It's as if a street gangster blackmails an uncle who likes to drink, only to find out that this uncle is actually Rayleigh, the right wrist of One Piece. It's over, being targeted by One Piece's right wrist, there is no future. Depressed, Pika regained her human form and looked at Doflamingo anxiously. I really want to slap you. Doflamingo was so angry that he was speechless, really afraid of something. Is it possible to be domineering, unscrupulous, and arrogant in de Rosa? Do you know, there are so many strong people in this world, and there are many people who just don't pursue false fame. Not to mention the old monsters who retired from the previous generation. Look at the current Marine Admiral, both of whom are great recruits in the world it was recruited. In this world, crouching tiger, hidden dragon. When you go out, the most important thing is to show your tricks. If you don't have eyes, you will die very quickly. Doflamingo was really PD off. He pointed at Pika and almost scolded him. Who is Ji Ding? The man who started a new era. He has only disappeared for a few months, and you can forget him. But, Dover, I didn't know it at the time. I only saw his back. If you only see his back, fight him. Doflamingo was going to be furious, and Pika also felt wronged. At this time, a figure flew over. Doflamingo took a closer look and almost fainted. It is Lao G Force. Chapter 128. Bet your life. Subscribe. Lao Ji didn't have as thick armor as Pika, and he passed out when he flew over. Useless things. Doflamingo dropped Lao Ji casually and flew towards Ji Yu Ding's direction. On the other side, the tavern where Ji Yu Ding is. The sound of the dice rolling was like a death note. Everyone in the Don Quixote family looked at the young man rolling the dice in front of him in fear. Eventually, the dust settled. Ji Yu Ding showed a slight smile, and said unhurriedly, "Come on, bet on your life, bet on it." At this time, several soldiers belonging to the Cube Army Fighting Legion regretted it to death, and wished they could slap themselves a few times. Why did you take advantage of money in the first place, thinking of blackmailing this young man for a sum of money? If it wasn't for seeing money, how could such a big disaster happen? The high-level, 5, 6, 7, cadres of the family, come one to fly one, come two to fly a pair. What can one do with this? When those soldiers saw Ji Yu Ding slapping one flying away with a slap, their hearts were in their throats, and they wished they could faint on the spot. So far, it's useless to say anything. Those soldiers pretended to be brave, and their voices were worse than crying. Blackjack. 18. 24 o'clock. 30. 11 o'clock. The 5 soldiers reported their luckiest points one after another. Buy and leave. Ji Yu Ding removed the cup, revealing the 5 dice inside. It's a pity. It's only 5 o'clock. Hee hee. Ji Yu Ding smiled slightly and let go of the cup. I accept your life. After saying that, Ji Yu Ding's eyes turned cold, and he slapped 5 times by virtue of his ability to escape the fruit. Boom, 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 boom. 5 soldiers who were usually evil, were turned into 5 dogs by Ji Yu Ding. They were turned into dogs. Am I not mistaken? It's really refreshing. They rely on their status as soldiers of the Don Quixote family to do a lot of evil. Someone should have accepted him long ago. This is retribution. Keep it down. There's someone from the Don Quixote family here. Trafalgar Law and Baby watched Ji Yu Ding approaching nervously, and secretly clenched their fists. This beautiful lady, can I trouble you to pour me a glass of wine? Ji Yu Ding knelt down and said. Baby 5 and Trafalgar Law were only 6 or 7 years old at this time, and both were orphans taken in by the Don Quixote family. Someone needs me. Baby 5 was nervous one moment, and happily poured wine for Ji Yu Ding the next. Who are you? What exactly do you want? Luo stubbornly looked directly at Ji Yu Ding with hostility. Ji Yu Ding returned to his seat without saying anything. The current Luo is just a stinky kid with a strange temper, not the Shichibukai who cut off Virgo with a single knife in the official history. Even if he becomes a Shichibukai in the future, he will still not be looked down upon by Ji Yu Ding. Ji Yu Ding is now, at best, just a little curious about the character Luo. Sir, your wine. Baby 5 stood in front of Ji Yu Ding holding the wine glass contentedly. Thank you, beautiful lady. Ji Yu Ding asked. After being thanked for a while by Ji Yu Ding, Baby 5 blushed with joy, twitched, and kept buttoning the corners of his clothes. Hey, Luo screamed again, clenched his fists and said, don't lie to Baby 5. At this moment, a palm was pressed on Luo's small head. After Doflamingo pushed Cairo, he looked at Ji Yu Ding, sweating on his face, and said with little confidence, why are you here? Luo's eyes widened. You. The voice echoed in Luo's mind all the time, and he turned his head to look at Doflamingo with difficulty, wondering if he was hallucinating. Oh, Ji Yu Ding faintly Kaido. Oh, what are you? Oh. Luo turned to Ji Yu Ding's direction with great difficulty, and roared in his heart, what kind of attitude is that? It's the 7 warlords of the Sea Doflamingo who are talking to you. Even Marshal Garp, after seeing Doflamingo, would you won't act like this. For a while, the atmosphere in the tavern was a little awkward. Doflamingo was dripping with cold sweat, and continued to say with a smile on his face, God, there is some misunderstanding between us. As long as you are willing to draw a path, I am willing to bear any price. Ji Yu Ding drank wine on his own and didn't answer. Doflamingo stood in front of Ji Yu Ding, mouth parched, seconds like years. At this time, Baby 5 looked anxious, lowered his voice and said to Ji Yu Ding, that's the young master. Please be polite, or you will die. When Doflamingo heard it, his legs went limp, and he almost didn't kneel down. Baby 5, my young master, thank you for your kindness, you are trying to kill me. Doflamingo felt like he was being roasted over a fire. It's okay. Ji Yu-ding put down his wine glass, touched Baby 5's head, and said, he dare not. Huh. Baby 5 blinked curiously. Doflamingo continued to accompany the smiley face. You're joking. Ji Yu-ding nodded slightly, stood up, walked in front of Doflamingo, and put his hands on Doflamingo's head. Doflamingo is tall and tall, much taller than Ji Yu-ding when standing up. At this time, seeing Ji Yu-ding stretching out his hand, he actively cooperated and squatted down. This scene. In the tavern, except for Ji Yu-ding and Ding Emu's master and servant, everyone was dumbfounded. What happened in this short period of time has exceeded the capacity of the people present. Doflamingo, who is aloof on weekdays, bowed his head to a strange young man again and again today. Luo and the others were almost numb physically and mentally. Okay. A faint current sense came. Ji Yu-ding got all of Doflamingo's memories, experiences, and abilities. Besides string fruit, what Ji Yu-ding values most is the information in Doflamingo's mind. Doflamingo takes both black and white, has a special status, and is well informed. He has far more information than Pi 2.9 and the others. It turned out to be like this. After learning about the inside story, Ji Yu-ding sneered in his heart. The Marine government is really thick-skinned, and they dare not fully disclose the news of the Summit War, and even fabricated a lie that Pelusolino lost the help of Vegapunk with the seriously injured Kuzan. Pirates are becoming more and more rampant all over the world, and the Revolutionary Army is also taking this opportunity to move frequently. Oh, Fujitora and Green Bull appearing in the world conscription. Garp takes over as Marshal and sits in New World. Balloric Redfield becomes Shichibukai. What? BIGMOM once again attacked the Fishmen Island with revenge. How dare this be ch? After reading this news, Ji Yu-ding felt murderous in his heart. Suddenly, he has made up his mind to make BIGMOM regret coming to this world. Chapter 129 The Power of the Gods for subscription. Fortunately, Whitebeard appeared and stopped BIGMOM in time. So, I do owe Whitebeard a favor. Pay him back if you have a chance. Ji Yu-ding nodded calmly, and then continued to sort out the information. Gilgamesh is looking for me everywhere, and Marine is looking for me everywhere. What a bunch of lifeless things. Masaka Makoto disappeared after leaving Red Hair Pirates. The Ghoul Pirates managed to escape and were hunted down jointly by Marine and Shichibukai, and were last seen in East Blue. Vegapunk promised Kizaru 500 years of scientific and technological knowledge after lifting the ban, and followed Kizaru to the Marine's secret science base. Kizaru resigned from the position of admiral, accepted Vegapunk's transformation, and became an experimental body of ultra-pacifists. Garp collects the cells of people with powerful fruit abilities everywhere, and Doflamingo is also invited. A series of messages came, and Ji Yu-ding felt that he had walked around Wano-kuni, as if he was out of touch with the world. Such a big change has happened. But why should I be afraid? The Marine government, the world, it's time to send you a gift. Oh, thoughts change rapidly. Ji Yu-ding thinks about many things, but in the eyes of others, it is only a moment. That's right, I didn't report to Marine after I came to know. Ji Yu-ding patted Doflamingo on the shoulder and said, I can give BIGMOM a chance, so I can give you a chance too. 10 devil fruits, in exchange for your life, it's worth it no matter what. It's worth it, of course it's worth it. Doflamingo was in pain, but he reluctantly agreed to hold on to his life. Actually, I have some regrets. Ji Yu-ding's words startled Doflamingo. Doflamingo was afraid that Ji Yu-ding would regret it, so he hurriedly said, 10 devil fruits, give me 3 days, I will get enough. Don't be nervous, I haven't finished yet. Ji Yu-ding said lightly, and then shot out a line invisible to the naked eye. When Doflamingo saw it, his pupils constricted wildly. Ji Yu-ding continued, I'm regretting why you didn't attack me after Pika and Laoji were beaten. But it's because I didn't stimulate you enough. Otherwise, I will kill you easily. Yes. Doflamingo was sweating profusely. Okay, I will stay in the palace in the next few days. You send a message to Gilgamesh, saying that you have found my whereabouts, and invite him to come to Derice Rosa for a talk. Specifically, you know what to do. Ji Yu-ding glanced at Dover, and without waiting for Dover to answer, he pulled the cloud line and went straight to the palace. In the palace, Toripal's cadres had just gathered. Dover has orders. Just after Toribal spoke half a sentence, Ji Yu-ding landed beside them from the sky. Where's that sissy? As soon as Ji Yu-ding opened his mouth, everyone looked at him. I don't care who you are. Pika is the leader of the Spade Army and one of the 3 senior officials of the Don Quixote family. If you dare to insult him, it will be a death penalty. Gladius pointed at Ji Yu-ding. Ji Yu-ding glanced coldly, and said, What are you? How dare you act wildly in front of me? Even if it's Doflamingo, he doesn't have this brand to hold his mouth. After saying that, with a slap, Ji Yu-ding slapped Gladius across the face. You managed to piss me off. Gladius roared, falling into a frenzy. I am an explosive fruit-capable user, an explosive man. I can detonate my body and all the inorganic matter I touch. You have angered me. I will blow up the flesh of your body bit by bit. Gladius. Toribal hurriedly stopped, but it was too late. Too much nonsense. Ji Yu-ding stretched out a hand and grabbed Gladius' neck like pulling a rabbit. String fruit. Escape fruit. Mammoth fruit. Burst fruit. Die. Several fruit abilities were activated, and Ji Yu-ding threw Gladius to the ground casually, and Gladius couldn't die anymore. How dare you? Shut up. Toribal hurriedly stopped the angry cadres, bowed to Ji Yu-ding and said, My lord, Dover has already gone to look for you. I wonder if the young master has seen you, my lord. Ji Yu-ding didn't bother to pay attention, and directly launched observation hockey. It's here. Ji Yu-ding pulled the cloud thread, came and went without a trace, and disappeared before the voice fell. After Ji Yu-ding left, members of the Don Quixote family surrounded Toribal and asked questions again and again. Toribal, who the hell is that guy? Did Gladius die in vain? The young master went to find him in person. What's going on here? Toribal sighed and said, He is the man known as God, Ji Yu-ding. Everyone was silent for a long time. Let's go. He's going to find Pika. Let's follow him. Violet said. On the other side, Ji Yu-ding pulled the string and came to where Pika was. Sissy. Long time no see. Ji Yu-ding's voice suddenly sounded behind Pika. It's you. Pika made a sharp voice, wishing to crush Ji Yu-ding. After seeing Ji Yu-ding at this moment, it was an enemy meeting. He was extremely jealous, left the unconscious Lao Ji, and turned into a rock titan. I want you to die. Pika smashed down towards Ji Yu-ding with a fist the size of a palace. Oh, is it so? Ji Yu-ding also escaped into the ground, turned into a huge rock titan, aimed at Pika's fist, and punched him. Boom. Numerous rocks shattered and turned into gravel and powder, and the ground where the two were standing was shaken. Stone fruit. How is this possible? Pika's eyes were full of inconceivable ignorance. Ji Yu-ding replied, waved his hand and punched again. Boom. The fists of the stone titans collided again. The palace of Derice Rosa, countless houses collapsed. Pika was completely angry, and the ability to control Shichi fruit continued to grow. Boring. Ji Yu-ding's playability is fleeting, which means that Pika has no reason to continue to live in the world. The power of the ancient mammoth. Escape fruit. String fruit. Explosive fruit. Armament hockey. Multiple forces combined into one. Ji Yu-ding punched down, and the stone titan incarnated by Pika was blasted into stone powder and collapsed. Pika was directly buried in the endless stone dust. Toribal and his group finally arrived and looked at Ji Yu-ding in embarrassment. Ji Yu-ding ignored Toribal and the others, but found Lao Ji. Lao Ji was awakened by Ji Yu-ding's commotion, looked at Ji Yu-ding who was approaching every step of the way, and said guiltily, What do you want to do? Help you realize your dreams. Ji Yu-ding patted Lao Ji with a smile, and said silently, 6 paths. Looking at the back of Ji Yu-ding leaving, Lao Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, his complexion changed drastically, and he knelt on the ground and howled. How could this be? I am 30 years older. Chapter 130 The Flesh Business for Subscription. It's better to be old than dead. Toribal looked at Lao Ji with hatred and said the same thing as Doflamingo. In De Ries Rosa, can you be domineering, unscrupulous, and arrogant? Do you know that in this world, crouching tiger, hidden dragon, the strong are like clouds? When you go out, the most important thing is to show your tricks. If you don't have eyes, you will die very quickly. Lao Ji looked up to the sky and sighed, feeling complicated. The mess after that is not for Ji Yu Ding to manage. The cadres of the Don Quixote family didn't want to provoke Ji Yu Ding. If they did, Ji Yu Ding wouldn't mind killing 2 more. In the next few days, Ji Yu Ding has been lingering in the palace of De Ries Rosa, waiting for news from Doflamingo. After seeing Ji Yu Ding's strength, Violet tried her best to gather information about Ji Yu Ding, but the result of the intelligence surprised her. She found that Ji Yu Ding was more powerful than she imagined. Kill the celestial dragons right out of the sea, and beat the 2 admirals with a 1v2. Defeat Bigmom, save the Fishmen Island. 2 Impel Downs, countless prisoners released. What? He declared war on Marine. This is unprecedented. My God, what a crazy pirate this is. Violet looked at Ji Yu Ding's information, her eyes were shining brightly, and she strengthened a certain belief in her heart. For a period of time after that, Violet ran to Ji Yu Ding's place when she had nothing to do. Although she was rejected by Ding Mu time and time again, she was never discouraged. Don't go to Ji Yu Ding anymore. Torapal was really afraid of Ji Yu Ding. Every time Violet went to find Ji Yu Ding, he was frightened for fear that this brat would say something that shouldn't be said in front of Ji Yu Ding. Although Torapal stopped Violet more than once, Violet ignored him, and Torapal stomped his feet in anger. Uncle Ding Mu, is the Ji Yu Ding big brother in there? I brought a special pastry from De Ries Rosa to give Ji Yu Ding big brother a taste. Violet said, blinking her big eyes. Ding Mu didn't like this. Unless he met the people around Ji Yu Ding, he would have a cold face towards everyone. You go back. The Divine Lord has no time to play with you. Ding Mu stretched out his hand to see off the guest. A trace of imperceptible disappointment flashed across Violet's eyes, and just when she thought she was going to fail again this time, a voice came. Ding Mu, let her in. Yes, God Lord. Ding Mu's expression softened a little, and he led Violet into Ji Yu Ding's room. Ding Mu big brother, eat pastry. Violet excitedly raised her little hand. Ji Yu Ding did not take the pastry from Violet's hand, but said with a straight face, I know why you came, you want me to rescue your father. Instead, Violet didn't dare to look Ji Yu Ding directly, and pursed her lips, Kaido. Yes, Ji Yu Ding big brother. Don't get close to me. Don't you know I'm a pirate? Ji Yu Ding faced the window sill, looked at the sunflower garden in the distance, and said, when dealing with pirates, you must use the pirate's way. Pirates don't have any profit, so what can you give me? Violet was silent for a moment, as if she had made up her mind. She walked up to Ji Yu Ding, unbuttoned a button on her chest, and said resolutely, wait for me to grow up for another 2 years, and I will give it to you. When Ding Mu, who was standing at the door, heard this, his knees almost went limp, and he didn't kneel down to throw it away. Ji Yu Ding was sweating profusely. Cough cough. He coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. Ji Yu Ding pretended to be normal, and said, you are so young, what are you thinking in your head? There are only 2 ways to negotiate with pirates. 1. Force. 2. Bailey. Look at you again, what are you doing? Flesh trading. After saying that, Ji Yu Ding looked at Violet calmly. Violet was aggrieved, pursed her lips, and complained, I know I was wrong. But I really want to save my father. And after rescuing your father, what will your father do? Will he put up with the nationals of De Ries Rosa who Doflamingo continues to deceive? Ji Yu Ding asked 3 questions in a row, and Violet was speechless on the phone. Let's talk about it again. Ji Yu Ding said again. Why should Doflamingo pay back the country that Doflamingo has worked so hard to win? But, Violet wanted to refute, but couldn't say anything. Ji Yu Ding was as indomitable as a villain, and said, after the incident of stealing the country, you still don't understand. The so-called power is just an appendage of power. A child without power can't keep the pastry in his hand. Having said that, Ji Yu Ding took advantage of Violet's loss of consciousness and snatched the pastry from her hand. PFF'd. It's unpalatable. Ji Yu Ding took a bite, spat it out, and complained, "Derice Rosa is not suitable for making pastry. The pastry chef here should really take a picture of the Fishman Island for further training." Violet wept sadly beside her. Can crying solve the problem? Ji Yu Ding didn't have the slightest pity or sympathy, and said, "Pirates don't believe in tears. If you want to negotiate a deal with a pirate, you must be ready with force or Bailey. Look at you, you can't even beat Doflamingo's finger, forget about force. As for Bailey, you were also a royal family before, so you didn't have any private money." Ji Yu Ding rubbed his fingers, the meaning was already very obvious. "But," Violet cried, "I only have 50 Baileys now. Then your father's life is really worthless." Ji Yu Ding squeezed Bailey in Violet's hand, sat on the rocking chair, and said, "Give me another dance." Violet was startled, and smiled through tears. "You promised." Ji Yu Ding was too lazy to answer, and closed his eyes and said, "Violet, you remember. The king is not a king if he cuts off a few people. Decades of pro-people policies will change get Li Hao if the people don't respect the king. Believe me, the so-called nationals are nothing. Humans, they are all like this. They are afraid of power and not virtuous. It is useless to treat them blindly." Violet heard speciously, thinking that she was talking about the incident of Derice Rosa. And Ding Mu, who had been standing silently next to him, could hear a bit of disappointment. Violet stretched out her arms, imagining a stage, swaying. On the other side, after several turnarounds, Doflamingo finally contacted Gilgameshan. "Gilgamesh, I want to talk to you about something. If I remember correctly, the two of us don't have much friendship." Doflamingo, "Hee. Friendship is a lie, it is enough for pirates to have interests." "HMPH. What do you want to say?" Doflamingo licked his lips and lowered his voice. "I want to invite you to join hands with me to get rid of Ji Yu Ding." Chapter 131 Fishing Law Enforcement for Subscription. "Have you heard from him?" Gilgamesh's tone changed, and the phone bug imitated his cold expression. "As a matter of fact, I've already played against him." Doflamingo threw out another sweet fruit and said, "Haika, one of the senior cadres of the family, has been killed by Ji Yu Ding. Besides, Gladius died, and Lao Ji was also deposed. These are all scandals of the family. It shouldn't be publicized, but until now, there is nothing to hide in front of you. HMPH. Two bastards, if you die, you die." Gilgamesh's words always make people very angry, and even Doflamingo, who has always been very powerful, can't bear it. Gilgamesh seemed to have no self-knowledge, and continued, "What happened next?" "I chased him all the way to the sea. I had a fight with him at sea, but he escaped." Doflamingo said with a little regret. "He ran away. What are you talking about with me? Miscellaneous." Gilgamesh almost cursed out. Doflamingo pretended not to hear, and continued, "At first, I also thought he had escaped. But I never expected that he would dare to go and come back, hiding in Derice Rosa." "What? There is such a thing?" 923. Gilgamesh was taken aback, then laughed twice, and said, "HMPH. This is in line with his nature. Ji Yu Ding is arrogant and will take revenge. He suffered a big loss at your hands, so he must want to hiding in Derice Rosa and waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. At the beginning, Akainu captured Masaka Makoto, and Ji Yu Ding almost destroyed Marineford in a rage. Not to mention that he is personally humiliated now." Gilgamesh's tone was full of joy, and he continued to ask, "Doflamingo, you have fought against him, what do you think of his current strength?" "There is a new discovery." Doflamingo threw another dose of bait. Doflamingo knows the way of intelligence best, when to tell the truth, what to say to someone, and the timing of this. Doflamingo is very precise. First, he really doesn't have the terrifying strength he had during the Summit War. Second point, he seems to have obtained the Paramesha clone fruit, which can imitate the opponent's fruit ability for a certain period of time. The third point is that he has a servant by his side, but this servant is not of unknown origin like you." Gilgamesh fell into a moment of contemplation, and after a long time, he said, "If this is the case, then this opportunity must not be missed. But the question is, why didn't you notify the Marine government? Instead, you found me." Gilgamesh seemed suspicious. "Humph. Doflamingo snorted coldly and said, "Notify the Marine government." "Will you notify the Marine government? Those idiots will only get in the way. As for looking for you, who in the whole new world doesn't know that you are chasing and killing Gu Ding everywhere? Of course, if you don't want to help, forget it. I will inform Garp. I believe that Garp, like me, feels that Gu Ding is a huge threat as long as he is alive." Doflamingo doesn't feel that Gilgamesh will doubt him at all, because from the beginning to the end, except for the part of the sea battle, he told the truth. 9 true and 1 false. Only in this way can people be convincing. "Forget it, you have a heart." Gilgamesh relaxed his tone and said, "How do I get there? You can arrange it. Late will change. You set sail immediately, and when you reach 50 nautical miles, my people will disguise themselves as merchant ships and take you into the country." Doflamingo poured out his pre-prepared remarks, and finally said, "Gu Ding is a terrible person, and he will take revenge. I offended him twice, and he won't die. I can't sleep." After hanging up the phone, Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief. He knew the fish was hooked. On the other side, an island somewhere in the New World. Gilgamesh put down the phone bug and looked at a man who was fishing. The man turned his back on Gilgamesh. "What do you think of what Doflamingo said?" "What he said was the truth, but he didn't finish the truth." "ABFJ," said the man Kaido. "Well, how do you say that?" Gilgamesh asked. "It's true that Doflamingo met Gu Ding. They even had a big fight, and the 3 cadres died. These are all true, but I always feel that Doflamingo is hiding something and didn't tell the whole truth. I suspect Doflamingo may have suffered a lot from Gu Ding's hands, and even now has the ability to be counter-killed by Gu Ding. Otherwise, according to his personality, he would not bow his head and invite others to work together." The man put down the fishing rod and turned around slowly, revealing an unnatural young face. Impressively a legendary pirate, the current 7 warlords of the sea is called Lonely Red and Blood Earl, Baloric Redfield. "Redfield, you're right." When Gilgamesh was talking to Redfield, the arrogance in his eyes restrained a lot. Apart from Redfield's strength, the most important thing was that Redfield's temperament was as lonely as him. No wonder I always feel that Doflamingo is weird. It turns out that it wasn't that he crushed Gu Ding, but that he was tossed hard by Gu Ding. In fact, Redfield was probably right, but what he didn't expect was that Doflamingo couldn't resist Gu Ding at all. From the beginning to the end, Doflamingo didn't think about plotting against Gu Ding, but cooperated with Gu Ding to plot against them. Unaware of the trap, Gilgamesh raised his proud head and embarked on the sea route to Deris Rosa. "My lord Gu Ding, I've already taken care of everything." Gilgamesh got the bait as planned. Doflamingo found Gu Ding and reported it, and then motioned for a servant to bring up a box, saying, "Here are 10 devil fruits, please have a look." "Well, you go down." After dismissing Doflamingo, Gu Ding opened the box. 10 devil fruits in the box appeared in front of him. Paramesha fruit, live fruit, zone fruit in lynx form, zone fruit mouse form, zone fruit cobra form. After seeing the ability of the fruit, Gu Ding pouted. Doflamingo is speculative and slippery, and the offer is full of devil fruit whose ability is not interesting. Even that, though, made Doflamingo vomit blood. Devil fruit is not a sufficient commodity, otherwise Kaido would not control Guy to study man-made devil fruit. Take out 10 at a time, except for big forces like Doflamingo, otherwise they really don't have that ability. Even so, Gu Ding's search for devil fruit has seriously disrupted the devil fruit market. The current market price of devil fruit has been fired from the previous lowest of 100 million Baileys to 300 million Baileys. I wanted to pick one for Ding Mu, but it turned out to be bad stuff, forget it. System, open a new cheat. Chapter 132 Battle Gold Sparkle for subscription. Reporting back to host, the new plugin has been activated. The countdown is 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. After opening the new plugin, Gu Ding can face the ever-changing new world more calmly. I hope it's a hack related to tracking. It's too annoying to search all over the world. In fact, Gu Ding understands that all cheats are randomly released, which cannot be fulfilled as one wishes. However, Gu Ding doesn't force it either. In fact, He can also customize the plugin for the system, but customizing the plugin is time-consuming and laborious, and it is not the best choice now. After thinking about it, Ji Ding dismissed the idea. Time passed minute by minute. Less than a day after Doflamingo contacted Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh landed. When Gilgamesh came this time, he did not take the merchant ship arranged by Doflamingo, but hijacked a merchant ship and came by himself. After getting the news, Doflamingo urgently notified Ji Ding, and then rushed to meet Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh, do you know that if you act without authorization, you will scare Ji Ding away? Upon meeting, Doflamingo scolded. Gilgamesh has always been proud, like a high-spirited swan, always holding his head high. If I didn't come suddenly, how would I know the real situation here? Gilgamesh glanced at Doflamingo lightly. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you mean?" He was a little worried that things would be revealed. Then he had to be involved in the battle between Gilgamesh and Ji Ding. Such a situation was not what he wanted. It means you're not telling me the truth. Gilgamesh stared at Doflamingo coldly, as if he could penetrate Doflamingo's mind. Doflamingo froze for a moment and didn't speak. Look at your hypocrisy. Gilgamesh put his eyes on the road ahead, and said unhurriedly, "Sure enough, you have suffered a big loss at the hands of Ji Ding, and you are even at risk of being killed by Ji Ding. Otherwise, do you care too much about my whereabouts? I just got off the boat, and you greeted me. This is not your style. Doflamingo, don't you think?" Doflamingo broke into a sweat. For a moment, he really thought that Gilgamesh had seen through his trap, and he was so scared that he was ready to fight. At this time, Doflamingo was young and vigorous, but it was not at the peak of its strength, and the development level of string fruit was barely touching the edge of awakening. Unlike Gilgamesh, he showed terrifying explosive power during the Summit War. As soon as he waved his hand, there were swords, lights and swords all over the sky, blasting into the marine, like a meat grinder. Especially now that he has mastered the Conqueror's Haki, his aura is becoming more and more unfathomable. Doflamingo was also a little depressed. He felt that the people from Gilgamesh who didn't know where they came from were like a dry sponge. After they came to the New World, they could quickly absorb enough water and become powerful and elusive. De Res Rosa is Doflamingo's ancestral land, and he doesn't want to fight Gilgamesh here unless he has to. HMPH. How could I suffer in his hands? He was the one who ran away in a hurry at my hands. When Doflamingo spoke, he was deliberately forceful. But this fell into the eyes of Gilgamesh, which instead became evidence for Redfield's conclusion. That's all. Gilgamesh didn't point it out, but the contempt in his eyes grew stronger, and he said flatly, "Take me to see Ji Ding." Doflamingo snickered and walked ahead to lead the way. "Go this way. Ji Ding is lurking on the outer island, in the kingdom of villains. In the forest." According to the agreement with Doflamingo, Ji Ding came to the fairy forest. Doflamingo was not willing to destroy his foundation in the city, so he persuaded Ji Ding to put the battlefield in the fairy forest, and at the same time, he also used Ji Ding's hand to get rid of the Dongdata tribe. In Ji Ding's realm, no conspiracy can be hidden from him, he is just too lazy to expose it. A stick, a carrot. The stick has been given, and the carrot should also be given. Ji Ding is very satisfied with Doflamingo's intelligence network, because he will use Doflamingo in the future, so he doesn't bother to worry about it now. Suddenly, Ji Ding observation Haki moved, stretched out his hand, and caught a villain of the Dondata tribe who was trying to sneak attack. "Let me go." The villain struggled. Ji Ding threw it away casually. However, there are still villains attacking Ji Ding. Although the speed of the small humans is fast, it is only compared to ordinary humans. In front of Ji Ding, this speed is really nothing. Go away, or die. Ji Ding glanced coldly in one direction, and then launched Conqueror's Haki to awe. 0 for flowers. 0. There is no wind and waves in the grass. Starting from Ji Ding, the grass is constantly echoing like a lake. At the end of the grass, Gon Chao, the patriarch of the Dongdata tribe, is hidden. Gon Chao was glared at by Ji Ding, and his whole body was full of bets. "Notify all soldiers to retreat." Gon Chao said with lingering fear, "This man is too dangerous. A word of advice to you, stay away from me, or you will die." Ji Yu Ding lightly tossed a word to Gan Chao. At this moment, an arrogant laugh came from the sky. Ji Yu Ding, you are indeed here. Go to hell. Ji Yu Ding frowned slightly. Conqueror's haki caught Gilgamesh's attention. At the same time, golden swords and swords descended from the sky. King's treasure. Just in time, Ji Yu Ding let out a low cry, activated the stone fruit ability, and with a wave of his hand set off a rock barrier of several tens of meters, blocking the treasure bombing of the king's treasure. Die. Gilgamesh intensified his attack, and the rock barrier was instantly reduced to dust. Run away. The end is coming. Retreat quickly. The villains were terrified by the scene of the battle between Ji Yu Ding and Gilgamesh, and they would overwhelm mountains and seas at every turn. In the face of such a mighty force, getting involved would be death. I understand. Gan Chao looked at Ji Yu Ding before leaving, and said, if you don't stay away from him, you will die. Boom. A bigger explosion sounded, and the fairy forest where Ji Yu Ding was located was instantly overturned. If you have been standing in the distance and bombarding from the air, it will really be a headache. Ji Yu Ding clicked his tongue slightly, and flicked his finger at Gilgamesh. Escape fruit. String fruit. Explosive fruit. Shuttle blast wire. A move of Ji Yu Ding's fusion of three abilities appeared directly at 20 centimeters between Gilgamesh's eyebrows. In an instant, Gilgamesh's body let out an alarm. Gilgamesh retreated again and again, drew out a sword casually, and slashed Ji Yu Ding's line. Open. There was an explosion, and Gilgamesh's face was thrown into the air. How about a competition? Is your bombing sword better? Or is my sniper line better? Looking at Gilgamesh, Ji Yu Ding ticked 10 fingers. Chapter 133 Treasure Giving Night for subscription. How could Gilgamesh have been provoked like this? Mongrel. A wave of blood welled up in his heart, and Gilgamesh urged the king's treasure to launch a stronger bombardment. Ji Yu Ding snapped his fingers again and again, and several void passages appeared around Gilgamesh. Shuttle blast wire. This time, it was a head-to-head collision, and the competition was about who was more ruthless. On the one hand, Ji Yu Ding controls the earth and stones, piles up stone walls infinitely, and defends against the bombardment of the golden sword. On the other hand, Gilgamesh's two-color haki is fully opened, wielding a large sword, and constantly slashing the emerging lines. Gilgamesh looked embarrassed, no longer the calm demeanor of the King of Heroes. In the end, Gilgamesh cursed and sacrificed his most trusted treasure. Sky Lock. This lock means regulation against the gods. The higher the divinity of the captured person, the hardness of the chain will increase accordingly, and the harder it is to break free. It is a very small number of weapons against the gods. 583. I want you to kneel before me and repent. BD. Gilgamesh roared and threw out the anti-god noble phantasm, Sky Lock. The chains seemed to spread from endless places, in all directions, like snakes and dragons, interspersed in every corner of the space. Something interesting. Ji Yu Ding looked at the approaching chains, but he didn't have the intention of avoiding them. The heavenly lock that Gilgamesh sacrificed actually aroused Ji Yu Ding's viciousness. Ji Yu Ding snorted softly, and kept throwing out the ability line, like a spider web, blocking all directions. Finally, the chain hit the ability line. Following this, the armament haki attached to their respective bodies began to collide violently, making silent sounds of sizzling and sizzling. At this moment, Gilgamesh, holding a spiral sword in his hand, descended from the sky, slashed in the air, and slashed towards Ji Yu Ding. Spiral sword. One sword can cut down 3 mountains. BD, I will blow your head off. Too much nonsense will only show your incompetence. Ji Yu Ding frowned, and a long sword appeared in his hand. It is the sword of string fruit ability. The sword of death and destiny of the line. Boom. At the moment when the two swords were handed over, the entire fairy forest was shaking. Half of the underground palace built by the Dongdada tribe collapsed, and waves tens of meters high were stirred up near Linhai, the fairy forest. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ. Armament haki just started a fierce collision. Conqueror's haki's pair followed. First second. The light in the space is unnaturally distorted, and the scenery seen by the eyes becomes twists and turns. Second. The wind was strong, and the grass and woods seemed to be harvested by a sickle, and the closer to the center of the collision, the more bare. Third second. The thunder rolls in the sky, and the lightning is brewing, as if a thunder welcome is coming. Boom. The two backed away at the same time. Ji Ding took advantage of the situation and slashed out with drawing the sword. And Gilgamesh took this opportunity to urge the sky lock to break through the blockade of Ji Ding's spider web thread. In an instant, Ji Ding was tied tightly. Ji Ding looked around and didn't panic. This chain is good, but it looks like a fairy rope. Ji Gong nodded slightly. HMPH. Still talking hard. Gilgamesh looked at Ji Ding contemptuously, stretched out his hand, and the light of the noble phantasm filled the sky. It is the king's treasure. Only by chopping you into pieces can the hatred in my heart be relieved. Gilgamesh dropped his hand. Moment. The sword light was like a dragon, like a meteor, like a shadow, penetrating Ji Ding's body. Only then did the corner of the Golden Knight's mouth rise slightly. BD, you're finally dead. Gilgamesh breathed a sigh of relief, and proudly looked up to the sky. However, at this moment, there was a burst of applause behind him. Crack, crack, crack. 3 clappings were like 3 slaps on Gilgamesh's face. Gilgamesh turned and looked sullenly at the hideous face. Not bad. Killed me a thread clone, I expected. Ji Ding walked slowly, with an incomparable aloofness and disdain, and said in a gifted tone, in this case, I reward you with death. After saying that, Ji Ding stretched out his big hand and grabbed it. Spiral sword. Gilgamesh slashed fiercely. Then, something unexpected happened to him. Ji Ding grabbed the spiral sword, then let go, and flew into the sky with the cloud thread. BD, don't run. Gilgamesh yelled angrily. The corner of Ji Ding's mouth twitched, and he shook his finger. An ominous premonition arose in Gilgamesh's heart, and he looked down at the spiral sword in his hand. I saw that the spiral sword swelled like an inflated balloon. Gilgamesh paused in his heart, then looked up at Ji Ding. In the next moment, the spiral sword exploded. A mushroom cloud is slowly rising. The place where Gilgamesh was located was razed to the ground, and not a single blade of grass grew. Gilgamesh would have been crippled had it not been for the timely use of Conqueror's Haki to enhance armament Haki. Rat! Gilgamesh roared, and was about to take out a new treasure, when he saw the sky full of threads pouring down like a storm. Woo, 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 woo. Gilgamesh couldn't resist, and was bombarded indiscriminately again. The smoke dissipated and I settled down. Just as Gilgamesh calmed down, he saw a slap in front of him. Snapped. This time, instead of clapping palms, it actually landed on the face. Gilgamesh froze for 2 seconds, and then exploded in rage like a lion about to be robbed of mating rights. Ah, I'm going to kill you. You're going to die. BD, BD, BD. Gilgamesh roared, sacrificed his treasure, and was about to attack again. Wait a moment. Ji Ding sincerely sent a suspension invitation to Gilgamesh, and then said with a smile, are you going to take something like this? Ji Ding closed his eyes slightly, and began to search for Curry's treasure. Huang class Bao Curry has it all. Anti-human treasure, anti-city treasure, national treasure, anti-god noble phantasm, anti-world treasure, anti-human noble phantasm, for clearing treasures, etc., etc. Many of them are prototypes of powerful noble phantasms that Gilgamesh's 2.1 mana cannot use. Found it. Ji Ding opened his eyes, and took out the Star of Deviation from Heaven and Earth, from the Golden Treasure House. How is this possible? Gilgamesh's face changed drastically. He looked at Ji Ding, and shouted, how can you have a deviation sword? This is the most powerful sword that even the unlimited sword system can't imitate. Seeing Ji Ding take out the deviation sword, Gilgamesh felt flustered like never before. I wonder if this can tie you down. Ji Ding probed and took out the sky lock. Reader cheats. That's it. As long as you have touched the opponent, you can have the opponent's memory, experience, and skills. As for the heroic spirits, those treasures are their skills. Ha ha ha. Ji Ding was very happy. Besides the treasure, he got another thing. Gilgamesh's life-ridden fate of wealth. Chapter 134 Killing the Traitor. Please subscribe. The Golden Rule. In the legend of Xingyu, Gilgamesh took all the treasures in the world as his own, relying on the Golden Rule. Now that there is the golden rule, even if there is no Gilder Tezzolo, he can control the world's money and lifeline. It can be like picking something out of a bag. Gu Ding was very satisfied with this. In the past, whether it was the fate of the golden rule or the golden treasure house, these belonged to Gilgamesh. Although Gilgamesh was once Gu Ding's servant, the things on him were not what Gu Ding can get. Gilgamesh, I have everything you have now. To express my gratitude, I decide to grant you death. After saying that, Gu Ding snapped his fingers, and a miniature birdcage enveloped Gilgamesh. This birdcage is only the size of a football field, covering Gilgamesh, but it does not shrink, as if it is just to trap Gilgamesh. Gu Ding, I've never wanted to kill a person so much. Up to now, Gilgamesh has to admit his carelessness, and the fact that he is helpless when facing Gu Ding. Create the world. Gilgamesh looked solemn, as if a believer was performing a pious ceremony. His words were like a spell to open the secret door, and then the endless red rays of light gathered in the void, and finally fell on his hands, taking shape. Strange star. The magic circuit on the sword rotates like a windmill, turning faster and faster, and the little red light between the fingers turns into a red storm all over the sky. Gilgamesh slashed out with all his strength. For a moment, the sound seemed to cease to exist. Gu Ding opened his eyes. The light in his eyes was as warm and cool as the bright moon in the night sky in September. He hooked his fingers. Birdcage shrinks. The fluctuation of energy reverberated in the air for a long time before returning to silence. The sound of waves came from afar. Follow me. Wouldn't it be nice to find One Piece? How can the king of heroes be controlled by others? I don't want to kill all the masters. Oh, Gu Ding turned and left. The moment he stepped onto the iron bridge, a huge explosion occurred in the area cut by Birdcage. The smoke and dust from the explosion rushed hundreds of meters and died down for a long time. Doflamingo witnessed this scene from a distance. His back was soaked. Fortunately, I didn't think about dealing with Gu Ding at the time, otherwise, the entire Don Quixote family wouldn't be able to be buried with him. Gu Ding, it's terrible. Doflamingo has lingering fears. In fact, there was another person watching the battle. Beloric Redfield. Marine's newly developed equipment is really good, I'm a little afraid. Ladefield put down Marine's new military binoculars, looked in the direction of Gu Ding, and pouted. Beside him, there is also a camera equipment. The camera equipment captured the battle images of Gu Ding and Gilgamesh from beginning to end. Brought this thing to the Marine government, it can bring a lot of fresh blood. Vegapunk is really a talent. In just a few months, he can produce so many good things. It makes me a little I'm afraid. Redfield took out the storage device from the camera, yawned, and muttered to himself. This blood is a bit addictive, do you want to use this to control me? It's a bit nerve-wracking. Gu Ding didn't know about Ladefield's visit to the island, otherwise, Ladefield should be drinking tea in the palace at this time. After copying Gilgamesh's memory and experience, Gu Ding only knows that Gilgamesh and Redfield met on a small island somewhere in the New World. In memory, Redfield was cautious and rejected Gilgamesh's invitation to go to Tokushima together, where they parted on the small island. But in fact, Redfield went back and forth, secretly sneaked into De Res Rosa without Gilgamesh's knowledge, and recorded the whole battle between Gilgamesh and Gu Ding. Gu Ding didn't know about the following things, and he was dealing with the affairs of Don Quixote family at this time. Corazon, you're back. Gu Ding sat on Doflamingo's seat, looking at Corazon with a smile. Dover, this is. Corazon's eyes were full of fear. He looked at Doflamingo who was standing aside, and asked in sign language. As a pirate, you don't even know him. Doflamingo's voice was gloomy, and he couldn't see clearly behind his sunglasses. Or, as a marine, are you intimidated by him? Corazon's complexion changed drastically. He waved his hands again and again, and explained and refuted with various sign language. Don't rush to deny it. Gu Ding walked forward, patted Corazon's shoulder, and said, you just came back from the outside, so you may not know much about the situation here. As for me, the one you are not sure about, it is the man wanted by the Marine government. Just now, under the lure of Dover, I killed him to avenge Gilgamesh. All this is not a secret, and there is nothing to hide. Even if the Marine government after being suspicious, Dover also shirked. But you are different. Gu Ding pointed at Corazon and said, you can easily learn the inside story and know the relationship between Dover and me. If you are allowed to report to the government, then Dover will not be able to keep Shichibukai, even de Ries Rosa will be crusaded by the Marine government. Tisk tisk, do you think, is it terrible? No, that's not the case. Corazon gestured in sign language, his face flushed because he could not speak. Repeated gestures such as, wind, framed, and, conspiracy. It took a long time for Corazon to draw a complete sentence of 930, which was translated by Doflamingo. The pirates on the sea are all hungry wolves who are not full. I don't know how many people are coveting Dover's position in the dark world. The god Gu Ding, you can't be a knife for others to kill with a knife. This is Corazon's dancing defense. Crack, crack, crack. Gu Ding clapped his palms 3 times, walked up to Doflamingo, and said, look, how good your acting skills are. The necessary skill to be an undercover agent is to have good acting skills. Doflamingo looked at Corazon gloomily, and said, Corazon, what else do you have to say? Corazon sighed, pointed to himself, to Doflamingo, and finally to the worker. Snapped. Doflamingo slapped Corazon on the face and said, you're still trying to drive a wedge between me and the gods, damn it. With that said, Doflamingo drew his pistol. Dover. Toribel wanted to intercede with Corazon, but he knew that the situation at this time could only be left to Doflamingo to make his own decision. Hee. Gu Ding walked behind Corazon and leaned into his ear. It seems that you will never die until you reach the Yellow River, Corazon. Would you like, let me help you reminisce, how about those years with Sengoku? Chapter 135 Brocade Night Walk for subscription. For a while, Corazon was on pins and needles. Gu Ding's voice sounded slowly. Don Quixote Rocinante witnessed the scene where Doflamingo killed his father with his own hands. You felt bad for this big brother, that's why you left, didn't you? Later, you met Sengoku, was adopted by him, and became a most honorable marine soldier, trained under the Black Arm Zephyr, and accepted the influence of justice. Finally, it's time for the seeds of justice to germinate, and Doflamingo formed the pirates. And you, after hearing the news, embarked on the undercover road of justice in order to stop the evil big brother. Am I right, Millet Fruit? Corazon's concentration is extraordinary, and he still doesn't change his face until now, looking at Gu Ding with hate for being wrong. Tisk tisk. Gu Ding patted Corazon's face, and said in a cold voice, I'm about to die, why don't you still refuse to say a word? Silent Fruit Ability User, Righteous Lurker, Senior Cadre of Don Quixote Family 2nd Generation, Red Heart, Corazon, Mini Fruit. You have so many identities. After saying this, Gu Ding snapped his fingers, and a sound-absorbing wall enveloped Doflamingo and Corazon at the same time. You two brothers, talk about something. Gu Ding dropped this sentence, turned and returned to the first seat. At this point, Doflamingo was almost out of anger. Corazon stood up, grinning pale. Doflamingo, Rocinante. The last conversation between the two brothers was just calling each other's name. But this is enough, they have understood each other's mind. Boom. Gunshots sounded, echoing in the narrow sound-absorbing wall. Doflamingo stepped out of the sound-absorbing wall and motioned for Toribel to dispose of Corazon's body. After Toribel left, only Gu Ding and Doflamingo were left in the huge palace. Thank you for the guidance of the gods, otherwise it will really fall into the hands of Corazon. Quote, thank you, I just need you. You are going to die. I will have to work a lot in the future. It is my honor to serve God. In fact, Doflamingo has mixed feelings in his heart. No matter how he looks at it, Gu Ding is a plague god. Since Gu Ding came to de Ries Rosa, the cadres of the Don Quixote family had accidents one after another, first Pica, Rao Ji, Gladius, and now there is another Corazon. The heads of the 4 major departments of the Don Quixote family, and 2 of them, died. And all of this was caused by Gu Ding. Doflamingo feels life is dark. Don't talk about high-sounding politeness. If you really feel honored, when you do things for me, do your best. Gu Ding said lightly. It's natural. Doflamingo smiled wryly at Kaido. Ji Ding nodded slightly, and said, activate your intelligence network and go all out to investigate Masaka Makoto's news for me. Doflamingo's heart trembled. He glanced at Ji Ding, quickly lowered his head, and said, I will live up to the expectations of the gods. I know what you're worried about. Ji Ding lightly tapped his finger on the throne and said, you don't have to worry about Marine. Everyone knows that you are the middleman of the dark world. As for property, someone will send it to you in a few days. Come on. Don't refuse. I know it costs a lot to maintain a huge intelligence network. Moreover, I have one more request for you, to make your intelligence network bigger and stronger. Obey, Lord God. Doflamingo felt that Ji Ding wanted to recruit him. But what can we do if we know? No one is strong in the situation. Pirates, isn't that the case? When they come across useful things, they grab them. If you can't grab it, you'll destroy it. Doflamingo felt as uncomfortable as smashing teeth and swallowing. Ji Ding glanced at Doflamingo, snorted coldly, and said, why, don't you want to? Yes, yes. Doflamingo quickly bowed his head. HMPH. I don't take your family fortune seriously. I am in a much higher level than you imagined. You should be lucky that it is still useful to me now. Otherwise, it would have turned into a whole world long ago. Pile of dust. Ji Ding stood up, folded his hands, and said in an unquestionable tone, besides, Baby 5 and Violet will follow me to the sea and take care of my daily life. You go down. Doflamingo heard the words, his eyes turned dark, and he fed me again. Ji Ding was alone in the quiet room, waiting for the opening of the new plugin. Time passed by every minute and every second, and the system's notification sound came as scheduled. The new plugin was successfully opened. The name of the new cheat is Jinyi Night Walk. After opening the plugin, the host's temperament can be turned into a low-key temperament. As long as the host does not take the initiative to make a move, people around see the host, just like seeing a passerby. Through this plugin, you can avoid the travel troubles caused by celebrity effects. Ji Ding breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed the corners of his eyes helplessly. This plugin is really considerate. Knowing that I'm wanted, I sent this. Talking about it is better than nothing, and avoid attracting a bunch of marine bugs everywhere you go, which is annoying. The new cheat is not a typical battle cheat, and it differs from Ji Ding's expectations to a certain extent. However, Ji Ding does not insist. The plugins given by the system will all be useful, but the usefulness is different. Derice Rosa is gone. Ji Ding set off for the Fishmen Island. No matter how you say it, the Fishmen Island is the first territory under the cover of Ji Ding. Even if Ji Ding has not re-established the banner of the god pirates, he still has the obligation and necessity to go to the Fishmen Island to express the world proclaims his existence. As for the natural pirates, Ji Ding has long made up his mind that before the traitors are eliminated, Ji Ding will not set up the banner of the pirates again. This is an account of the past. Only by cutting off the past can we enter a new era. Graham on the other side. After hardships and twists and turns, Violet's family, Li Chenjiao, got together again. King Riku looked at Derice Rosa, who was getting smaller and smaller, and sighed. What is there to sigh about? After talking with Ji Ding, Violet became more determined. She walked up to King Riku and said, stop thinking about those unrealistic things. It is the pirates who caused you to lose everything, but it was the pirates who rescued you. There is a saying that Ji Ding is right. Decades of hard work and love for the people can't win the trust of the people. They just kill a few civilians and they are regarded as the #1 enemy of the people. What is there to miss about such an ignorant citizen? But the citizens were deceived by Doflamingo after all. King Riku said unwillingly, it's their nature to be afraid of danger and not to be virtuous. Violet said with firm eyes, if the people were tyrannized from the beginning, do you think they would hate you as much as they do now? To put it bluntly now, Father, you've got them used. Chapter 136 Garp's Calculation. Subscribe. Violet, it's not like that. King Riku wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Baby 5. Where are we going, Violet? Wano-kuni. Violet turned away from King Riku. King Riku shook his head, he felt old. Just as Ji Ding was heading to the Fishmen Island, Redfield came to Sengoku's office. The document for the relocation of naval headquarters to New World has been issued, and various functions of Marineford are being migrated there one after another. During this period, Garp was very busy. It's a trick of good fortune. I didn't expect that one day, you would be buried in the pile of official documents and regulations. Garp, don't rub your spirit away. Redfield sat at his desk, teasing Sengoku's leftover lamb. You're not dead yet, how dare I lose my vigor? What's more, the world is becoming more and more chaotic, and I can't allow me to get half drunk. Garp put down the document in his hand, stared at Redfield with a wolf-like light in his eyes, and said, "Take out the things, let me see how many packs of plasma it is worth." Hee hee. Redfield was not in a hurry to take out the storage device, and said with a smile, "Old friends meet, can't we chat for a while? Do you have to be in a hurry to talk about business?" "Oh." Garp looked at Redfield with a blank expression, and said, "Don't think that 017 doesn't know what you're thinking, and there's no way to get rid of me. I advise you to get rid of the wrong thoughts as soon as possible. Don't do useless work." Tisk tisk, the marshal is imposing, with a scary expression and a scary tone. Redfield pursed his lips, and the light in his eyes suddenly changed, like a sharp sword. "In that case, I can only cut to the chase. Where the hell is Vegapunk?" Boom. Garp punched the table with a cold gaze. "There are many people who want to know the news about Vegapunk, which one are you?" Redfield sneered twice, and nodded again and again. Okay. You have a good plan. Garp, I have read your way. Don't let me find out where Vegapunk is, otherwise, I will definitely raise him up and drink him every day. Come here if you have the guts. Garp confronted each other, and the atmosphere in Marine's headquarters office was tense, and the two seemed to be at odds with each other. Redfield twisted his expression and stuck out his tongue, but he was also trying his best to restrain his anger. Finally, he regained his composure, as if nothing ABFC had happened, smiled like a gentleman, and said, "Garp, you are amazing. I thought I could get some sheep from the Marine government, but I never thought you would send something in his blood. Garp, I just want to know, what's in there?" Garp gave Redfield a cold look, and said, "There's something you want, isn't it? The quality is indeed thousands of times better than ordinary people's blood." Redfield's eyes were bloodshot. But. Garp looked at Redfield, the corner of his mouth twitched, and said, "You get what you want from it, such as vigorous vitality. Now, your face is not so ugly. As for what's in it, does it matter? But it also made me addicted. It has become your handle to control me." Redfield clenched his fists, very angry. There is always a price to pay for the pursuit of power. Roger paid for his life, and I paid for a scar. What is the price if you pay? Having said this, Garp rubbed the space between his brows and said, "Of course, there is one person who doesn't seem to want pay the price. Didn't you come today to bring news of him?" Humph. Redfield reluctantly pulled out the storage device. Garp took the device and sighed. "God Gu Ding, Marine will definitely find out your powerful secret. Where's the blood?" Redfield yelled impatiently, with an unquenchable thirst for Vegapunk's concoction of blood. "You go back to the ship first. After I have studied the information, I will send someone to send it to you." Garp waved off the passengers, then found the data transmission device and transmitted the data to Vegapunk. After the data transmission, Garp played with the storage device, and said coldly, "HMPH. Leaving a scent on it, this little trick, do you think that there is no one in my Marine? The old pirates of the old era are still trying to keep up with the new era. The pace. Anyway, I will give you a surprise. Come here." Garp summoned the adjutant, put the storage device in a plastic bag that sealed off the smell, and said, "Send this to the X-735 Island Cave, and return quickly." "Yes, Marshal." Redfield sat on his pirate ship, sniffing the faint smell of blood from the storage device, and secretly smiled. "I can't hold it anymore, are you leaving?" Vegapunk, hash. Redfield thought he could find Vegapunk following the bloody smell, but he didn't know that he had fallen into Garp's trap. After several days of sea voyage, Gu Ding arrived at the Fishmen Island. After entering the Fishmen Island, Gu Ding was not in a hurry to reveal his identity, but changed his clothes and put on a peaked cap. The Fishmen Island was attacked by BIGMOM twice, and I was rescued by Whitebeard just when I lost power. People are impetuous. Before the banner of the god pirates is flying again, many people will have different ideas. With other thoughts. However, when the big waves wash the sand, the strong wind knows the strength of the grass, and the toughness knows the honest ministers. After this battle, I can know who is really loyal to me and who is a fool. I, Gu Ding, will surely usher in a new era, a new world. People who are vacillating are not qualified to step into the palace of divine dwelling. Gu Ding's gaze is like a torch, as if it can illuminate all tongues. Jinyi Nightwalk plugin is open. Gu Ding sat in the tavern, drinking quietly, listening to the conversation of the drinkers. Gu Ding is so arrogant that he even went to challenge the Marine headquarters. That is the Marine headquarters. Just because of a woman, he brought up the god pirates, and finally killed us the Fishmen Island. HMPH. All the people betrayed and fell apart, and the huge pirate group was destroyed in his hands. If it weren't for him, the Fishmen Island would not have been attacked twice by BIGMOM. How many fellow Murlocs would have died because of him? Exactly. I remembered that the first time BIGMOM attacked the Fishmen Island was also because Gu Ding killed Cracker on the Fishmen Island, which angered BIGMOM and implicated our Fish Island. But, Gu Ding really saved the Fishmen Island from BIGMOM. Moreover, when he covered the Fishmen Island, he didn't make any additional requests to us. Don't you all forgot? True. Get lost. Benefactor. I'm Yuck. Benefactor is Fart. He is the enemy of the Fishmen Island. My sister died because of him. 5SC. Chapter 137 Slaughter for subscription. It's not like that. I don't allow you to say that, Master Gu Ding. While everyone was arguing, a female voice came. Xiao Shuan. After the Murloc True saw Xiao Shuan, he said, "It's none of your business, you sell wine well, don't talk nonsense." Xiao Shuan was the Murloc that Gu Ding had rescued when he passed the Fishmen Island. At that time, she was abducted and was about to be sold to Derice Rosa. It was Gu Ding who made a strong move to destroy half of the pirates and rescued her. Master Gu Ding saved me. Xiao Shuan pursed her lips, mustered up her courage, clenched her fists, and said firmly without avoiding the gazes of the drinkers, "Master Gu Ding will definitely come back. He must have a reason for not showing up now. We have to believe that Master Gu Ding, he is the captain of the Tenjin Pirates. He is here, and the Tenjin Pirates are here. The Tenjin Pirates will definitely be back." Bah, BCH, what are you talking about? The Murloc swordsman who was drinking stood up with a fierce look in his eyes. The knife is in his hand, and it may be drawn out at any time. Let's talk about the facts, and no one is allowed to raise objections. Ding Mu stood up and stood in front of Xiao Shuan. The Murloc's comments had already made Ding Mu furious and murderous. If it wasn't for Gu Ding's gesture, the Murlocs would have died on the spot. In his mind, he had already sentenced the Murlocs who criticized the God Lord to death. At this time, it is rare to hear a mermaid stand up and say something fair for the Divine Master, but he is threatened instead. How could Ding Mu still sit still? He wished he could draw his sword immediately and cut their corpses into thousands of pieces on the spot. Human swordsman. Most of the Murlocs drinking showed hatred. The Fishmen Island does not welcome humans, get out. Get off the Fishmen Island. Dirty humans. It is the disaster that human beings have brought to us. Ding Mu's interjection caused even greater backlash. I don't know who started it, but all of a sudden, the crowd was furious, shouting and cursing again and again. The people who come to drink are just for fun and entertainment, so why get angry? The lady proprietress of the bar came out. Her graceful and exquisite lines made the Murlocs who were soaked in wine stare straight at her. Everyone sit down and continue to drink. Today's wine is all free. I hope everyone will show me face and let it go, so as not to hurt the peace. Okay, let's give Mrs. Uki a face. The Murloc who took the lead in making trouble fell on Ding Mu again, and said, "Humph. You're lucky. Don't let me see you again next time." Ochi also took advantage of the situation and pulled Xiao Shuan, preparing to stay away from the center of the incident, and whispered, "You also know that the Fishmen Island is like this now. What are you arguing with them?" Sigh. But, Uki, Xiao Shuan was very wronged, and just when she was about to leave the bar in frustration, a voice sounded. HMPH. You can hit as much as you want, and you can drink as much as you want. Who gave you face? The Murlocs followed the prestige and saw a human man sitting in a corner wearing a peaked cap and drinking with his back to them. You kid, you're looking for death. The troublemaker Murloc stood up again. Korn, calm down, calm down. Uki hurried over to grab the Murloc Kern, and was about to persuade him, when he heard the human guest's voice again. The Fishmen Island does not welcome humans. Humans are dirty. Is it a disaster brought about by humans? Ridiculous. Gu Ding smiled contemptuously, and he stopped every word he said next, piercing the heart of the Murlocs like a steel needle. Weak people only complain. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. Parents died early, didn't even teach this truth. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat dried shrimps. Living in the sea, but did not realize this simple truth. When you are old, you really live like a dog. If I were you, I would be ashamed to death, and you still have the face to complain and even be hostile to humans. It's so stupid. After saying that, Gu Ding poured out the wine in the glass, showing his disdain undoubtedly. After hearing this, Ochi's heart almost stopped beating. She hated iron and said anxiously, "My guest, please stop talking. This is the Fishmen Island, you will really die. Apologize to Kern, I beg you." Xiao Shuan didn't expect this kind of situation to happen, so he said to Gu Ding tremblingly, "Mr. Guest." Xiao Shuan knew that he was wrong. Xiao Shuan shouldn't be talking too much, and I've hurt you, sir. Sir, please admit your mistake and apologize. There are so many of them. Sir, you are not their opponent. After saying that, Xiao Shuan looked at Kern with tears in her eyes and said, "Kern, I caused the incident. If you want to kill or scratch, it's up to you. Don't hurt innocent people. Let this gentleman go." Bar 0. Begging for flowers. Trude saw this, and quickly persuaded. "Korn, let's forget it. Come out and have a drink, there is no need to get angry." Snapped. Cole slapped Trudeau, pointed at Trudeau's nose and said, "You're such a picky eater, you have to leave a confession today." "And you," Kern pointed at Xiao Shuan, and shouted, "Little BCH, what are you? It's not for the sake of Mrs. Uki, how can you speak?" Finally, Kern pointed at Gu Ding and cursed, "Inferior creatures that can't live in water, defective products of nature, how dare you insult me, the Fishmen Island, I'll cut you up and drink it." Quote, a group of Murlocs were aggressive and furious, pointing at Gu Ding and yelling, 0. Inferior BCH, you are only worthy of licking Murloc's feet. It's really shameless, you don't want to get out alive today. How can you defile the noble blood of the Murlocs? Humble human beings. The fish people drew their knives and pointed at Gu Ding one after another, but Gu Ding just snorted softly and said, "Ding Mu, have you recorded everything? Don't let anyone go. Sir, you." Xiao Shuan closed her eyes in pain, "I'm the one who got you involved." Ochi seemed to be drained of all strength and collapsed to the ground. "Yes, master." Ding Mu's hoarse voice sounded. He bowed his head, then raised his head, his eyes were full of fierceness. "Grip. Then draw the knife." The bar instantly became a Shira's place, full of corpses. "Ah, lowly human being, how dare you kill my compatriots, I will fight with you. The Murlocs will be cut." Korn's eyes were full of madness, and he slashed at Ding Mu frantically. Bang! Ding Mu cut off Kern's sword with one knife, and put the knife across Kern's neck. Suddenly, the tavern was silent. The drinkers raised their hearts to their throats one by one, and began to rejoice that they didn't talk too much. Xiao Shuan grabbed Uki's clothes nervously, her eyes were full of horror. Ochi's back was drenched, she took a deep breath, and looked at Gu Ding fearfully. "Master, what should I do with this cheap-mouthed thing?" Ding Mu grabbed Kern's tail fin and said, "Kill him, because it's cheaper for him, or, middle." Chapter 138 Remorse in Hell for subscription. Treating the enemy, Ding Mu is like a mad dog, never showing mercy. Ding Mu looked at Kern, licked his lips, and his voice seemed to come from hell. Or, cut it into sashimi and serve it with a bar. After hearing this, Kern could no longer stand still, and knelt directly on the ground. "I was wrong, I was wrong. Master Human, please spare me, I am a lowly mermaid, I am only worthy of licking shoes for human beings. Please, don't kill me." Kern is arrogant and condescending, turning his face faster than turning a book. This kind of character even made Ding Mu unable to arouse his interest in killing him. The atmosphere in the tavern was terrifyingly quiet, and everyone was waiting for the human alcoholic's sentence on Kern. However, the human alcoholic didn't seem to want to speak. The more this is the case, the more uncertain everyone feels. Deputy Captain Ong San, let's just watch him kill Cole. 390, right. It's too much for this human being to kill such a murloc on the Fishman Island. There are murlocs in the tavern who can't stop whispering and talking. After all, this is the Fishman Island. He did this because he didn't take the Fishman Island seriously. Although Kern and the others were a little aggressive, their natures are still good. If there is a conflict, it's fine to be taught a lesson, and it doesn't mean that they have to die to pay for their crimes. The rest of the drinkers in the tavern looked at Gu Ding's master and servant more and more unkindly. These words naturally reached Gu Ding's ears, but Gu Ding remained calm. HMPH. I want to see where the lower limit of the murlocs on the Fishman Island can go. Gu Ding slowly raised a glass of wine again. After hearing the whispers of the murlocs, Ochi took a deep breath and said to Gu Ding, "Sir, why don't you just look at this matter? Your servant has already killed many murlocs, so it is not appropriate to make further troubles. Big. Otherwise, you will only cause more murlocs to be hostile." Gu Ding smiled and said nothing. Ding Mu raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "Dare to be hostile? Whoever dares to be hostile will kill him. One hostile kills one, two hostiles kill one pair, and all hostility will be destroyed. The Fishman Island. Your Excellency has such a big tone." At this moment, a murloc who had been drinking stood up, walked up to Ding Mu and said, "Your Excellency is skilled in swordsmanship, but the Fishman Island, is not empty. If you really don't know how to advance or retreat, be careful to die in the sea. And compared with you humans, land warfare is your strong point. But in the sea, your swordsmanship is not valued by someone." Ding Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his fingers were already on the hilt of the sword. Ong San. Didn't he set up a pirate group to go to sea? When did he come back? Trudeau, who was splashed all over his body, was in a bad mood, and hurried forward to reconcile, saying, "You two, don't engage in emotional disputes anymore. Let's go, everyone, let's go." However, True's sense of existence is not high, and both parties ignored True, who suddenly appeared. Gu Ding put down his wine glass, his voice was gentle, like wine that warms the heart, and he said, "Ding Mu, what this Mr. Murloc said makes a lot of sense, you might as well sit down and listen." "Yes, Master." Ding Mu then slightly loosened his fingers that were gripping the hilt of the sword, forced a smile on his face, and said to Ong San, "Then according to your Excellency, how should I deal with this BD's things? 1. Let Korn go." Holding the sword in his hand, Ong San looked at Ding Mu with undisguised superiority, and said, "Bayern apologizes. 3. Kneel down and apologize to the dead murlocs, and pay each of them 10 million Baileys in compensation." After saying that, Ong San looked at Ding Mu with a look of charity. "Yes, let me go quickly, make amends to me, to my brother who died." When Kern saw someone stand up for him, he felt confident at the moment. Although he was still kneeling on the ground, he already wanted to point his nostrils at Ding Mu. Ding Mu snorted coldly in his heart, and cast Gu Ding a questioning look, which meant very obvious, meaning that if he hadn't done something. Crack, crack, crack. Gu Ding clapped his palms slowly, and said with a long sigh, "The Murloc swordsman is domineering. Compensation is also possible, but before the compensation, I have a few questions, and I ask this Murloc swordsman to answer my questions." "Okay." Ong San didn't expect Gu Ding to agree so readily, and after a soft snort, he raised his nostrils and said, "Tell me, what do you want to know? First, if our master and servant were hacked to death by them, would you speak up? Second, how much is the life of our master and servant worth Bailey?" After asking, Gu Ding played with the wine glass, waiting for Ong San's answer. From the beginning to the end, Gu Ding never turned around to look at those murlocs. Ong San's pupils shrank slightly, and he always felt that Gu Ding looked confident, so he launched observation hockey to check the strength of the two masters and servants, and after confirming that the auras of the two were not strong, he said in a solemn voice, "As long as when things have reached this point, of course I will stand up and speak out. If either of you dies unfortunately, I will also seek compensation for you. As for the amount, since you made mistakes first, you can only pay 10,000 Baileys each." Ding Mu snorted coldly in his heart, trying his best to restrain the growing killing intent. Ji Yu Ding smiled slightly, and said, 10,000 Baileys is not a lot. In that case, I would also like to thank you, the Murloc swordsman, for your kindness. But, I still have one thing I don't know. You know mine, where is my family? How will you hand over the 10,000 Bailey compensation to my family? Will you be black-hearted? Quote, no matter how stupid Ong San was, he understood at this time that Ji Yu Ding was really playing tricks on him. Immediately, he became angry from embarrassment and said, how dare you play tricks on me? Tisk tisk, idiot. As soon as Ji Yu Ding finished speaking, Ding Mu directly started. Clang. Ong San struck at the same time, confronted Ding Mu with a sword, and retreated repeatedly. Tiger Shark Slash. Against the Trend Sea Dragon Song. Murloc Sword Art. Yusha Strike. Fixed Beheading Style. The small tavern was in chaos again, and the fight between Ding Mu and Ong San was more intense than the previous battle. In the blink of an eye, more and more Ong San's subordinates joined the battle and besieged one. Ding Mu together. You just wait to die. Dare to play wild on the Fishmen Island, you lowly human being. After you die, feed your dead body to the sharks. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Kern pointed at Ji Yu Ding, laughing maniacally. Suddenly, a voice sounded like a voice from the depths of hell. Sad ants, you have no idea who you're talking to. Ji Yu Ding's voice is silent, without any human emotion. Go to hell and repent. Ji Yu Ding hooked his fingers, the string fruit was launched, and the invisible thread entangled Kern. Kern's face changed drastically, and he howled, you devil, what did you do to me? Then, under Xiao Xuan's and Ochi's puzzled eyes, Kern saw his head from the dagger. Dirty and smelly. Chapter 139 Charlie's Prophecy. Subscribe. Ji Yu Ding moved his finger again, twitching the thread of fate hanging above Kern's head. Woo! Kern knelt and rolled on the ground in pain, and Xiao Xuan hugged the proprietress Uki tightly in fright. Ji Yu Ding moved his finger again, and Ong San was wrapped around Ong San like a silk thread of fate. Immediately afterwards, Ong San slashed at his companion like a marionette. What did you do to me? Let me go. Ong San turned to look at Ji Yu Ding the first time he realized that he was being controlled. However, as soon as he turned his head, he found that it was difficult to turn his head like a rusty machine. Another thread is controlling him. Next, Ong San was in a state of confusion and kept waving knives to attack his crew. Vice Captain, I'm Kizai, what's wrong with you? Deputy Captain Ong San, wake up, we are companions. The Deputy Captain Ong San is crazy, he is killing his own people. Stay away from him. The knife was stained with more and more blood of his companions, and Ong San's eyes became more and more crazy, cursing Ji Yu Ding while slashing and killing his crew. Run! Deputy Captain Ong San is completely crazy. Let's go find Captain Ji Su. Oh 1. Brothers, retreat. The crew members who were stung by the blood no longer cared about besieging Ding Mu, one by one like bereaved dogs. Ding Mu snorted coldly, watching from the sidelines. Since you have raised the knife, how can you just put it down? To do things, you need to have a beginning and an end. Ji Yu Ding said lightly, the corner of his mouth was slightly crooked, and he moved 2 fingers. Immediately, the invisible threads intersected like fishing nets, sealing off the exit of the tavern, trapping Ong San and the people who came with him together, like a commercial house for raising pigs and sheep. What is this? A spider's web. Cut it. Why do you keep chopping? The fleeing crew members were shocked by this result. Only then did Ong San know who he had offended. This human being is more ruthless than all the human beings he has seen since he was born, and he is a full-fledged murderous devil. Pirate, you are a vicious pirate. Ong San howled, crying and howling. However, it's too late to say anything now, and he can't stop the pace of killing Lu. Knowing that there was no hope of getting out of trouble, Ong San looked like a madman, and even took the initiative to cooperate with the line to chop up his companions. There is no other way, let's do it together. Otherwise, we will all die at the hands of Deputy Captain Ong San. But that's the mate. Do you want to die? -2E. The Murloc crew members turned their heads and counterattacked like crazy in order to survive. How dare you do anything to me, BD? Ong San cursed angrily. A Murloc pirate was a little timid, but still mustered up his courage. Kaido, Ong San, you are the one who got us involved. Now you want to kill us again, how can you please? BD, that's not me, it's him. Ong San roared, waiting for his eyes. What are you talking about? What are you? It's you who did it. You betrayed the pirates, and Captain Lee Su won't let you go. The Murloc pirate crew shouted with red eyes. The fighting within the Murloc pirates intensified, but these had nothing to do with me. In the end, Ji Yuding only let go of 2 insignificant miscellaneous fish, and Ong San died in the hands of his companions under the control. As soon as the battle was over, Trudeau said to Ji Yuding as if mourning, "Your Excellency, you have caused a catastrophe." Ji Yuding nodded, not paying attention. On the other hand, Xiao Shuan was very anxious and hurriedly asked, "True, what is the disaster you mentioned?" True sighed and practiced, and said, "Ong San is the deputy captain of the Tuna Pirates. Captain Tuna Jisoo offers a bounty of 180 million Baileys. It is the demon fruit power of Paramesha crushed fruit, which can brittle and harden objects that come into contact with it, but easily broken. Jisoo is a cruel man, and he must take revenge, because a human child threw a stone at him, and he slaughtered 3 small towns in a rage. From the joint hands of the 3 vice-admirals in Marine, he escaped easily and became famous in the sea. You kill Ong San, Jisoo will definitely not let you go." "Hey, oh, 1. Ji Yuding turned to ask Ding Mu. "Ding Mu, have you heard of canned tuna?" Responding to the words of the master, the villain has never heard it. It must be that there is too little contact with the outside world these days. Ding Mu replied respectfully, "Yes." Ji Yuding nodded slightly. These days are indeed too busy. When Trude saw this, he panted angrily, and said, "You guys are too ignorant. Jisoo is called the future of the Fishmen Island, a supernova, and ranked 3rd in the same period. The royal family values him very much. After learning that Jisoo is back, I specially invited him to Long Miyagi as a guest. Yo, Long Miyagi is also involved, so I'm looking forward to it." Ji Yuding raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He really wanted to see Long Miyagi's attitude towards him. Royal family, Long Miyagi. Xiao Shuan nervously covered her mouth. Her eyes were filled with astonishment, and said, "The royal family actually wants to meet him in person. He is a pirate. Aren't the royal family afraid of being held accountable by the Marine government?" This matter is related to the fortune teller Xiarli. Ochi seemed to know some inside information, sighed, and said, "When the genius fortune teller Xiarli was 4 years old, he predicted the era of great pirates, and even the era of great chaos brought by Ji Yuding. Not long ago, after Bigmom attacked the Fishmen Island again, she predicted that the Fishmen Island would be influenced by Ji Yuding again, and there would be an inevitable disaster." 327 Ochi's heart is heavy. Obviously she doesn't want to mention this matter too much. However, Ochi's words were a reminder to Ji Yuding, and it was only at this moment that he realized that he had been ignoring Xiarli. For a long time, Ji Yuding's eyes have been on the powerful penultimate fighters, but he didn't pay much attention to people with special abilities like Xiarli. Xiarli, the Mako Shark Mermaid, is the best fortune teller in the Fishmen Island, and also Along's younger sister. Ji Yuding calculated that Xiarli is only 10 or 11 years old now. Prophecy. Interesting. Ji Yuding is slightly interested in this, but he is not afraid of prophecy. From Ji Yuding's point of view, the so-called prophecy is also man-made. Prophecy can only know the future, but it cannot change the future. It is a seemingly powerful thing, but it is actually tasteless. The 100% correct prediction rate also shows the fact that the future is 100% unchangeable. Ji Yuding has a little understanding of this aspect, and Xiarli's prophecy is equivalent to the paradox of killing his grandfather through time and space. Although she can see through the future, she is still an insignificant pawn under fate. Ochi shook her head and said, "It may be for this reason that the royal family recruited Jisoo, and even dealt with Ji Yuding. Are you going to deal with me? Ji Yu Ding smiled coldly and said in his heart, come on. Chapter 140 Idiot for subscription. After hearing Oh Chi's words, Ji Yu Ding understood that the Fishmen Island did not hesitate to join forces with Ji Su to fight against Ji Yu Ding because of the fear of a catastrophic disaster caused by Ji Yu Ding in the future. This is also one of the reasons why the Fishmen Island hates Ji Yu Ding. Ji Yu Ding knew this well, and his heart became more and more deserted. A lot of things in the world don't make sense. Leaving the bar and walking on the street of the Fishmen Island, Ji Yu Ding sighed deeply. I don't think I owe anything to the Fishmen Island, but in the end I'm still regarded as a plague and hater. I can't wait to get rid of it and get rid of it. Sometimes I even think, why is this world so stupid? After drinking too much wine, Ji Yu Ding, who has always been as cold as ice, also showed his fragile side at this time. Ding Mu stood behind Ji Yu Ding, listening silently. For a long time, he felt that Ji Yu Ding was as high and inaccessible as the bright moon in the sky. Only now did he know that Ji Yu Ding was also a human being with warm blood. Ding Mu, you judge. In order to force me to come out, Bigmom threatened that as long as I didn't come out, she would keep killing the citizens of the Fishmen Island. But what does the Fishmen Island have to do with me? At that time, I didn't even know a person from the Fishmen Island, but I still went there, taking a huge risk. If I hadn't held the whole card in that battle, I really would hate to be under Bigmom's weird ability. If they can forget these things, what else can they not forget? For the Fishmen Island, Ji Yu Ding has mixed feelings, just like a man loves and hates his first love. What happened later, I think you also know. After the Summit War, Bigmom attacked the Fishmen Island again. Is this also my fault? Just because I couldn't protect them all the time, did they put the blame on me? Could it be they really don't know that Bigmom is the root cause of their disaster? Ding Mu, tell me, what is this? Ji Yu Ding gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, full of hatred. Ding Mu fell into a long silence, and after a while, he said with red eyes, Master, the fault is not you, but the world. This world is full of filth, and it is impossible to expect the world to clean itself. And you, the apostle sent by fate, are the supreme existence with a grand mission. Perhaps, the meaning of your coming to the world is to wash away the filth of the world. Master, decide. The old slave is willing to accompany the master to create a new world. Before the saddle and the horse, you will never regret it. Ding Mu knelt down and buried his head deeply. Ji Yu Ding's eyes were never clearer than before. He looked up to the sky and laughed. The past passed like a cloud of smoke. He lowered his head again. His eyes as clear as water were as clean as lotus flowers. One thought produces and destroys all things, and one thought evolves the world. Ji Yu Ding's eyes were filled with an unprecedented divinity. The god is the son of heaven. The world is not benevolent, and treats everything as a straw dog. I see. To destroy is to be born, from which shall be born the land of our fast and the land of our honor. Liquidation is imperative. Ji Yu Ding's eyes flickered, revealing a brilliance that didn't belong to the world. As soon as he raised his head, his deep eyes could penetrate the abyss-like sea and reach the vast starry sky. He bowed his head and whispered. His voice was like singing a soul song to the underworld, stirring up lonely souls wandering in hell. Finally, he is neither sad nor happy. Liquidation. Ji Yu Ding suddenly gave birth to an awe-inspiring aura, just like Conqueror's Haki, but there were some indescribable things in it. Congratulations to the Master for uncovering the mystery in the womb and realizing the mission of the divine way. Ding Mu bowed deeply and bowed 9 times. Okay. Ji Yu Ding was neither sad nor happy. He moved his fingers and felt the thread tied to the body of the Murloc in front of him. It was the pirates of the 2 tuna pirates who were released before. At this time, Dragon Palace City. Bold. Who are you? Dare to trespass on the important place of the Fishmen Island. With a sound of bang, the guards of Dragon Palace City showed their spears and stopped the 2 Murloc pirates who came. Take us to meet Captain Ji Su. The Murloc pirate hurriedly shouted. A major event has happened, and Captain Ji Su's event has been delayed. You can't afford it. The guards of Dragon Palace City were a little hesitant, but they still responded cautiously. Be safe and don't be impatient, let me tell you. Not long after, The guard got the pirate's access order and guided the pirate to the palace where the banquet was held. In the palace, push cups and exchange cups, and the host and guest enjoy themselves. Since I am a member of the Fishmen Island, my heart will always be on the Fishmen Island. Jisoo raised his wine glass and said, "No matter what happens to the Fishmen Island, I will always be a man of the Fishmen Island. The fate of the Fishmen Island is also the fate of our Murlocs. Since I have returned to the Fishmen Island, I will definitely not sit back and watch the Fishmen Island be implicated by Ji Ding and be destroyed overnight. King Neptune, please rest assured." Neptune was all smiles, drank to his heart's content, and raised his glass. With Captain Jesus' words, I feel relieved. The current sea is turbulent, and it is the era of great chaos that is more chaotic than the era of great pirates. On the one hand, the number of pirates has shown an explosive increase. On the other hand, Marine is also expanding its army. In the global conscription alone, there are 2 young admirals with outstanding strength. Quote, "The competition for hegemony in the New World is also intensifying. I thought that I could preserve the Fishmen Island under the banner of the god Ji Ding, but who knows that he fell first. How can this be done? However, fortunately, there are men of the Fishmen Island like Captain Jisoo who can fight together with the Fishmen Island in times of crisis. This is a blessing for the million citizens of the Fishmen Island. Captain Jisoo, please be respected by the old man. Do it." Neptune took the lead in drinking it and drank it every day. Dry. The tuna murloc seasoning was also drank in one gulp. Just at this moment Qian Wanghao, the voice of Princess Yiji came. "Neptune, what are you doing?" Princess Otahime hurried over with Shirahoshi in her arms, looking at Jisoo who was being entertained. Her face was full of disappointment. "We, the Fishmen Island, are attached to the banner of Ji Ding, the god pirate group. How could you do such a thing? Otahime, you don't have to worry about this matter." Neptune said with a cold face, "Hurry up and bring Shirahoshi to the banquet. How decent is that?" "What do you mean don't care about me? Do you know what you're doing?" Princess Otahime looked at Neptune angrily, and said, "The most important thing is to avoid half-heartedness. Ji Ding's life and death are uncertain at the moment, so you betray him. You are not the way of faith, you are not moral. Calm down." Neptune looked displeased, and said coldly, "Ji Ding has already lost, completely defeated. The heavenly god pirates fell apart, and everyone betrayed their relatives. How can he protect the Fishmen Island?" Chapter 141 Drive Away Wolf begging to subscribe. You have to trust Ji Ding. Princess Otahime covered her chest with one hand, and said, "The heavenly pirates are gone, but as long as Ji Ding is not dead, the heavenly pirates will make a comeback. Jinbei has already gone out to sea to find Ji Ding, can't you afford to wait for this little time? You are now leading the Fishmen Island and recruiting others. At that time, how will you face Jinbei and Ji Ding?" Princess Otahime didn't give in at all, and stared straight at Neptune awe-inspiringly. Neptune shook his head slightly and said, "Jinbei will understand me. As for Ji Ding, do you think he can survive in the new era? Don't be naive, Otahime. You don't understand what Ji Ding has done. He has a character of vindictiveness. He doesn't have the demeanor of an emperor. He doesn't know how to forbear. He brazenly launched an attack on the Marine headquarters and offended a third party, the 7 warlords of the sea. Even before that, they were deadly enemies with Bigmom, and forcibly blackmailed Whitebeard Edward and the red-haired Shanks. Even Kaido of the Beasts was blackmailed by it, although it didn't succeed in the end. This is the Ji Ding that you can rely on. Yes, he is very powerful, but that was only before the Summit War. If his power hadn't collapsed like an iceberg, how could he have retreated to the present without any news? To put it bluntly, he is dead. And, even if he makes a comeback, what can he do? Whether you admit it or not, he has already offended all the powerful people in the entire sea. Otahime, wake up. No one will tolerate Ji Ding living on. No one." Neptune's face was flushed, and he roared out with excitement. Princess Otahime took a step back in frustration, sighed again and again, and said after a long time, "Neptune, you will destroy the Fishmen Island." Neptune couldn't listen to Princess Otahime's words at all, and frowned. "What I'm doing now is to save the Fishmen Island. Princess Otome, listen to me. Jisoo has a pair of eagle-like sharp eyes and a long tuna nose, which is inlaid on his face like a steel thorn. When he spoke, his mouth showed an upside-down triangle shape, revealing a row of serrated teeth. The era of great chaos is just beginning to appear. A few years later, the real chaos will come. Do you know how many pirates in the same period as me have actual bounties of over 100 million but were forcibly lowered by the marine government? Pirates. Do you know how many pirates got the devil fruit that made them transform during this period? The sea now seems to be a little rough, but the undercurrent is actually more dangerous. Being in it, a little careless, will be smashed to pieces. Jisoo patted his chest, put on a sanctimonious and clear conscience, paused, and said, "If you are willing to wait for Ji Ding, then I will do as I please. It's just that if something happens in the future, don't blame me for not being righteous enough." HMPH. Jisoo, I don't believe you would be so kind. Princess Otahime stared at Jisoo, and said, "Did you reach a deal with Neptune?" Jisoo Kaido lightly. My mother and queen are all a family, so it would be too hurtful to talk about a deal. The voice fell. It was as if there was a thunderclap. Princess Otahime's face turned pale, and she cried out, "You what? Mother? Who is your mother?" Jisoo's face was full of spring breeze, and she said slowly, "Of course it's you, Princess Otto. King Neptune promised to marry Shirahoshi to me. We will get married when Shirahoshi is 15 years old. Neptune." Princess Otahime was on the verge of fainting, pointing at Neptune and cursing, "Shirahoshi was just born, and you did such a thing. You don't deserve to be a father." Neptune looked ugly, and shouted, "Come here. Don't send the princess down." Just then, 2 remnants of the tuna pirates came to the palace. Captain Ong San, he's dead." The Pomfret Murloc stammered, "Dead? What's going on?" Jisoo narrowed his eyes, full of killing intent. "That's right, was killed by us. But it was all done by a human pirate." Another Murloc said incoherently. "Abeb, crack." Jisoo slapped him and cursed, "Speak up." The 2 Murlocs got together and told the story of the incident, but the process they told was full of loopholes, missing a lot of information about Ji Ding. "Captain Jisoo, how about we set a date for the borrowing the flag ceremony right now? I can also plan the time and let the craftsman drive out a statue of you." Neptune walked over holding a cup, but found Jisoo looked displeased, and couldn't help asking, "Captain Jisoo, what happened?" 2 human pirates made trouble on the Fishmen Island and bullied fellow Murlocs. They were stopped by Deputy Captain Ong San. However, Deputy Captain Ong San was careless because of drunkenness. Unfortunately, he fell into the way of human pirates and died for his country. Jisoo deliberately added fuel and vinegar, concealed the facts, and said it sadly. "There are such bold human pirates. The Fishmen Island, will never tolerate it." Neptune frowned and said, "Since Deputy Captain Ong San died for the Murlocs, the royal family will not ignore it. Captain Jisoo, please sit down. I will send the royal guards to arrest humans pirates. You must give an explanation to the millions of compatriots on the Fishmen Island. The king has a heart. On behalf of the tuna pirates and the millions of fellow Murlocs who have been bullied by humans, I thank the king." Jisoo lowered his head, and the corner of his mouth raised an imperceptible arc. "Human pirates. They are able to kill Ong San. They have some skills. The current situation is changing, and the strong are springing up like mushrooms, so you can't act rashly. But this fool, Neptune, can take advantage of it and drive away the wolf. Try the details of that human pirate." Jisoo thought to himself. With Neptune's order, Shark Star led the palace guards out of Dragon Palace City. Outside Dragon Palace, Ji Ding had been waiting for a long time. "Oh, Shark Star." Ji Ding thought about it for a while, and then understood the reason of the matter. Ding Wooden Golem is deep in the old city, and he has seen more power struggles, and he can understand it. "When I went in, there were 2 pirates. When I came out, there were 2 pirates with the palace guards. It seems that the royal family got mixed up with this pirate group." Ding Mu said in a cold voice, half-hearted. Dragon Palace, the royal family of the city, violated the big taboo of pirates by doing this. No pirate group would allow this kind of thing to happen. This is blatant betrayal. Then let's go clean it up. Ji Yu Ding fell from the sky and landed in front of Shi Xing. Who are you? Why do you want to block the way of the royal guards? Shark Star said, slightly displeased. It's kind of like it. The two leading pirates muttered. At this time, Ji Yu Ding's faint voice sounded. I am the one who came to clean up. When the two pirates heard the words, their faces turned pale and they spoke incoherently. Yes, 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 he. Chapter 142 beginning to clear up. Please subscribe. Be bold. Do you know who you are talking to? The one in front of you is the great prince of Miyagi, Shaxing-sama. Hurry up and kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, catastrophe is imminent. The turtle adjutant next to Sha Xing shouted. What cats and dogs have come out? Just based on what you said just now, you can be sentenced to stew soup. Ding Mu drew out his knife and pointed at the adjutant tortoise. Shark Star frowned, thought for a moment, looked at Ji Yu Ding, and said, You killed Vice Captain Ong San, right? Vice Captain Ong San and the tuna pirates he belonged to are very important to the Fishmen Island. Friend, you go back with me, meet your father, explain the matter clearly, there is still room for improvement, otherwise. Otherwise what? Ji Yu Ding looked at Sha Xing with a sneer. Your Excellency, it is better not to try to challenge the authority of the Fishmen Island. Shark Star warned. Authority? Who gave you authority? Ji Yu Ding pointed at Shark Star, eyes full of disdain, and said, An authority that has been rode twice by Bigmom. An authority that lives 10,000 meters under the sea without seeing the sun. An authority that makes a woman worry about state affairs. A group of frogs in a well. Take down this villain. Shark Star became furious. Ji Yu Ding held 5 fingers, and dozens of parasite strings dropped from the air, bound to the guards of Dragon Palace City, and then under the control of Ji Yu Ding, the guards of Dragon Palace City approached Shark Star step by step. You guys, are you going to rebel? Adjutant Gui's expression changed drastically, and he hid behind Shark Star. Prince Shark Star, we don't know what's going on. The guard raised his knife and shouted. Here we come, we come, we come again. The faces of the two Murlocs and pirates turned pale. When Shark Star looked at Ji Yu Ding again, his eyes were full of fear. Mermaid Tool Technique Time Flowing Water Gun. Shark Star quickly swung his trident to meet the soldiers who belonged to him. Ji Yu Ding flicked out a finger, and a line of ability penetrated Shark Star's shoulder like a sniper rifle. The next moment, Shark Star was overwhelmed by the palace guards. At this scene, the tortoise adjutant was so scared that he hid in the tortoise shell and dared not come out. Ding Mu stepped forward, stepped on the tortoise shell, and said coldly, It's safe to hide in the tortoise shell. Are you planning to make us face disaster like this? Master Pirate, please spare me. It's because I have short-sighted eyes that I don't know Mount Tai. Adjutant Turtle pleaded sincerely. Ding Mu split the tortoise shell casually, then turned and left without even looking at it. Shark Star was tied into a rice dumpling by the Imperial Guards and turned to Ji Yu Ding. When he raised his head and saw Ji Yu Ding's face clearly, his legs softened and he knelt on the ground. My lord, how is it you? Sha Xing's face was pale, as if mourning. Ji Yu Ding patted Shark Star's face, and said coldly, Why, don't you want me to appear? Shark Star's heart was heavy, remembering what Neptune had done. He no longer dared to look up into Ji Yu Ding's eyes. Go to Dragon Palace. Ji Yu Ding closed his eyes and sat on Shark Star's chariot. The moment he came into contact with Shark Star, Ji Yu Gong had already mastered Shark Star's memory. From the memory of Shark Star, Ji Yu Ding learned that at this stage, the opinions among the nobles of the Fishmen Island are seriously divided. Most of the faction close to Jinbei supported Ji Yu Ding. The rest of the officials, the royal family, thought it was time to throw away Ji Yu Ding and look for a new pirate flag that could bring them stability. These people, who have expressed their attachment to Whitebeard. But he was warned by Whitebeard and kicked out. But they still didn't give up, and finally found the supernova pirate group, Tuna. The reason why Ji Yu Ding didn't kill Shark Star was because Shark Star was a centrist and didn't lean towards any side. Although Sha Xing is tall, his actual age is only 12 or 13 years old, and he doesn't know much about the politics of Dragon Palace City. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse long ago. That's Prince Sharkstar. Prince Sharkstar has been kidnapped. Call for reinforcements. There is an enemy attack. Quickly inform His Majesty the King. Sitting in the chariot, Ji Yuding rested his head with one hand and closed his eyes. Everything outside is handed over to Ding Mu. Suddenly, Longfu City was filled with a strong smell of blood. Master Ji Yuding, there is a misunderstanding, there is a misunderstanding. Shark Star wanted to say something, but was immediately blocked by the Imperial Guards. On the other side, Dragon Palace City Palace. Report Your Majesty the King, a human swordsman is coming in from outside. The soldier knelt on the ground and shouted. What? Neptune was shocked, clenched his fists, and said, how dare a mere human being be so rampant? Hurry up and bring over 20,000 troops to take him down for this king. 0. Ask for flowers. Yes, Your Majesty. The soldier hurriedly issued an order, but as soon as he went out, he was kicked back and landed at Neptune's feet. Neptune and Jisoo lost color at the same time. Just then, a voice sounded outside the door. Hurry up and think about your last words. As soon as the voice fell, Ding Mu walked in front, followed by the royal guards, carrying chariots, and appeared in the hall of Dragon Palace City. Who the hell are you and why did you kidnap my son? Neptune said looking at Ji Yuding. Since Jin Yi Yixing is not the target of Ji Yuding's attack, even if they face to face, they will not know Ji Yuding's true identity. In their view, Ji Yuding is just an ordinary-looking passerby. Jisoo quietly activated observation Haki to investigate the strength of Ji Yuding and Ding Mu. 0. In observation Haki, Ji Yuding is like the breath of Shark Star, while Ding Mu is like a burning flame. However, the combined aura of the two of them was not as strong as Jisoo's. Jisoo's mind is like lightning. He is not a reckless pirate, on the contrary, his scheming is the same as his fruit ability, and he has the potential to become a big pirate. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. How can a person with low strength have such a powerful subordinate? Jisoo couldn't see the depth of Ji Yuding, and couldn't help thinking, could it be that he actually has a noble status and a prominent family? Or is he hiding something? Trouble, I'd better slip away. Thinking of this, Wusoo backed away quietly. Who am I? Don't you want to arrest me? Why? The sufferer came to the door, but pretended not to know me. Ji Yuding was condescending, looking down at Neptune. The contempt in his tone was not concealed at all. Are you the human pirate who killed Ong San? Neptune also came to his senses at this time. No wonder his son Sha Xing was tied up and carried in. It turned out that this was the reason. Captain Jisoo, he is that human villain. Neptune shouted quickly, but he didn't wait for Lai Jisoo's response. Why, are you still counting on him to take revenge? Ji Yuding stretched out a finger and aimed at Neptune from afar. He slipped away while you were not paying attention. However, please don't worry. You can be companions on Wangquan Road. Chapter 143 As You Wished. Subscribe. Say it. Ji Yuding popped a string and controlled Neptune. Armament Hakichao lingered, and instantly spread along the parasite string to the top of Neptune's head, linking Ji Yuding and Neptune. Reader plugin. This triggers. A stream of memories flooded in like Zhonglu. Ji Yuding quickly sorted out the list of traitors. Neptune, Prime Minister Turtle, Minister Silver Carp. These names flashed through Ji Yuding's mind, and his heart grew colder. With a flick of his finger, Neptune was suspended in the air. On the other side, a thread suddenly appeared in front of Jisoo, who was sneaking away. What is this? Just as Jisoo was about to reach out to touch it, the thread suddenly changed. Strands of threads continue to converge, like a snowman, piled up from bottom to top to form a person. This person is very familiar. 860. After seeing the appearance of the informant, Jisoo began to wonder where he had seen it before. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and suddenly realized. It's you. Jisoo shouted loudly. All the hair on his body stood up, and attacked Ji Yuding's clone. It's actually Ji Yuding. He didn't die. He appeared on the Fishman Island. I have to get out of here quickly, pass the news to Marine, and let Marine deal with him. Jisoo thought in his heart, and then let out a low voice. Crack fruit. Crack. Jisoo slapped Ji Yuding's avatar with a palm, and the ability to crush fruit was activated. The originally soft thread began to deteriorate continuously, just like Hancock's petrification, but this did make the object it touched continue to become brittle as a thin layer of ice. Crack, click, the body of the thread avatar began to fall off from the outer layer, as if it was a sculpture eroded by time. Something interesting, Gu Ding said, and attached armament hockey. As soon as armament hockey appeared, it was like a firewall, blocking the erosion of Jisu's ability to crush fruit. Next, Gu Ding stretched out a hand. A simple hand made Jisu's body feel alarmed, making him feel unavoidable. Hold, the reader plugin is turned on, and Jisu has everything in his bag. It's a bit thoughtful. Gobble up the wolf and try to use Neptune to deal with me. But in fact, it's nothing, but you should never should, and violated the taboo of pirates, without my permission, dare to get involved in the Fishman Island. Gu Ding said coldly. Jisu's head was grabbed and his feet were off the ground. After listening to Gu Ding's words, he kept begging, Master God, it's the villain's mistake. The villain shouldn't covet the Fishman Island. It's all Neptune's idea. The villain was bewitched by him, and for a while the Lord is blinding my heart. Bold, up to now, you are still lying to me. Don't you want to report to Marine? Go, Gu Ding stared at Jisu coldly. Hearing this, Jisu's face turned pale, his two parts trembled, and his whole body went limp. Crack, click, the ability to crush fruit is activated, and it will be crushed to the end. Then Gu Ding's thread avatar turned into silk thread and disappeared outside the palace of Dragon Palace City. Neptune. Gu Ding went straight to the throne in Dragon Palace City, with Neptune kneeling behind him. The Fishman Island is not bad under your governance. 2/3 of the ministers are hostile to me, thinking that I am the root of disaster for you. Your Excellency Gu Ding, I dare not. Neptune knelt on the ground and begged. My lord. Sitting on the throne, Gu Ding tilted his mouth and said, still showing off in front of me now. I really don't know what to do. Papa. Neptune hurriedly clapped his hands and apologized. Gu Ding looked into Neptune's gaze, full of anger, and said, You have already committed the death crime of ruining your bones. I did not blame you, but you are doing some insidious things. I am really disappointed extremely. Since you all think that I am the disaster of the Fishman Island, then I will show you the disaster. After saying that, Gu Ding grabbed the sky with one hand, activated the string fruit ability, and a huge birdcage enveloped the sky over the Fishman Island. The order goes on, and all the residents of the Fishman Island gather in the main square. Let Charlie come and see her quickly. Her prophecy is about to come true, why not let her witness it with her own eyes? Yes, God Lord. Ding Mu quickly sent an order to complete Gu Ding's order. How so? Neptune's face was ashen. He never thought that the disaster he was guarding against was actually caused by him. At this time, Neptune finally understood Charlie's prophecy. The Fishman Island will encounter a catastrophe under the influence of Gu Ding. Neptune breathed hard, feeling regretful in his heart. Gu Ding is just an influence, and I am the culprit. However, it is too late to say anything now. On the square, a huge execution platform was set up, and Neptune was erected on the execution platform. The shrinking birdcage has caused huge damage to the buildings on the island. If Gu Ding hadn't deliberately controlled the speed, the current the Fishman Island would have long been a ruin on the bottom of the sea. Master Gu Ding. Princess Otahime went through many twists and turns, and finally met Gu Ding. From Neptune's memory, Gu Ding already knew Otto's position, so he didn't make things difficult for Otto. Princess Otahime looked at Gu Ding with red eyes, and cried, It's my fault that I didn't stop Neptune. But the people of the Fishman Island are innocent, and they shouldn't suffer this kind of disaster. Please, raise your hand high. Quote, innocent or not, I have made my own decision in my heart. Step down. Gu Ding is domineering and lonely, and waved back Yi. At this time, Charlie was also brought over. Gu Ding looked at Charlie, and said coldly, Now, your prophecy is about to come true, what do you have to say? Charlie almost cried. She didn't expect things to happen in this way. Did I facilitate the disaster? Charlie couldn't help sobbing. I don't like you very much. Gu Ding looked at Charlie coldly, and said, The future you know is for awe, not for showing off. So what if you can see 0.1? So what if you can't see it? You think your destiny is extraordinary, but you don't know it's just fate. It's just a pawn. As long as you are in the fate, you are destined to be manipulated by fate. Your every move, which seems to be a conscious and autonomous action, is actually just fate pulling the string of the puppet. What you see, what you hear, and what you say is what fate wants you to see, hear, and say. Ji Ding smiled coldly and continued. The current situation has changed, and people's hearts are different. They may hate me, but you are the one who pushed more vacillating people to the opposite of me. You think you are prophesying, it helped your Murloc compatriots. As everyone knows, it pushed them into the abyss beyond redemption. Xiarli heard the words, as if falling into an ice cave. Look well. Ji Ding glanced at Xiarli one last time, and shouted coldly. As you said, Chapter 144 Beheading for public display for subscription. Birdcage can cut off all communication with the outside world, and the place covered by Birdcage is an isolated island. Ji Ding stood on the high platform and began his trial. I am the evil star and disaster star in your mouth. Today, I will fulfill Xiarli's prophecy. As soon as the words fell, the mermaids and murlocs in the square talked a lot. How could this be? He's really back. Now he's going to judge us. It's all Neptune's fault. If it weren't for his bewitching words, we wouldn't have turned our backs on Ji Ding, and even regarded Ji Ding as an enemy. Ji Ding is a catastrophe. He really brought disaster to the Fishman Island. It's been him from the beginning. Since he's been on the Fishman Island hasn't been peaceful. This goddamn disaster star, why didn't anyone accept him? Dare to kidnap King Neptune, Gugong will die. Ji Ding hadn't heard the Murlocs' comments, and what he was doing now was screening and judging them step by step. Ji Ding, are you going to drive out all the citizens of the Fishman Island? Otahime asked with a pale face. Ji Ding ignored her and continued with the trial. I'll give you a quarter of an hour. I once abandoned O1 to the west of my station, and Shichibukai lived to the east of my station. Don't be caught by me. Ji Ding's voice echoed over the square. You disaster star, why should we listen to you? A Murloc shouted like this. The next moment, there was a red spot between his eyebrows, and he fell straight to the ground. Those who rebel against me will perish. Ji Ding's words hit the Murloc's heart like a heavy hammer again. There were still a few provocateurs in the square, but they all fell silent. The Murlocs became restless, those walking east and west, huddled together. Tuska, why did you come to the east? Didn't you keep clamoring to tear down the statue of Lord Ji Ding? Said a Murloc. Don't talk nonsense, when am I going to tear down the statue of Master Ji Ding? You are a bloody mouth. Tuska quibbled. Andor, aren't you planning to join the tuna pirates? Why don't you fight against Master Ji Ding with your captain? Rufa the Murloc sneered. On weekdays, he was bullied by Andor because of his firm belief in Ji Ding. One more word, I'll kill you. Andor threatened Rufa viciously. Rufa turned blue and ignored Andorra. There are many more such things. After a quarter of an hour passed, the Murlocs settled down and took their positions. However, there is an obvious trend of more east and west less. Oh, so you guys support me so much, tisk tisk. Ji Ding looked at the group of Murlocs under the square, and the mockery on his face became stronger, and he said sarcastically, could it be that my news is wrong? Don't many people want me to die and think that I am the enemy of the Fishman Island? Why are there so many standing on the east side now? My lord, you misunderstood. The Murloc in Dao's face was full of flattery, and he shouted, I have always relied on the gods. Didn't die in the hands of Bigmom long ago. Lord Tenjin, you are the patron saint of the Fishman Island. Oh. Ji Ding stretched out a finger, and a line fell from the sky and landed on Andor's body, but he didn't know it. The reader plugin is turned on. Teska has no more secrets in front of Ji Ding. Micro detonation. Die. The explosive fruit blew up the line above Andor's head. Andorra died. Good death. Rufa breathed out. Cheating is blasphemy. Those who blaspheme Kamui, die. Ji Ding grabbed the void with one hand, as if picking up something heavy. Is line. Is an invisible parasite string that can only be seen using hockey. Armament hockey winding. Moment. Through the transmission of the line in hockey, the reader plugin starts. Read tens of thousands of people at the same time. The information of tens of thousands of people is collected, analyzed, and processed in Gu Ding's mind. Gu Ding uses this information to find other Murloc citizens who have always been strong and powerful. All of a sudden, countless parasite strings dropped from the sky and landed on the citizens of the Fishman Island. These citizens are all the citizens that Gu Ding learned about through the information in the brains of other mermaids and Murlocs, and finally he entrusts him. Gu Ding did this just to confirm the authenticity. Lie. Hypocritical. Camouflage. There is nothing to hide in front of readers. 1 minute, 2 minutes, the time gradually passed, and Gu Ding kept his eyes closed. Reading hundreds of thousands of people at the same time, let him also eat 5. Finally, in the 5th minute, he finished reading all the Murlocs who trusted him. I have cleared your good karma and your sins. Gu Ding looked down on all living beings and said awe-inspiringly, I will bring destruction to sinners. I will also bring new life to believers. After speaking, Gu Ding controlled the parasite string and killed all the Murlocs and mermaids in the east of the square. After a while, there were 3 Murlocs and mermaids on the east side of the square. There was a commotion in the square. Just when they were uneasy, Gu Ding's icy voice sounded again. The culprit must be punished. Demand. /Neptune. Ding Mu waved the flag, sending out a new attitude. The executioner flipped the gallows switch. Rumble. Under the watchful eyes of the people of the Fishman Island, the beheading axe dragged down the iron chain. Neptune shed tears of remorse. King. Your Majesty the King. Neptune. All the citizens of the Fishman Island tightened their hearts and even closed their eyes, unable to bear to see the next scene. Princess Otahime burst into tears, little Shirahoshi wailed loudly, and the 3 princes, Sha Xing, Huang Xing, and Crashing Xing also gritted their teeth and couldn't bear to watch. For a moment, the Fishman Island was shrouded in an atmosphere of sadness. Gu Ding does things without giving people a chance to breathe. The trial that has already begun will not stop for anyone's tears. Gu Ding stood up and stretched out his hands to the void. Escape fruit. The passage of space opened wider and wider, and everyone gradually saw what Gu Ding was holding in his hand, which was a line as thick as his body. Gu Ding's veins burst out, and some experienced. Even Ding Mu couldn't understand what Gu Ding was doing. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Ding Conqueror's hockey was fully opened, and even the devil fruit in mammoth form appeared faintly. Next, Gu Ding performed an even more shocking miracle. Princess Otome, take your clansmen to see the real sunshine. After saying that, Gu Ding manipulated the control line and stuffed the loyal and trusting Murlocs into the void. God Lord, where did they go? Ding Mu asked puzzled. A boat named Noah. Gu Ding looked at it and said, let's go too. After saying that, Gu Ding pressed his hand on the ground of the Fishman Island. Explosive Fruit Launch. Chapter 145. The Fishman Island is destroyed for subscription. Is that the end? The remaining Murlocs felt that the development of the matter was a little unbelievable. Didn't Charlie prophesy that Gu Ding would destroy the Fishman Island? Yeah, it's still a catastrophe. He just left. Anyway, we escaped unharmed. Alas, it's a pity that King Neptune died at the hands of Gu Ding. HMPH. That villain, Marine will catch him sooner or later. There were also Murlocs who realized something was wrong, and couldn't help but feel worried. Charlie's prophecy has never been missed, and I feel that Gu Ding will not let us go so easily. I think the same way. No matter how you look at it, it feels weird that he took away the Murloc who supported him before. Hearing what you said, his behavior is really puzzling. He stretched his hands into the black hole in the sky, as if he was pulling something. Then, he filled the Murlocs in the east into the black hole one by one. Could it be that he is murdering? To kill those Murlocs? No matter, let's go quickly. King Neptune is still there, why don't we pay homage? I want to go to you. Just when the Murlocs of the Fishman Island were having different opinions, Tongding had already come to the other end of the void through the fruit of escaping the void. Master Gu Ding. As soon as Gu Ding appeared, a group of Murlocs surrounded him, the leader being Princess Yi Ji. After seeing Gu Ding, Otahime also ignored the pain of losing her husband, and asked on behalf of the people of the Fishmen Island behind her, "My lord, why did we appear on Noah's Ark? This is the boat of promise. Also, what about the remaining citizens of Fishmen Island? What have you done to them?" Ji Yu Ding pointed and said, "You can see for yourself." Princess Otahime climbed up quickly and looked in the direction of the Fishmen Island. She saw a ray of brilliance rise up, like a torch in the dark night, lighting up the entire seabed. Afterwards, countless bubbles churned, agitating to rise to the sea surface 10,000 meters away. The Fishmen Island was destroyed and became a ruin at the bottom of the sea. In the world from now on, there will never be such an island again. When the later pirates set foot here again, they could only see ruins all over the ground, and never saw the former underwater paradise again. Princess Otahime wept sadly, and the Murlocs on Noah were weeping uncontrollably. Shiarli knelt on the deck, speechless for a long time. "I swear, I will never use my energy again." Shiarli's heart was full of regret. She felt that she was pushing the Fishmen Island to its destruction. But in fact, it was neither Ji Yu Ding nor Shiarli that destroyed the Fishmen Island, but the hearts of the fishmen blinded by their desires. Ji Yu Ding gave them a moment of remembrance, and then activated the ability to call giant sea kings. Of course, this is also the credit of the reader's cheating. Through Parasite String, Ji Yu Ding successfully obtained Shirahoshi's ability to summon giant sea kings. This is also the biggest gain of the Fishmen Islands trip. With the ability of Poseidon, Ji Yu Ding communicated with the giant sea kings, took Noah, and drove to the new world. I didn't expect Master Ji Yu Ding to come back. I don't know if he still remembers me. Looking at Ji Yu Ding's back, Xiao Xuan felt a little sad. The Lord Ji Yu Ding in her heart destroyed her hometown, the Fishmen Island, and she didn't know how to face it. Because of Jinyi Yexing cheating, Xiao Xun didn't know that Ji Yu Ding had seen her, and it was still in the tavern where she worked. "You should go and see, after all, he once saved you," Ochi said standing behind Xiao Xuan. "Okay." Xiao Xuan summoned up her courage and came to Ji Yu Ding's room. Knowing Xiao Xuan's reason for coming, Ding Mu did not stop Xiao Xun. On the contrary, he is very satisfied with the girl Xiao Kaoru. He still vividly remembers the scene where Xiao Xuan bravely stood up to speak for Ji Yu Ding. "Master Ji Yu Ding, it's me, Xiao Xun. Do you remember me?" Xiao Xun said cautiously. Xiao Xuan, "Oh, what can you do for me?" Only when facing an old friend like Xiao Xuan, Ji Yu Ding will reveal a bit of human softness. "Master Ji Yu Ding." Xiao Xuan stood in front of Ji Yu Ding, lowered her head and said, "I know I shouldn't say these words. But, your actions are really too cruel to Princess Otome. No matter what Neptune is, he is Otome, husband of the princess. But you executed Neptune in public in front of Princess Otahime. How will Princess Otahime face you in the future because of your actions?" Ji Yu Ding sighed, and said, "Xiao Xuan, you are still too innocent. Just to make an analogy to you, after I kill you, I will go to your grave to apologize to you. Is it useful?" "Ah, how could Lord Ji Yu Ding want to kill me?" Xiao Xuan covered her mouth, thought for a while, and said, "I understand, because people mean that Princess Otahime won't forgive you. Forget it. Why do I need to explain to others what I have done all my life?" Ji Yu Ding couldn't help laughing, waved off Xiao Xuan, non-committal. Xiao Xuan was very confused, but Ding Mu understood what Ji Yu Ding meant. "Xiao Xun, are you surprised by the words of the God Master?" Ding Mu stopped and said when sending Xiao Xun off. "Yes, Master Ding Mu. I don't understand what Master Ji Yu Ding said, but he refuses to tell me any more." Xiao Xuan looked at Ding Mu in a daze, and suddenly his eyes lit up and he said in surprise, "Ah! Master Ding Mu, it turns out that the swordsman in the tavern is you." Ding Mu was speechless for a while. However, he didn't get too entangled in this matter, but patiently explained Ji Yu Ding's words to Xiao Xun. What God means is that wrong is wrong, right is right, one thing is the other. Now that Neptune has chosen to betray, it is a road of no turning back. Any apology is useless, because you already killed by the God Lord. Seeing that Xiao Xun was still in a daze, Ding Mu quickly added, "Apologizing to the dead won't bring the dead back to life. That's what Neptune did, go back and think about it." The giant sea kings carried Noah and ran to the sea to Qian's face. For most Murlocs, this is the first time they have breathed the air facing the sea. This should have been a joyful event, but the destruction of the Fishmen Island cast a cloud over this joy. Master Gu Ding, since you have used the Ark Noah, you must have already made plans. Otahime said. Indeed. Gu Ding stood on the deck with his hands behind his back, turned his back to Otahime, and said, there are certain rewards and punishments. You have never abandoned me in difficult times, and I certainly will not abandon you. I have prepared a habitat for you. You will go to Wanokuni under the leadership of giant sea kings. Yiji is extremely intelligent, and was about to thank you, when she suddenly thought of something, and asked, you guys, does your lord mean that you won't go with me? Exactly. Gu Ding looked at the distant sea. Bigmom, red hair, do you miss me? Chapter 146 Detonate, subscribe. Bigmom's approach violated Gu Ding's taboo. In the past, the reason why Bigmom was saved was because of the mentality of raising pigs, and wanted to reap more benefits from Bigmom in the future. Now it seems that this is no longer necessary. After the gift packs and card plugins disappeared, they could not raise pigs. Bigmom took advantage of the fire again and almost took over the first base under Gu Ding's name. At this time, Gu Ding looked through the dictionary, but couldn't find a word that would continue to make Bigmom live. Charlotte Linlin, I have underestimated you. If you are safe and sound, it's okay to spare your life. But what you do is even worse than marine. You are really a qualified marine thief. HMPH. If that's the case, I will satisfy your desire to seek death. Gu Ding's eyes were filled with the coldness from the harsh winter. As for the red-haired Shanks, Gu Ding couldn't see through. Shanks, you saved me, but you let Masaka Makoto aboard your boat, what the hell do you mean? Anyway, you have to give me an answer. Gu Ding closed his eyes, emptied his mind, and stopped thinking about those distant things. Giant sea kings dragged Noah all the way to Del Reese Rosa. The Fishmen Island only stores the record pointer to Del Reese Rosa, and it needs to replenish the record pointer in Del Reese Rosa before continuing to sail. When Doflamingo heard the news that Gu Ding was coming, he swept his couch to greet him, and took a boat to meet him 100 nautical miles away. Considering Noah's size and the shock brought by the giant sea kings, Doflamingo did not recommend that the Murlocs go to the island, but sent someone to send a record pointer. My lord Gu Ding, I've been looking forward to it so much, but I've been looking forward to your news. After seeing Gu Ding, Doflamingo was so excited that he wanted to hold Gu Ding's hand. What's the matter? Speak slowly. Ding Mu kept the distance between Doflamingo and Gu Ding in a calm manner. In his opinion, it is extremely unruly and extremely disrespectful for Doflamingo to get so close to Gu Ding when talking. Doflamingo's face was a little embarrassed, and then he smiled, and continued to say cheekily, there was one thing before, I don't know if you still remember it. Garp once called me, meaning that he wanted to use me as an experiment, and asked me to cooperate and donate some fresh food. Living cells. How can I agree with this matter? But he fooled me and said that you were my biggest threat. I didn't know you were here at the time, and I replied to him that I would consider it, and then it has been delayed until now. Gu Ding had some impression of what Doflamingo said, but the focus of the situation was not on Garp at the time, and Gu Ding forgot when he got busy. Hearing what Doflamingo said at this time, Gu Ding felt that things were not that simple. Keep talking, Gu Ding said as if commanding. Yes. Doflamingo licked his lips and said with a charming smile. No, the matter has been dragged on until now, until the day before yesterday Garp called me again, asking me to go to Marineford, and see his meaning, he seems to know that you killed Gilgamesh in Del Reese Rosa. This makes me uncertain about Garp's real intentions. However, one thing is certain is that he strongly invited me to deal with you. But how dare I deal with you, don't you think? Treat me. Gu Ding fell into deep thought. Gu Ding knew that Marine would try his best to deal with him, but he couldn't imagine how Marine would deal with him. Cells. Are they pacifists? The pacifists use Kizaru's cells. According to the official history, the debut of pacifism will be 15 years later. Unexpectedly, so much ahead of time. It seems that my influence on the course of history is greater than I imagined. Gu Ding secretly thought. Well, I know about it. Gu Ding now wants to know the news about Bigmom and Masaka Makoto more than the news about Marine. Any news about Masaka Makoto? Gu Ding asked. Doflamingo's face was full of disappointment that could not be concealed, and he raised his spirits and said, I can't penetrate the red hair at all. As long as my people go there, they will be thrown into the sea by the red hair before they speak. How annoying. Oh, there is such a thing. Gu Ding sneered, and said, they are acting like this, it seems that they have a ghost in their hearts. Red-haired Shanks, I have to pay a visit. Yeah, I have to teach him a lesson, otherwise he thought he could walk sideways in the sea. Doflamingo felt particularly relieved when he said this. How about this? Gu Ding thought for a while and said, the one closest to us now is the Red Hair Pirates, or the Bigmom Pirates. Doflamingo didn't understand what he meant, but he still told the truth, saying, Red Hair Pirates is not in New World now. When my people contacted him last time, he was in North Blue. But Bigmom didn't run around, he is in the 10,000 Islands. Well, get ready and follow me to the 10,000 Kingdoms Islands to destroy the Bigmom pirates. Gu Ding said lightly. Doflamingo hesitated for a moment, then asked. Then, Garps sighed. Gu Ding gave Doflamingo a blank look, and continued. Then, let's go and have a look together to see what kind of medicine is sold in Garp's gourd. Doflamingo was overjoyed when he heard that, and quickly said, Yes, my lord. I will reply to Garp right now. At the same time, an unnamed island numbered X735 in New World. Garp's adjutant, Jethro, had just landed in a small boat secretly. This time, he was ordered to come here to carry out a secret mission. This small island, located in the tropical climate zone of the New World, is rich in vegetation and is a livable island. Many years ago, it was under the control of Marine. With the advent of the era of great pirates, the collisions between Marines and pirates became increasingly fierce, and this small island gradually broke away from Marine's control and became a middle ground. Redfield looked at the small island of X735 from a distance, feeling a little puzzled. Will the Marine government put Vegapunk on this small island in the middle with peace of mind? Could it be that there are any necessary resources for Vegapunk on this small island? I can't see it at all. Redfield thought. Immediately he smiled and said, that's why he is Vegapunk. With 500 years of wisdom beyond human beings, of course he has his unique vision. Maybe what he added to my blood was produced in this city. Kojima, HMPH, I found out your secret. Redfield landed on the island full of joy, looking around for traces of Marine base. At this time, Jethro had already dived into the seabed hundreds of meters deep in a coated sea boat through the underground passage. Marshal, the target is in place, please give instructions. Jethro said through the phone call. Immediately, the phone bug made Garp's voice and said 2 words. Detonate. Chapter 147 King's Landing. All kingdoms subscribe. As soon as Garp finished speaking, Jethro pressed the button expressionlessly. It looks like a Marine base, but they are all regular facilities. Redfield felt a little strange, but he still jumped down the base tunnel following the smell of blood. After taking 2 steps, Redfield found the box containing the storage device. At this time, Redfield had a faint feeling in his heart. Scam. Garp is scamming me. Why? Redfield also couldn't understand Garp's intention to lure him to the X735 island. But the bitter truth soon told him the answer. A violent vibration, generated from the depths of the ground, appeared on the entire island almost at the same time. Redfield was vigilant, every cell in his body was trembling uncontrollably. Garp. Redfield's eyes were red, and he howled heart-piercingly. Armament Hockey Surround. Conqueror's Hockey Enhancement. Bat Fruit Vampire Form Awakening. Rumble. The huge explosion sounded like a dull thunder in the sky. Deep in the bottom of the sea, standing on the coated boat, Jethro looked at the flattened X735 island from a distance and dialed the phone again. The other side, the huge Ark Noah also dived into the bottom of the sea and disappeared on the surface of the sea. The nationals of Gu Ding and the Fishmen Island took Doflamingo and Ding Mu respectively and embarked on the road to the Wangwo Islands. The difference is that this time Ji Ding found Gilgamesh's flying car, shining ship Vimana, from the golden treasure house. Vimana is the throne of the king once held by Gilgamesh. It is made of gold and emeralds. It is equipped with mercury-fueled sun crystals that can generate solar energy and can fly at high speeds in defiance of the laws of physics. Not only that, Vimana also has powerful attack power, equipped with various treasure systems, and even equipped with ancient nuclear warheads and other destructive weapons. The moment Ji Ding saw the ancient nuclear warhead, Ji Ding sweated. Some are fortunate that when Gilgamesh fought him, he didn't have time to call out the glorious ship Vimana. Otherwise, once the ancient nuclear warhead is released, Ji Ding will be in danger. Of course, this is also caused by Gilgamesh's arrogance. In that battle, Gilgamesh underestimated Ji Ding's strength, so that he didn't fight with all his strength at first. When he was at a disadvantage, the rhythm of the battle was completely controlled by Ji Ding, and it was too late to make amends. However, this is also because the ancient nuclear warhead is too powerful, and Gilgamesh spared his life and didn't want to involve himself in it. Vimana can fly in disregard of the laws of physics, at an extremely fast speed. The only thing that limited Vimana's speed was Dingmu and Doflamingo's physical endurance, so Ji Ding had to keep flying at a low speed. Even so, the speed of Vimana is not comparable to that of ships sailing in the sea. Riding Vimana every day is thousands of miles. The boat is expected to travel for several days, and Ji Ding takes Vimana and arrives in 2 hours. Under the heavy clouds, the 10,000 Kingdoms Islands are just below. Ji Ding was condescending, looking down at the 10,000 Kingdoms Islands. For a moment, he really wanted to drop an ancient nuclear bomb and flatten the 10,000 Nations Islands. But after thinking about it, Ji Ding felt that simple death was not enough to eliminate Charlotte Linlin's crime. Buddha has the Western Paradise, the place where he can enjoy ultimate bliss forever, and the 18 hells where the karma will suffer. The 18 hells are divided into 18 places, such as Mud Plow, Knife Mountain, Train, Black Body, Peeling, Maggots, and Rotten Copper. To punish sinners who have committed evil deeds. Even the compassionate Buddhas and Bodhisattvas believe that death is not enough to remove crimes. I am not a Buddha and Bodhisattva, and I don't have 18 hells to use. Charlotte Linlin, you can do it yourself. In the 10,000 Islands. After eating and drinking, Bigmom collapsed on the throne with his stomach outstretched. At this time, Charlotte Moscato, the ice cream minister who had been trembling all this time, said cautiously, "Mom, according to the latest information, the Fishman Island has been destroyed and has sunk." Bigmom asked with an uncertain expression, "The Fishman Island was destroyed, who did it?" At the moment we only know this. Who did it is not clear. Moscato glanced at Bigmom as if walking on thin ice, and continued, "Pirate passing by, no survivors found." A good death, a good death. Excited flushed on Bigmom's face, and said, "Hurry up. Send the order down and have a cake party. The Fishman Island was destroyed, and my hatred was relieved. It's really satisfying. Last time, if it wasn't for Whitebeard who got the information and stopped otherwise, the Fishman Island would have been wiped out long ago. It's a pity that Ji Ding didn't die together. 0 for flowers. Bigmom is very concerned about Ji Ding killing many of her sons and subordinates, and extorting 10 devil fruits from her. Otherwise, when he learned that Ji Ding's strength had dissipated and fled in embarrassment, he would not have attacked decisively and killed the Fishman Island. Yes, Mom. Moscato was relieved, and every time he talked with Bigmom, he was worried, for fear that Bigmom would suck away decades of his life if he was unhappy. With the news that Bigmom is going to hold a banquet, the atmosphere of Wangwo Island became active. As the second son of the Charlotte family, Katakuri is one of the 3 former desert generals, with a detached status, and has been sitting on the chair next to Bigmom in a cold manner. "What's the matter, Katakuri? Aren't you happy about having a banquet?" Bigmom said uncertainly. "No, Mom, I just think the Fishman Island thing is weird." Katakuri is a smart guy, he thinks more about the Fishman Island. With Whitebeard blocking Bigmom, who knows that if they attack the Fishman Island, they will be against Whitebeard. In this world, There are not many people who are not afraid of Whitebeard. A few people from Red Hair, Kaido, Marine, and 7 warlords of the sea, but Katakuri couldn't find a reason for those people to destroy the Fishmen Island. Katakuri said seriously, "The matter of the Fishmen Island needs to be further investigated, maybe there will be some new discoveries." Bigmom withdrew her gaze and pondered for a moment. She was about to say something when she suddenly saw Katakuri's frightened face. "Katakuri, what's going on?" Bigmom asked hastily. He, I saw it, he's coming," Katakuri said tremblingly. "Who's here?" "Redhead, Kaido, Whitebeard." Bigmom squinted her eyes and looked unhappy. Katakuri's current performance made her a little disappointed. "It's Gu Ding." Saying these 3 words, Katakuri seemed to have exhausted all his strength. Charlotte Linlin's pupils constricted, and then she saw a line hanging down from the sky. Thousands of clouds. Chapter 148 The Bold Street Subscription. Gu Ding pulled the cloud line and fell from the sky. Charlotte Linlin. Gu Ding's voice was not loud, but it made the Bigmom pirates present feel deafened. Bigmom's pupils shrank to a point. Facing Gu Ding, he was too nervous and stood up from the throne unconsciously. "Gu Ding, it's you," Bigmom said in a bad tone. "Oh, can you tell me, what are you talking about?" In the base of the Bigmom pirates, Gu Ding strolled in the courtyard, as if he was in the back garden of his home, unceremoniously picked up the pastry on the table and ate it. "Well, a bit of taste." Gu Ding nodded and said. Bigmom looked gloomy like never before. When Gu Ding was eating the cake, she launched observation haki to observe Gu Ding's strength. It turned out that Gu Ding's 8-0 aura was not that strong. However, with the experience of the Fishmen Island last time, Bigmom did not dare to act rashly, but first gave Katakuri a look. Katakuri instantly understood the meaning of Bigmom. He is the most trained observation haki among the Bigmom pirates, and he is unique in detection. No one can get out. At the moment, Katakuri also aimed at Gu Ding and launched observation haki. According to his observation haki, Gu Ding's aura is like a ferocious ancient mammoth, extremely destructive and dangerous. However, the breath of Bigmom is even more terrifying, like an abyss, which makes people look down. By comparing the two, Katakuri had the answer in his heart, and gave Bigmom a positive look. At the moment, Bigmom's confidence is greatly increased. "Gu Ding, you still haven't got rid of your self-righteousness." Bigmom grinned, revealing 2 rows of huge teeth, as if he wanted to swallow Gu Ding in one gulp. "I admit that you are very powerful. You can beat Kuzan to death, and shoot Sengoku to death within 3 moves. Looking at the whole world, even if Marshal Kong Kong and Redfield in his heyday join forces, they may not be your opponent. But then it's all in the past. After the Summit War, you have nothing. The god pirates fell apart, your woman left you, and the only subordinate loyal to you was hunted down by Marine all over the world. Now I don't know where to hide where in the world." Bigmom laughed faintly, and continued, "It's your retribution for being arrogant and domineering. If I were you, I would definitely have no face to appear in the new world again." Gu Ding. Gu Ding pulled up the tablecloth, wiped his hands unhurriedly, looked at Bigmom, and said, "Only the weak will say the word, retribution, on their lips. Charlotte Linlin, you are more powerful than I imagined. It's unbearable, to actually place expectations on those ethereal things, it's just pitifully weak." "Huh, Gu Ding, you still look like this." Bigmom stared at Gu Ding intently, and said, "I thought you had learned enough lessons after the Summit War, and it seems that I think highly of you. Your nature is like this, and you can't change it. Anyway, this time, let me teach you an unforgettable lesson. I want to see how you escaped with your tail between your legs last time." At this time, Doflamingo had just brought Ding Mu down along the cloud line. Hearing what Bigmom said, he almost fell to the ground. "Bigmom, do you know who you are talking to? The one standing in front of you is a god of death. The entire marine represented by Garp dare not despise him. How dare you despise him so much? What a human fat and big heart. Doflamingo couldn't help but slander, and immediately looked at his nose looked at his heart, as if he hadn't heard anything. But Ding Mu snorted coldly, took a step forward, pointed at Bigmom and said, "Bold BCH. Hurry up and kneel down to apologize. Otherwise, God Master Lei Ting will be angry, and even if you want to be a pig dog, you won't be able to do it. Now kneel down and clap your hands 100 times, I can intercede with the God Lord and allow you to become a pig and dog and suffer punishment for atonement." Court death. Katakuri said coldly, launched Nunuo fruit, and attacked Dingmu. Nuo flying legs. Katakuri's right leg turned into a giant strip of mochi, covered with armament haki, and kicked Ding Mu. How could Ding Mu be Katakuri's opponent? Facing Katakuri's offensive, he didn't even have time to draw his sword. Spider's web wall. Doflamingo made his move. He knew that Katakuri's role was not worthy of letting Gu Ding take action, so he took the initiative to take on the responsibility of protecting Ding Mu. Boom! The huge impact stirred up a cloud of dust. Spider's web wall firmly blocked Katakuri's flying legs. Katakuri looked displeased, his eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Doflamingo like a wolf looking for food in the dark. Yeah, don't look so scary in your eyes. Although Doflamingo is not afraid of Katakuri, it will take a lot of effort to defeat Katakuri. Doflamingo, are you going to fight the Bigmom pirates? Katakuri asked coldly. You can't say that, I just can't understand your arrogance and domineering. Your Excellency, Ding Mu just said an objective and fair thing. You were about to kill the killer. Such behavior is really what we and other pirates do. I don't care. Doflamingo argued sanctimoniously. Katakuri looked displeased, snorted coldly, and said, Doflamingo, you're a smart man, get out of the way. Doflamingo sighed, seemed helpless, and said, then there is no other way, I just want to be the enemy of your Bigmom pirates. As soon as this remark came out, the ministers headed by Charlotte Smoothie and Charlotte Katakuri locked their eyes on Doflamingo. Doflamingo, I will squeeze you into juice bit by bit, and make you regret coming to this world. Charlotte Smoothie said viciously, stop your kid scaring big talk. You're not qualified enough to squeeze me into juice. Doflamingo said Kaido coldly. Since he had torn his face, he had nothing to say. At 5.2, Ding Mu spoke again. Bold WRE. In broad daylight and under the watchful eyes of everyone, you actually uttered such obscene and vulgar words. You Sai Hoof, squeezing male juice, in Wanokuni, you will be punished by a wooden donkey. Ding Mu was righteous. Hearing this, Doflamingo laughed unkindly. Katakuri's face was gloomy, and Smoothie's eyes were burning, and he approached Ding Mu step by step. Just then, a loud slap sounded. Snapped. Gu Ding slapped Smoothie on the face, causing her whole body to turn around. Bold BCH, listen to your elders when they lecture you. If you dare to be presumptuous, kneel down and kowtow. Gu Ding's icy voice hit Smoothie's face. Smoothie is annoyed and angry, covering armament haki is about to get out of the ancient. The next moment, two lines that should not exist appeared in her eyes. Chapter 149 Sending you Ascension to Heaven. Please subscribe. Parasite String. Smoothie rang the alarm bell all over his body, covered armament haki, and drew out his long sword, intending to cut off the parasite string falling from the sky with one sword. However, her armament haki is far inferior to Gu Ding, and cannot resist the erosion of parasite string at all. A strong enough armament haki can completely defend against the attack of Devil Fruit's ability. In the same way, if the fruit ability is developed to a sufficient degree and supported by armament haki, it can also break through the opponent's armament haki defense. Next moment, the parasite string was wedged into Smoothie's body like two nails. Let me go. Smoothie's expression changed drastically. With Smoothie captured, the atmosphere of the scene became extremely cold. Crack. Bigmom applauded with a gloomy face, and said with a half-smile, Gu Ding, it seems that after you escaped from Summit War, you have another adventure. String fruit, the ability of Doflamingo. You can actually have the ability of Doflamingo, and it has been developed to such an extent in a short period of time that even I have to be afraid. However, you shouldn't have messed with me. No matter what adventure you got, what clone fruit, I don't care about it. If I want you to die, you have to die. 01. Quote, I heard this. The corner of Gu Ding's mouth twitched. Charlotte Linlin, I don't know where you came from to say such things to me with confidence. I even began to wonder if your brain was eaten by a dog. Gu Ding pointed to his head and said, Are you okay here? Quote, presumptuous. Bigmom yelled, and said, Do you think you are still the same Gu Ding from before Summit War? Your strength has long since vanished. Now you are only strong on the outside, but you have nothing to show for it. Only by imitating the string fruit, you dare to come to me to show off your might. Are you out of your wits? If you still have the endless means like before Summit War, I will kneel down for you on the spot without saying a word. After saying that, Bigmom glanced at Gu Ding contemptuously. When Doflamingo heard this, he almost couldn't help laughing. Ding Mu shook his head and looked at Bigmom with pity. Bigmom suddenly had a bad premonition. She quickly looked at Katakuri, only to see Katakuri's face was ugly. Ah! Gu Ding shook his head slightly, and then snapped his fingers. Ba! Birdcage appeared, covering the entire 10,000 islands. Snap your fingers again. Ba! The king's treasure appeared, and all kinds of anti-city and anti-country treasures were aimed at everyone in the Bigmom pirates like arrows on a crossbow. Ba! Wooden golem Arhat appeared, a wood-style tree man whose body was comparable to that of the Titan tribe, and stared at the pirates of Wangwo Island without human emotion. Ba! Extreme God Sword Art 10,000 swords returning to the sect appeared, and countless chi swords paraded over the 10,000 Kingdoms islands, ready to go. Ba! 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 After a few snaps, Bigmom was dumbfounded. Gu Ding glanced at Bigmom, and said lightly, Believe it or not, if I snap my fingers down, you will die. Bigmom's face was livid. He shouted, Do it, and he was the first to draw a knife and slash at Gu Ding. The Spear of Albath, Wigwo. The gigantic sword energy almost condensed into substance, spinning, blasting towards Gu Ding like a stabbing spear. If this sword is solid, even the Ark Noah will be pierced by it to create a huge hole for the Sea Kings to enter and exit. Gu Ding remained calm in the face of danger, and even turned a blind eye to it. Facing the sword energy of Bigmom, he slowly stretched out a palm. Immediately, with Gu Ding as the center, the surrounding ground is continuously becoming linear, and a cluster of white lines suddenly rises from the ground, blocking the gun of Al-Buff Wigwo. Shield white line. Gu Ding's eyes turned cold, and he swung his backhand. White line of wasteland. The clusters of threads rising from the ground, like ghost hands protruding from hell, grabbed Bigmom tightly. Doflamingo and Katakuri frowned at the same time. Gu Ding actually developed the ability of string fruit more deeply than me. Doflamingo was very afraid. No, Mom is in danger. Katakuri's knowledgeable look predicted something again. Haihara Bibo. 1,000 arrows piercing heart feather strike line. 16 holy bullets hyphenation point God kill. With a snap of his fingers, Gu Ding threw out all Doflamingo's extremely lethal tricks, and hit Bigmom all of them. However, Bigmom's natural defense is extremely strong, and Grandmaster Armament Hockey, this attack is not enough to hurt Bigmom in its prime. Gu Ding. That's right, your strength is far worse than before. If it was before, who would be able to take 3 moves from you? Now, the only thing waiting for you is death. Bigmom exerted force with both hands, pushing away the barren white line, with a look of madness on his face. Oh, is it so? Gu Ding squeezed his fingers and said, It's just playing with you casually, you still take it seriously. Bigmom screamed and roared, Gu Ding, I will let you die under the awakening of the soul fruit. Soul fruit, feel. Bigmom was interrupted by Gu Ding as soon as he was halfway through his speech. Noisy. Gu Ding punched Bigmom in the face with the limit distance and limit speed under the fruit of escape. Puff. Bigmom flew out vomiting stomach acid. However, before she landed, Gu Ding's attack came like a storm. Gu Ding's body has been strengthened several times, and his speed, strength, and Haki have all reached heights that other Dian Peak pirates can hardly match. Accompanied by the fruit of escape, pointing at east and west, until Big couldn't speak. Wow, I'm going to kill you. Big Mom, with disheveled hair and claws, rarely said a 910 call. How to kill, is that so? Gu Ding's cold voice rang in Bigmom's ears. Bigmom shuddered and swallowed his saliva. She saw that her soul was pulled out of her body bit by Gu Ding. Soul spell, have you figured it out? How many lifespans will you be drawn? I have something more wonderful, do you want to see it? Skinning, car crash, gut pulling, tongue pulling out, which kind of torture do you prefer? Pig, dog, snake, rat, ant, what do you want to become? I can satisfy you. Ah, Gu Ding, I will not be afraid. Bigmom howled, but her soul betrayed her. 100 years of life, deprived. Bigmom was thrown on the ground, panting like a fat pig. All nations obey the order. Bigmom shouted viciously, all souls gather on me. Delusion. Gu Ding is at full strength, and this time he wants to blow up Bigmom's defense head-on. Escape fruit, crush fruit, string fruit, explosive fruit, ninjutsu, sage art, Haki, a lot of power, bless me. This punch. Gu Ding glanced at Bigmom coldly. Send you to heaven. Chapter 150 The Destruction of Nations for subscription. Gu Ding punched out. This punch was violently windy, and at the first instant of punching, the entire open-air banquet venue was strangled by a twisting gust of wind, and tables, stools, plants, etc. in. Doflamingo and Katakori, who were fighting, also had to stop fighting, resisting the aftermath of this force. Ding Mu couldn't even stand still, he struggled to support himself with his sword so as not to be caught in the strangulation center of the violent whirlwind. There are more pirates from all nations, unable to hold back, they rolled towards Gu Ding's fist like meteorites. Even when Gu Ding's fist travels through the air, it's like being hit in seawater, and the resistance it receives becomes infinitely greater, and it can easily crush the arm of a marine admiral. In the eyes of Bigmom, after this punch came, the world became infinitely bigger, and then shrunk rapidly. The pupils of 30 centimeters square are filled with Gu Ding's fists. Bigmom wanted to scream but couldn't. All of a sudden, she felt that the whole world was rejecting her and alienating her. This punch is unavoidable. Bigmom couldn't help feeling desperate. No, I am the king of the sea. I am the one who wants to become the One Piece. When I was 5 years old, I destroyed the Titan village, and the hero who killed the Titan in seconds was called a born destroyer. How could I lose to you hands? Armament Haki covered, Conqueror's Haki enhancement, Fist of Judgment Soul. Bigmom also raised a huge fist. Boom. There was a huge impact sound, the space was slightly frozen, and time seemed to slow down infinitely at this moment. At this time, everyone saw clearly. Gu Ding's fist swung at Bigmom's face almost infinitely slowly, and Bigmom's face was severely deformed, deeply sunken, until Gu Ding's fist was fully raised. In the next moment, Bigmom took off silently, like a ejection, shattering the air, leaving behind a long white air wave, which disappeared from everyone's sight. The power of a punch is so terrifying. You can send people to heaven, or you can send people to hell. Everyone hissed in unison, looking at Gu Ding in horror or anxiety. Crack, crack, Gu Ding squeezed his fingers, turned into a huge rock titan, and swung his huge rock fist, hitting the senior ministers of the Bigmom family. One punch at a time. 2 punches, 1 pair. Gu Ding seemed to have become the horror demon god of the past. Why do we provoke the enemy Gu Ding? Who instigated Mother to attack the Fishman Island again? That's not a power a human can have. How could he be so strong? Even Whitebeard didn't push me that hard. The strongest man in the sea. The strongest demon god in the sea. He is a demon who returned from hell. My lord, we are willing to leave the Bigmom pirates. I beg you, please be merciful and let us go. Some people couldn't bear this doomsday-like horror scene, knelt down and kowtowed for mercy. Bold, how can you beg for mercy from the enemy? Charlotte Owen snapped. Ji Ding glanced over and said lightly, "Oh, you have some backbone, then please die." After saying that, Ji Ding patted Charlotte Linlin's fourth son, the scorched Minister Owen, into a pile of meat paste. "Katakuri, you die too. After you die, remember to praise my kindness every day in hell." Ji Ding was condescending, and grabbed Katakuri with his palm, just like grabbing a newborn chick. With a little force, Katakuri was squeezed into a ball of glutinous rice. Flick to kill, blow to kill, punch to kill, palm to kill, stomp to kill. Ji Ding was like a demon god descending into the world, unscrupulous and without any psychological burden to create evil. All living beings are born in this world, all sinful. Death is the foundation of redemption. You are big pirates, and you have committed many evil deeds. How many families have been destroyed because of you, and how many merchant ships have sunk forever because of you? If I kill you, the world will only praise my merits. Death, death, death. Ji Ding unleashed his powers of explosive fruit, smashing fruit, ninjutsu, sage art, and so on, and wiped the 10,000 Kingdoms islands off the map in one breath. By removing the birdcage of string fruit, Ji Ding gave irrelevant civilians a way out. The civilians all fell to the ground and praised Ji Ding's kindness. Ji Ding glared at them casually, scaring them half to death. Then they fled tremblingly with their tails between their legs. Only then did Ji Ding free up his hands and slowly clean up Bigmom. When Bigmom hit birdcage, he was tied up by Ji Ding. At this time, he was hanging on a towering tree closest to the 10,000 Kingdoms islands. "There is more to hate than a poor man." Ji Ding said this after sorting out the memories of Bigmom. "You provoked and offended me twice, even death can't wash away your sins. Your crime is serious and unforgivable. Only by throwing you into hell and suffering 18 kinds of torture, such as pulling out your tongue, pulling out your intestines, and peeling your skin, will you be relieved of my hatred, and you will be able to serve as an example to others and deter the world." Woo 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 woo. Bigmom stared at Ji Ding, his eyes were bloodshot, full of madness, lost his mind, and couldn't speak. "You like cake, don't you? HMPH. Ji Ding put his hands on Bigmom's head with a blank face, and said silently, "Use cheating. 6 paths." Quote, "Wow woof. Gudong." Doflamingo turned around slowly, looked at Ding Mu's shining eyes and dark face, as if it was the first time he knew this man. Quote, "Beast way." A puff of smoke rose, and the former majestic Bigmom turned into a fat dog. Bigmom with its tail between its legs, either in fear, or resentment, or yelling frantically. However, this is not important anymore. After Ji Ding left, Doflamingo also wanted to follow. Seeing Bigmom's dog-like appearance, he felt pain and panic. Ding Mu took a step forward and said, "God Lord, leave the next thing to me." Doflamingo, "Stay and take a look." Doflamingo swallowed, then heard Ding Mu say. Ji Ding nodded slightly and found a place to rest. Ji Ding was very relieved when Ding Mu was doing business. "There is a way to heaven if you don't go, but there is no way to go to hell. BCH, I told you to kneel down and apologize, but you didn't listen. Then you can only regret living." Doflamingo was shocked when he saw Ji Ding casually turning Bigmom into a dog. Well done. However, just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Ding Mu. "Wow woof. This FG ability is so pervert. I didn't see him use this trick in De Res Rosa. If anyone doesn't like it, turn him into a dog. This ability is so pervert, it's almost worse than death. Fortunately, I repaired the relationship with Ji Ding in time, otherwise." Tisk tisk. Doflamingo was sweating profusely, as if he had turned into a dog. Okay. Chapter 151. Bold Thought. Subscribe. Finding a quiet and undisturbed place, Ji Ding settled down and began to sort out his abilities. After leveling the 10,000 Kingdoms islands, Ji Ding gained a huge harvest. When he turned into a stone titan, he directly opened the king's treasure house and collected the treasures accumulated by the Bigmom pirates for many years. Taking out the key to the king's treasure house, Ji Ding began to count the spoils. Golden cups, golden swords, golden daggers, crowns, necklaces, jewels. Good guy, these gold and silver things add up to hundreds of billions of Baileys. They really can't be the top few in the sea. One of the pirate groups, decades of plunder accumulation is now in my hands. Now I can't open the treasure chest to get Bailey, these things can make up for my shortfall. Nowadays, Lingnu needs a lot of money to build Wanokuni and Doflamingo to strengthen the intelligence network. The money is put in their hands to make the best use of it. In the hands of pirates like BIGMOM, treasures are only used for collection. What a waste of money. Gu Ding controls the king's treasury, and puts these gold and silver treasures aside after the market. Take the devil fruit in BIGMOM's inventory in his hands. There are 3 devil fruits in total, all from Paramesha, and one of them is the biscuit fruit that the dead cracker once had. 953. The other 2 are normal zone devil fruit. Among the devil fruits, the most common one is Zone's devil fruit, followed by Paramesha, and finally Logia. Logia devil fruit is very rare, and it belongs to the kind of fruit that can completely change the strength of ordinary people after obtaining it. In the sea area without hockey users, it is almost invincible. What's more, if 2 Logia users who don't know how to hockey meet, the battle will become a lifeless grind. In Gu Ding's vision, he wanted to find a Logia devil fruit for the majority. Logia devil fruit is too difficult to appear, and powerful Logia devil fruit is even rarer. Among Marine Admiral, only Bingbing fruit has been freed. The other fruits are a radish and a pit. Even if Akainu, Kizaru, and Fujitora are slaughtered, waiting for devil fruit to reappear, I don't know when it will happen. It is necessary to establish a strong intelligence network in order to know the news of the powerful devil fruit in the first time. Whether it is Bingbing fruit or Mara fruit, they are all powerful fruits that can be used by Dingmu. And the Op fruit, counting the time, it will be born. Gu Ding narrowed his eyes slightly. Even if Bingbing fruit and Mara fruit were defeated in front of Gu Ding could turn a blind eye. But only Op fruit, Gu Ding cannot remain indifferent. People who are talented enough, use the power of Op fruit to give human beings eternal life. But, who is willing to use their own death to perfect others? After Op fruit's ultimate operation is used, the Esper itself will die. This is not a secret in the upper world of pirates. Gu Ding smacked his tongue secretly, thinking, who would not be crazy about eternal life? It's just that this eternal life is destined to be as hard to reach as a flower in a mirror in the water. Those who are talented enough are willing to die man. These 2 conditions are not difficult to meet when viewed separately. However, when the 2 conditions are put together, it is more difficult than reaching the sky. It seems that Op fruit can only be gradually figured out. Suddenly, Gu Ding laughed excitedly as if thinking of something. Ha 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 ha, the sky will never end with me. SX Cook, oh Cook, we 2 are destined. Gu Ding clenched his fists excitedly, and said to himself, Germa 66, the Technological Army. Vince Mo K. Judge once worked as a scientist with Dr. Vegapunk in Germa's overseas illegal research team. After Vegapunk discovered the life design map, bloodline factor, the world government got a tip and destroyed their illegal organization, and took Vegapunk and his team. And Sanji's daddy, Vince Mo K. Judge, the old BD, escaped successfully and took away the blood ABCA, lineage factor theory research, to recruit a scientific research team to start researching life, replication, and transformation projects. Finally, using bloodlines, the factor creates the new Germa 66 army that makes countries all over the world frightened. Gu Ding couldn't help admiring Vegapunk. Judge just stole Vegapunk's unfinished bloodline factor theory research, and he was able to do that. If the bloodline factor theory research is really successfully researched by Vegapunk, and Sakazuki is produced in batches, that kind of scene is unimaginable. Clone copy. Gu Ding narrowed his eyes and had a bold idea in his mind. Extraordinary talent, who can be more extraordinary than me? Loyalty that would give life, who could be more loyal than a clone of myself? Ha 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 ha. Vegapunk. Gu Ding had a strong desire to find Vegapunk in his heart, just like an open flame falling into an oil barrel, it ignited blazingly. When it's over, go find Op fruit, find Vegapunk, or Judge. Ji Yu-ding made up his mind and immediately called Doflamingo. When he came to Ji Yu-ding's side, Doflamingo seemed to be seriously ill. Ding Mu's impression on him was really deep, and he didn't understand the meaning of the word, mad dog, until today. I only heard about it in the unofficial history. There was a cruel official in a certain country who was loyal to the monarch and treated the prisoners extremely harshly and cruelly. Now that I think about it, this unofficial history should be true. There really are people like Ding Mu in history. Doflamingo quickly forgot the image of the steaming pile of animal poop in his mind. It's terrible, I don't want to mess with Mu in my life. Doflamingo patted his chest and said to himself. Seeing Doflamingo's distraught appearance, Ji Yu-ding couldn't help asking casually, what are you thinking? Something on your mind? No. God has any orders, but please speak up. Dove will be smashed to pieces, and he will die. Doflamingo quickly cheered up and expressed his loyalty. Oh, Ji Yu-ding smiled playfully and said, it's not a big deal. Keep an eye on Op Fruit's news. As soon as there is news, pass it on to me. After saying that, Ji Yu-ding looked at Doflamingo vaguely. Ji Yu-ding knows that Doflamingo also wants this thing, and now, he just wants to see Doflamingo's attitude. Because of God's trust, Dover is sincere and fearful. According to God's command, Dover will risk his life and go all out. Doflamingo said respectfully, okay. Ji Yu-ding nodded slightly, and at this moment, the phone he had been carrying rang. It was Ling Nu calling. Unless there is an emergency, Ling Nu will not dial this number. Thinking of this, Ji Yu-ding's face darkened instantly. Chapter 152 In Deep Crisis. Subscribe. What happened to Wano-kuni? Could it be that the gang of daimyos and the old relics of the royal family are trying to make trouble? It's really audacious. If that's the case, I will have to kill them one by one when I go back. Still, the Murlocs of the Fishman Island couldn't get along with the humans of Wano-kuni, causing a big mess. No, I took the mana and traveled 1,000 miles a day, even if it took a while to flatten the Wano-kuni Islands. This time is also very short. At this time, the Murlocs should not have reached Wano-kuni. A flick of the fingers is 36 moments. Ji Yu-ding's mind is like lightning, although there are thousands of thoughts, but it only took a moment. Ji Yu-ding answered the phone. I'm Ji Yu-ding, what happened? Ji Yu-ding's voice was piercing. Ji Yu-ding, big brother. Hearing Ji Yu-ding's voice, Wei Sung-aya was relieved a lot, but then said nervously, the Wano-kuni diehards secretly colluded with Kaido of the Beasts, killed Kazuki Oden, and plotted to seize the country. Now, the pirate fleet is almost reaching the northeast of Wano-kuni. Good. Ji Yu-ding laughed back in anger, said 3 good words in succession, but said calmly, wait a moment, I'm here to destroy them. Before, Ji Yu-ding only felt that Kaido was just a potential threat to Wano-kuni. After all, there are still more than 10 years before the incident in which General Wano-kuni colluded with Kaido to kill Kazuki Oden in the official history, so Ji Yu-ding is not in a hurry to clear Kaido. But now, things have changed. In order to resist Ayame's reform, the Wano-kuni diehards secretly colluded with Kaido and directly attacked Wano-kuni, which really made Ji Yu-ding sweat. If it was before, without the fixed travel immortal Ji Yu, and something urgent happened, I really couldn't get there in an instant. Ji Yu-ding's joints clicked, and said, fortunately, I got the shining ship Vamana from Gilgamesh. Otherwise, there will be a big mess this time. It's a trivial matter to lose Wano-kuni, and it's a big deal to kill and come back. If there is something wrong with Ling Nu, it will be an eternal pain in Ji Yu-ding's heart. Bring the sea chart, Ji Yu-ding shouted. Seeing that the situation was not good, Doflamingo didn't dare to disobey Ji Yu-ding's intention at all, and hurriedly handed over the map to Shanghai. Ji Yu-ding spread out the chart and quickly found Wano-kuni's position with his eyes like a dragon. When navigating on the Grand Line, you must rely on a special recording magnetic needle, otherwise, you will lose your way and may sink into the sea forever. Flying with the ship of brilliance Vamana, you don't need to consider the weather and other factors that affect navigation. Vamana is the product of magic. When flying in the air, the magnetic field of the Grand Line cannot affect it at all. All Ji Yu-ding needs to do is align the direction and fly forward. However, doing so is also extremely risky. A tiny bit of loss is 1,000 miles away. A small angle of deviation, it is possible to get lost in the vast sea. To be on the safe side, Ji Yuding took the record compass headed to Res Rosa, boarded the airship, prepared to transit into Res Rosa, passed through Zhou, and headed for Wanokuni. Be sure to hold on, I'll be right there. Ji Yuding stepped on Vimana and disappeared into the sky. After Ji Yuding left, Doflamingo looked helpless, unable to express the pain in his heart. God Lord, you are leaving, but take me with you. Doflamingo said with a crying face. Both he and Ding Mu were left on this unnamed island. Bring me what? Ding Mu glared at Doflamingo, and said calmly, Shunzhou is as fast as lightning, and it is no problem to travel thousands of miles a day. If it weren't for your low strength and unable to stand the harsh wind in the sky, how could the God Lord leave you alone? Now that the matter is urgent, the Lord of God will not take you with you, so you must be more considerate. As a servant of God, you must have the awareness of being a servant of God, and you cannot drag the Lord of God back. Yes, yes, yes. Doflamingo quickly nodded in agreement, and could not help but slander in his heart. Uncle Dingmu, you are right in everything you say, and you are right in everything you say. When I came, it was my lack of hockey that dragged the God Lord back, not your old man. Doflamingo calmly moved a little away from the Bigmom with an amazing smell in his mouth, and then said to Ding Mu, then what should we do? We are here to continue waiting for the God Lord. Or go to Kakuo. Ding Mu gave Doflamingo a look, and said, nonsense, of course we are waiting for God's instructions. Doflamingo didn't dare to refute, so he could only say euphemistically, Garp is urging him so hard. If he really offends him and is stripped of his 7 warlords of the sea status, it will be very inconvenient for me to act in the future. Especially according to the order of the God Lord, we must now focus on strengthening the intelligence network. Without the identity of 7 warlords of the sea, it is almost impossible to break into the government, let alone infiltrate high-level officials. Zero asked for flowers. Well, what you said is not unreasonable. Ding Mu nodded and said, then you should contact Shenshang. The corner of Doflamingo's mouth twitched, and he whispered, I dare not. J.K. On the other side, Wanokuni. The battleships of the Beast's pirates are approaching Shiro port where the royal family of the Tohoku region is located. The sea breeze howled, and the battle flag fluttered. Now, the gate of this closed country is about to be bombarded by Kaido's strong ships. The former imperial city is now called the interior of Xinjiang Palace. Wei Sung Aya is dressed in modern attire, sitting on the podium that symbolizes the highest commanding power. Oh. In front of her was a group of relics from the royal family. It was in vain that I spared your life, but you colluded with Kaido, assassinated Marine Governor Kazuki Oden, and committed numerous crimes. Even now, you are taking advantage of your power to force the palace. You are really bold, Wei Sung Aya said sadly. Around her, there is almost no high-level combat power available. The incident happened suddenly, and Fukao Eyes and Masano Nakai were both stationed at the station, so there was no time to arrive. Now, only the Riku family and Baby 5 are left by her side. And they are all personnel who are difficult to take on the task of fighting. HMPH. Wanokuni originally belonged to our Sanada clan. You are nothing more than a thief who steals the country. I advise you to quickly hand over your command authority and order Shinroko not to resist and let Kaido in. Otherwise, don't blame us, hands are ruthless, said Sanada Hideki, the young master of the Sanada clan. His eyes were ferocious and cruel, and it was hard to imagine that he was just a 12-year-old child. Nonsense. Wei Sung Ayane pointed at Hideki Sanada. Her delicate eyebrows were furrowed, and she said airily, Wanokuni is a country where feudal vassals quarreled. Since when did you belong to the Sanada clan? Ji Yuding is the strongest among all heroes. The situation of vigorous strife is over. These things have nothing to do with your Sanada clan. If you do this, won't you be afraid that Ji Yuding will come back and kill you and your blood will flow like a river? Oh, then he came back, Hideki Sanada said arrogantly. When I catch you and he dares to come back, I will strip your clothes off in front of him. Chapter 153. UBD, lunatic, you were a royal family before, and you actually said such a dignified thing. I'm ashamed to be with you. Riku Dold 3 shouted. Old miscellaneous hair, what are you? Get lousy out of the way. Otherwise, I will kill you first and feed it to the dog. Hideki Sanada cursed wildly, then pointed at Violet, and said with an evil smile, if your daughter is willing to obey me voluntarily, I can consider saving your old life. How about it, Violet? UBD. I'm going to kill you. Dold 3 cursed angrily, raised his sword and slashed at Hideki Sanada. Kill me, huh, old BD, you are not qualified. Sanada Hideki stretched out a palm and shouted in a low voice, rebuke the fruit, retreat. After saying that, Dold 3 flew back at a faster speed than when he came, as if he had been hit hard. With a bang of 753, he hit the wall, leaving a human-shaped hollow. Father! Violet yelled. Dold III's eldest daughter, Riku Scarlet pursed her lips and stared at Hideki Sanada, as if she wanted to pounce on him and bite him to pieces. I know I'm handsome, if you're staring at me like this, don't you think you're in love with me? Hideki Sanada tickled Scarlet, teasingly. However, he pouted quickly, and said again, however, I'm not interested in an old woman like you. Violet, on this beautiful day, why don't you present a dance to me? Who? Violet spat at Hideki Sanada. Smelly BCH, shame on you. Lousy killed you. Hideki Sanada had a fierce look in his eyes, and stretched out his palm towards Weeman Kate. Stop. Weisung Lingnu stood up and said, I can give you the rights you want. If you release the others, I will go through the formalities for the transfer of military power. HMPH, I'm not afraid of you playing tricks. Hideki Sanada withdrew his palm and said coldly, let them go. No, Sister Aya, we won't leave, we will stay with you. Violet's eyes were firm. Baby 5 also clenched its small fists, stood beside Weisung Aya, and said, Sister Aya, I will help you. Obedient. Weisung Lingenvi patted Baby 5's head and said, then help Sister Lingenvi persuade Sister Violet to leave quickly. What? Baby 5 looked at Violet with some embarrassment, and then at Weisung Aya, feeling at a loss for a while. Stop talking. At this time, Sanada Hideki said viciously, otherwise, no one wants to leave. Sanada Hideki, don't go too far. Weisung Aya raised her eyebrows and said, after my reform of the military system, the new commander-in-chief will not be accepted without a signed transfer order and commander-in-chief code. You are going against the law and trying to restore it in vain. The new order is the enemy. If there is no handover order signed by me and the command code, what if you occupy the New Deal Palace? It's just a building. At that time, the civil war will continue. Face can invite Kaido to stay and fight for you for a long time. You're smart. Hideki Sanada snorted coldly and said, however, smart people don't live long. 5 minutes, it's worth changing to a stable regime transition, no matter what. Weisung Aya said nothing. Okay, then I'll give you 5 minutes. Hideki Sanada's eyes flashed fiercely. Weisung Aya hurriedly persuaded Riku's family, hurry up and leave. We are not Sanada Hideki's opponents, staying here will only lead to death in vain. However, after you hand over the rights, Hideki Sanada will not let you go. What will you do when the time comes? Violet said, leave me alone, I have my own way. Weisung Aya told a lie. Before Gu Ding left Wano-kuni, he once gave me a magic demon scroll, which allowed me to fly to an island in the world randomly. Come on. When the time comes, I will use the demon scroll to leave. Later, I will try to buy as much time as possible, and you can escape as far as you can. The demon scroll that Weisung Aya is talking about is the random scroll that Gu Ding gave to Misaka Makoto before. It is through the power of random scrolls that Ayame came to Wano-kuni. However, since the Summit War incident, all the things Gu Ding collected were lost with the disappearance of the space ring. Now, there are no random scrolls left at all. Violet wanted to say something more, but Scarlet and Baby 5 grabbed her arms and persuaded her, we will only drag Ayane down if we stay here. Leaving now is the greatest help for Ayame. Violet held Weisung Aya's hand tightly, and said, you must take care of yourself. Let's go. Weisung Aya patted Violet on the shoulder. It's really sisterly love. Hideki Sanada's voice sounded. He came over while licking his tongue, and said with a smile, shall I give you a ride with the rebuke fruit? Violet glanced at Hideki Sanada with disdain, helped Dold 3, and left the Supreme Command Center with the Riku family. After the Riku family left, Wei Aya tried her best to deal with it for a while, which made Hideki Sanada furious. Stinky BCH. Don't be ashamed. Tell me the commander's password. Otherwise, Lousy will kill you, BCH. Hideki Sanada bared his teeth and uttered dirty words, yelling ferociously. Wei Lingnu took a step back, took out the pistol from her waist and aimed it at her temple. Goodbye, Ji Yuding big brother, I miss you so much. On the other side, Ji Yuding was flying in the sky at 5 times the speed of sound with the record pointer in his hand. The grand fleet of the mighty beasts pirates. De Ries Rosa. Then, Sabang District, Nanlu District, Juli District, etc., 7 districts appeared side by side, completely appearing in the eyes of Guchang. Ji Yuding stepped on the glorious boat Vimana and rushed down. Ji Yuding closed his eyes. Observation hockey was launched brazenly, covering the entire northeast region. Haishi District, which is hundreds of miles away. The same thing happened on Zo Island in 3.9, give me Wanokuni pointers. Finally, it reached the sky over the northeast district. Wait for me, Aya. This is already the limit that his body can bear at present. King Violet Riku, baby, Ji Yuding quickly identified. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, with a fierce look in his eyes, and lost his voice. Ya girl. Ji Yuding was very anxious. The incident happened suddenly. Wei Lingnu had no time to explain everything to him, so she hung up the phone in a hurry. The situation over there was extremely serious. His voice resounded over Wanokuni. Ji Yuding punched open the nautical shop and shouted loudly, "Where is Zhao's pointer?" Wherever Ji Yuding went, it was like suffering a disaster. Finally, a familiar silhouette appeared in his field of vision. Hurry up. Chapter 154 Violent Killing for subscription. Bold. Seeing Wei Ayane wanting to shoot herself, Hideki Sanada immediately raised her hand and aimed at her. Fruit of Rebuke 100,000 Huoli. Wei Aya's pistol seemed to be hit hard, like an invisible big hand, slapping her body. BCH. You dared to commit suicide before you told me the commander's password. Okay, since you're not afraid of death, I can only make your life worse than death. Hideki Sanada looked fierce, and waved his hand to repel the followers. Go out, lock the door, and don't let anyone in. Wei Lingnu panicked, knowing that she would end badly in Sanada Hideki's book, so she chose to shoot herself. But now that the gun is out of her hands, she has no force, just like a lamb at the mercy of others. Repulsion fruit earth repulsion. As soon as Sanada Hideki raised his hand, Wei Ayame floated up. Wei Aya was so ashamed and indignant, she opened her back teeth lightly, and bit her tongue. How can it be as you wish? Rebuke the fruit, break it for me. Hideki Sanada snapped his fingers, and Wei Ayame's back teeth biting her tongue couldn't bite down anymore. HMPH. If you dare to disobey this king, your life will be worse than death. Hideki Sanada put his hands on his belt and pressed towards Wei Aya step by step. Ji Yuding big brother, I'm sorry. Oh 1. Wei Aya closed her eyes in despair, and 2 lines of tears fell from the corners of her eyes. At this moment, there was a sharp piercing sound from outside, as piercing as an iron sword being scratched on a steel plate. Hideki Sanada frowned slightly, and was about to scold someone, when a warning sign suddenly appeared in his heart. Next moment, a big hole was blown out of the roof above his head, and bricks and rubble were flying everywhere. Hideki Sanada reacted extremely quickly, and shouted, "The craftsman reprimands the fruit to disperse." Not a single piece of rubble from the sky fell on him, as if a hemispherical barrier wall appeared around him. However, Hideki Sanada, who should have breathed a sigh of relief, widened his eyes. He saw that time was infinitely slowing down, space was infinitely frozen, a big hand came over, seemed to cover the whole world, and finally grabbed his face, with a boom, pressed it to the ground, and rubbed back and forth. It's Ji Yuding coming. Ah. Back off, back off, back off. Hideki Sanada wailed and waved his hands indiscriminately, but Ji Yuding stood still like a rock in the sea that has stood firm for 10,000 years. You think. Ji Yuding's voice was hoarse and deep, and every syllable was vibrating from the depths of his heart with all his strength. How to die? Ji Yuding's veins bulged, His fingers were like hooks. He grabbed Hideki Sanada's head, and threw it towards the sky with all his strength. Boom! Hideki Sanada flew out like a cannonball, smashing the ceiling and leaving a long wave in the air. Almost at the same time, Ji Yuding threw out his 5 fingers, activated his ability, and countless silk threads broke through the wall, threading the people who came to rebel with Hideki Sanada into strings. I'm late. Full of apology, Ji Yuding left a word in Ling Nu's ear with her eyes closed tightly, and then left behind Shadow Knight String's avatar, rising from the ground. Boom! Ji Yuding crashed into the roof, like a rocket launched, smashed into the air, made a deafening sound, and chased after Hideki Sanada. Hideki Sanada passed through layers of clouds, and the people under him were already the size of ants. He turned his head with difficulty, seeing the scene behind him, his teeth chattered in fear. At this moment, Ji Yuding came through the air, staring at Hideki Sanada with a pair of eyes like the pupils of the evil king in the depths of hell, completely divided into human emotions. He raised his fist. Fast punch, super fast punch, supersonic punch, bang 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 bang, bang 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 bang. Without hockey, without ability, pure flesh and blood fists, like a gust of wind, like lightning and thunder, hit Sanada Hideki's chest, abdomen, arms, and pelvis until Ji Yuding's hands leaked bones. Hideki Sanada's eyes were full of fear. He could hear the sound of the wind passing through his stomach. The tragic injury made him feel that he would die in the next second, but the pain at this moment, a second is as long as a year. All this happened in a very short period of time. How short? 1 second. No, less than half a second. Hideki Sanada was extremely conscious, but extremely confused. In this contradictory state of consciousness, Hideki Sanada was in pain for every subtlety, but he just couldn't cry out. Finally, the light in front of my eyes became dim. Are you going to die? Ha! Ha ha ha! Hideki Sanada felt relieved, and just when he thought he was relieved, a huge life force poured into his body. Want to die? It's not that easy. Ji Yuding's icy cold voice sounded again. 6 paths reincarnation. Ji Yuding slapped Sanada on the face, and then Sanada changed his appearance, but his body returned to full health. Hideki Sanada was shocked. Because of extreme fear, the pupils of his eyes could not be seen. As soon as he uttered a word, his eyes widened in pain, his eyes were about to split open, and he couldn't say anything, because Ji Yuding, like a hellstorm version of a violent hammer strike, came again. Die, 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 die. Flesh flying. 6 paths reincarnation. Die 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 die. 6 paths reincarnation. I don't know how many times he has been reincarnated. Ji Yuding fought from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky. In the end, he grabbed Hideki Sanada by the head and landed 120 on the Kaido of the beast's boat. Boom. A puddle of blood, no bones left. What happened? What happened? The sudden airborne bloodline caused the crowd of beast's pirates to be in turmoil. The 3 major disasters stood at the bow of the ship, looking at Kaido's ship from afar. Here comes a madman, said the queen, one of the 3 plagues. It should be Ji Yuding. The king's tone was indifferent, as if he didn't take Ji Yuding seriously. Don't underestimate him. Jack's words were full of fear of Ji Yuding. Although he usually has a bad temper and is fearless. But before he fought against Ji Yuding, he was punched to the bottom of the sea by Ji Yuding. Ji Yuding's strength really shocked him. Could you be scared out of your wits by Ji Yuding? HMPH. The queen's tone was flirtatious, and she sneered at Jack's performance. The king was about to say something when his eyes widened suddenly. He clenched his fists tightly, wanting to move extremely fast, but time seemed to slow down infinitely, and his arms were stuck in a quagmire, unable to move. In other words, the opponent's speed is too fast. A black hole appeared in the back of the queen's mind. A hand stretched out from within. This hand suddenly appeared, with 5 fingers like hooks, holding the queen's head. It's like holding an egg. Chapter 155. Be grateful. Kaido asked for subscription. Click. Crushed fruit. The egg was broken. Jack was shocked. His back was sweating profusely, and all his fine hairs exploded. For a moment, there were only 2 thoughts in his mind. Run, as well as die. The next few seconds were the longest torment in Jack's life. The most powerful king among the three disasters also had a hole in the back of his head. A palm protruded from the hole. The palm of the hand is slightly flexed. At his fingertips, the wind and cloud, energy, and elements between the heaven and the earth gathered together rapidly, forming a dazzling point. "Ah, I don't want to die," the king wailed, his joints creaking, and since he made an unconventional evasive action with his strong will, he put his feet on the tower, half of the warship sank into the water, and shot out like a cannonball. Boom! The king burst out. At the same time, Ji Ding let go of his fingers. First there is light and then there is sound. A thread pierced the king's head, leaving a trail in the air that reached to the end of the sky. At this time, the sound of snapping fingers came. Like a torrent, like a tsunami, like Lu Chen. Seeing this, Jack was terrified, and the armament hockey covering his body limply collapsed. Armament hockey is the embodiment of will, an invisible armor made through imagination and belief. When you believe in it, armament hockey is infinitely powerful and infinitely hard. When your will collapses, armament hockey will collapse like water in your hand. The next moment, Ji Ding arrived as promised. Click click click, the air shattered like glass, and a pair of hands stretched out from it. Ji Ding tore open the tunnel of the empty fruit, jumped out from it, stretched out a big hand, and covered Jack's face like a dark cloud. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ji Ding moved his hand away, pulled Yunxian and went straight to Kaido. Boom! Jack knelt on the ground, as if he had been seriously ill and lost. Seeing that Jack has completely lost his fighting spirit, from rebellious, defiant, domineering and cruel, to now lost and without fighting spirit, just like an oil painting reset to a blank sheet of paper, Ji Ding's heart and idea came up. Rein in Jack, make up for the gap in Wanokuni's high-level combat power. Ji Ding didn't want what happened now to happen again. He walked forward and was hit by the enemy behind him. Although Jack is not the top combat power, he can be regarded as an outstanding one. Even if he meets Garp, he can resist for a while. In this current period, being able to buy more time for Ji Ding is the greatest victory. Tung almost regrets what happened to Aya for the rest of his life. Ji Ding will never allow such a thing to happen again. It is imperative to equip Aya with a bodyguard. Boom! A series of movements by Ji Ding finally alarmed Kaido of the Beasts. Kaido of the Beasts is huge, claiming to be immortal, in the prime of life, with peak strength and great ambitions. Ji Ding, sure enough, you are here. Kaido was not only not unhappy when he learned that 2 of his trusted disaster subordinates were killed, but was very happy. I underestimated you in the past. Summit War. What a fanatical, graceful, and artistic fun story. It's a pity that I didn't pay attention to you, a fledgling young man, thinking that you were like other supernovas. They are all soft bastards who have never seen the world. Now it seems that I was wrong. I have to admit your strength and status in the sea, and I have to admit how sad and regretful it is to miss the Summit War. Kaido looked at Ji Ding, his eyes were full of militant madness, he could hardly restrain his desire to fight, and said, "Whitebeard, they all said that your strength disappeared during the Summit War, now it seems that what you said was wrong. Although I don't know what you've been through, none of the 3 disasters under my command is your single enemy, which already explains the problem. Come on, Ji Ding, only you can make me feel excited now. You do have some crazy capital, but you have offended someone you can't afford. If you get involved in Wanokuni, you will die. Ability lines are everywhere in the air, like spider webs." Ji Ding stood on the line, condescending, looked down at Kaido, and said coldly, "You probably dare to be arrogant in front of me because of your so-called indestructible body. Another point, you are mistaken, we are not fighting, but a unilateral massacre. I will slap your turtle shell first, and then turn you into a real turtle. Be grateful, Kaido." Ji Ding, you are really arrogant. I heard that you killed Sengoku within 3 moves, I really want to learn. Kaido was suddenly interrupted by Ji Ding. Noisy. Ji Ding's voice was indifferent. Death. What came before Ji Ding's voice was Ji Ding's fist. Ji Ding hit as soon as he said, without delay. Compared with Bigmom, Kaido's appearance made Ji Ding add Bigmom's anger to him. Counting old accounts together, Ji Yu Ding's blow was unreserved. The shape of the elephant is rare, and the sound of the big sound is rare. This punch transcends the boundaries of physics. With the ultimate speed in the world, with the ultimate power in the world. Wherever the fist wind passed, the space shattered like thin ice, densely packed with cracks. Ji Yu Ding's fist also ignited raging fire, even hot and red like gold and iron. I really want to learn. There is no further text for Kaido's words. Ji Yu Ding's fist was like a red-hot iron, inserted into a pile of cream. White bird. Kaido is just plain crazy. The loneliness of the strong. The loneliness of the strong. The moment he came into contact with Kaido, Ji Yu Ding understood that Kaido's mind was still there. Kaido was confused, looking down at his chest. Kaido recalled the past when he was a child. At that time, he was innocent and would often look at the seagulls by the sea in a daze. He would sit for an afternoon until he looked up and saw the beautiful sunset. In the distance of the ocean, seagulls fly by. He didn't think about dealing with Wei Aya, and he wasn't even interested in Wano Kuni much. It is an only Ji Yu Ding who really makes him gear up and mobilize the crowd. My hometown. What's the name? Suddenly, I miss it. The legendary pirate, Kaido of the Beasts, ended his life as a pirate. Kaido has gone all the way, defeated countless enemies, and finally there was such a day. He suddenly looked back and found that no one in this world could beat him alone. When leaving, Ji Yu Ding left a word. Kaido felt nothing but emptiness. It's really like snow. Sorry, I missed the appointment. I didn't let you turn into a turtle and continue to live. There is an inextinguishable flame burning in the chest, and from the hollow of the flame, one can vaguely see the magnificent ocean behind. Wish someone could tell. Chapter 156 Seiko. Forrest Gump left, seeking subscription. Of course, these are false memories, only here. However, Chen Feng did not take this lightly. The ones I met before were basically acquaintances, and the world of souls and demons was also where my mother belonged. This time, frankly speaking, people and things have nothing to do with themselves. The situation is a bit strange. Chen Feng was puzzled, thinking hard, hoping to grasp the key to the problem. Then, Lu Zhang heard that Chen Feng didn't say anything, but he didn't say much. He mentioned chopsticks and added a few bites of vegetables. He picked up a few bites of sesame cake on the table, frowned, spat it out, raised his head, and whispered, "This cake is terrible." Immediately, with one hand on the palm, Yi took out a piece of cake, took a bite, with an intoxicating smile on his face, seeing Chen Feng in a daze, not knowing what to think, took another piece, and handed it to Chen Feng. I said Shoutian, try this 243, my mother made it, I promised to make it according to the standard, it is very delicious. Before the big cake came, Chen Feng smelled it, smelled the fragrance, and couldn't remember it anymore. When he saw Lu Zhang giving up sincerely, he thanked him, picked up the cake, and gnawed it down. Lu Zhang's words are not exaggerated, the outside is crisp and tender, the inside is filled with meat, the glue is delicious, and the aftertaste is endless. The craftsmanship can be compared with Xiaoyu. Well, Brother Zhang, do you still have this cake? Chen Feng asked for it before he finished eating the cake, so what he asked for was straightforward, revealing his gourmet nature. Yes, but I don't want to save a lot of money. I want to eat for a few more days. Lu Zhang hesitated, thought for a while, and resolutely refused. Oh, unfortunately, Chen Feng touched his face. I'm sorry, but as a supplement, please try this. Lu Zhang shook his palm, took out the bottle, and ordered 2 empty glasses, one in front of Chen Feng, and the other for his own use. Take out the cork, tilt the mouth of the bottle, pour the golden liquid into the glass, and there is a strange fragrance in the air, a bit, but not like wine. Chen Feng stared at it for a long time, not knowing what it was. The scent was familiar, but he couldn't remember where it came from. He secretly asked, "What is this?" "Take a sip and you'll know." Lu Zhang smiled as brightly as the sun outside. Pretending to be mysterious, Chen Feng smiled, opened his mouth and said, picked up the cup, didn't want to look at it for a while, and couldn't guess what it was, so he drank it in one gulp, took a sip of liquid, and opened his eyes wide. Corn. To be exact, it's corn juice. Lu Zhongjiao said rightly. Chen Feng was very surprised. Of course, He knew that Xiaoyu had eaten with him, but most of them were cooked, and they were occasionally used to cook vegetables, make soup, and make corn juice, or this was the first time he heard of it. The most important thing is that the taste of corn juice is unexpectedly good. My mother does it too. She does it in her hometown. It's rare outside, isn't it? Lu Zhang explained. Hearing this, Chen Feng felt a little sad. It's great to be with my mom. From the lines in the eyes, we can see what kind of happiness it is. Unfortunately, although I just saw it in a hallucination, how can I replace reality? Of course, without revealing his face, he nodded happily, not noticing the thick lines, and smiled and yelled brilliantly. After eating and drinking, the two walked out of the restaurant, spread out, left the town, embarked on a journey, and came to the place where the treasure was born. After walking for a day, I finally came to the town closest to the treasure. In the past, it could be seen as an isolated town, with the streets crowded with large numbers of armed men, crowded, lively and noisy days. When Chen Feng and others arrived, the limited inn had already been occupied by various teams. During this period, Chen Feng encountered martial arts 3 more times, and the number increased to 5. That night, we sat around the bonfire, enjoyed barbecue, tasted all kinds of special dishes brought by Lu Zhang, and enjoyed our mother's craftsmanship. Soon, it was almost the day when the treasure was opened, and the sky had just dawned. Inside and outside the city, there was a crowd of bustling hustle and bustle, and the road rose to the sky. Many martial arts enthusiasts salivated and rushed to the location of the treasure at full speed. In the suburbs, Chen Feng's team stood up one by one, waiting for people to get ready, wrap their legs, shake off their bodies, join the treasure hunting team, and flock to their destination. Chapter 157 Marine's Confidence. Subscribe. Only when you are caught in the mundane affairs will you know how annoying the mundane affairs are. In the past few days, Ji Yuding has been too busy helping Wei Sungaya to deal with Wanokuni. As soon as the original mess in Wanokuni was dealt with, a group of murlocs and mermaids from the Fishman Island rushed over. Ji Yuding had to help Linganvi solve the problem of the murloc settlement. This back and forth made Ji Yuding very busy. Until then, Ji Yuding was able to breathe. Anyway, Doflamingo and Ding Mu have been waiting for so many days. Ji Yuding is not in a hurry to rush there. After finding a quiet room, Ji Yuding began to sort out the gains and losses of these days. Too many skills do not overwhelm one's body, but the skills are more refined than demanding. Since starting from the Fishman Island, Ji Yuding has cut down all the enemies that stand in his way, and he has gained a lot. There are dozens of kinds of devil fruit abilities just copied, some of which are very powerful to use, but there are also quite a few useless abilities. Smashing fruit, repelling fruit, escape fruit, exploding fruit, string fruit, these paramesha fruits have very practical abilities. Whether it is close combat or ability combat, they can exert good effects. However, a match is easy to break, but a match is strong. My enemy is definitely not a simple native of the pirate world, but the ruthless heaven sitting on the clouds. It is impossible to defeat him with simple means. Quote, for this, I had to invent my own means. Even revolutionary means. Ji Yuding calmed down, sorted out the gains and losses, and continued to draw the blueprint of his skills. Empty, broken, rebuked, explosive, and threaded, the 5 abilities complement each other and combine together to form a large-scale killer punch. It is named, Return to Chaos! Quote. As for the glutinous fruit, juiced fruit, mammoth fruit, and other fruits obtained from BIGMOM pirates and beasts pirates, for me, they are not so useful. It is almost tasteless. Big Mom's soul fruit is the most useful for me to absorb life. However, soon, I will set off to find the guardian fruit, and use the legendary surgery to endow me with eternal life. So, Soul the fruit is really useless at all. Kaido of the beasts is a man. With his tyrannical haki and his bloodline that is almost like a demon god, he is rampant in New World. He is known as the strongest in singles. However, I still have nothing from him. The so-called strongest body, under my fist, it's just floating clouds. It can be said without arrogance that my physical body is the strongest in the world. However, this is still not enough. Restricted by the immortal kung fu, body refining technique can only be cultivated to the first level. It's a great pity. Ji Ding didn't pay attention to all the wonderful paramesha abilities and all the zone fruit abilities that he got. These abilities can only be used as icing on the cake to add to Ji Ding's stronger physical fitness, and cannot directly bring strong combat power like those combat abilities. What Ji Ding lacks now is the means to fight. Ninjutsu, swordsmanship, these seem to have no way to mix together. After thinking for a long time, Ji Ding couldn't create a satisfactory move, so he couldn't help feeling a little bored. It's really boring to break through the world of gameplay. Forget it, let's leave it at that. Finally, Ji Ding left Wano-kuni after leaving Jack the Drow as Aya's bodyguard. This time, he made life cards in Wano-kuni and left the pieces in case something unexpected happens. Doflamingo also has life cards, but Ji Ding was in a hurry and forgot to ask for them, so now he has to go back the same way. When Ji Ding traveled thousands of miles to feel the nameless island, he did not find the smell of Dingmu and Doflamingo, but only found a huge stone full of words. The main idea of the text is that Garp was pressing hard and threatened him as 7 warlords of the sea. Doflamingo couldn't contact Ji Ding, so he and Dingmu weighed it over and over again and decided to set off first. Build a raft and head to Marineford. Ji Ding touched his nose, a little speechless. The phone bug used to communicate with Doflamingo couldn't stand the ultra-high-speed running, and the nerve healed. At this time, after swimming in the sea for 5 days, Dingmu and Doflamingo successfully robbed a pirate ship and finally came to Marineford. Garp's office. Garp was a little surprised to see Doflamingo coming. Garp didn't ask more about Dingmu and his dog, but talked about the current situation with Doflamingo. You can understand it this way, or... Garp feigned surprise, but Doflamingo didn't point it out either. The two of them sat at the same table, and they had their own thoughts and used each other, so they couldn't be honest. With your intelligence capabilities, you must have already known it. The Fishmen Island was destroyed, the BIGMOM pirate group was completely wiped out, and the Beast's pirates were wiped out. These three are connected. Have you thought of one person? Garp asked Doflamingo's eyes. That's right. The corners of Garp's mouth curled up, and he squinted his eyes and said, to put it bluntly, before Ji Ding appeared, in his heyday, he was the strongest in sea, land and air. But even so, he didn't disappear in the sea. 0 for flowers. Garp interlocked his fingers and said, how do you think Redfield compares to Kaido and BIGMOM? Oh, there is such a thing. So, Doflamingo stared at Garp, licked his lips, and said with a jerk smile, the island of X-735 was wiped out directly. Tisk tisk. At the same time, Redfield, the strongest 7 warlords of the sea in the world, also disappeared. Tell me, why are these things so coincidental? Yo, Garp, are you scaring me? Doflamingo retorted. Doflamingo smiled, put on a rebellious look, and said, I just want to talk about Ji Ding, there is nothing to beat around the bush. Kaido rejected Ji Ding's Summit War invitation, and BIGMOM was knocked down by Ji Ding in the Fishmen Island as the only territory of Ji Ding. Although the group of defeated soldiers of the Beast's pirates bite their tongues and refuse to admit that they have seen Ji Ding. But everyone knows that he is back. Garp, that's the end of the story. I'm sure you also know that Ji Ding did a battle in Deris Rosa and killed Gilgamesh. HMPH. I underestimated you. Powerful. In today's world, only Ji can do this kind of thing. Garp nodded. Garp, you can fool someone, but you can't fool me. What would you choose? Doflamingo. Garp put his legs on the desk, stretched out his hands, and said leisurely, maybe it is the confidence of the marine government to kill Ji Ding. Doflamingo said only one word. Chapter 158 The Remodeled Kizaru for subscription. Garp, you don't seem to give me a choice at all. Quote, Doflamingo glanced in a certain direction vaguely, and said, behind is Pelusalino, his aura is almost like a different person. So is Redfield, and so is Pelusalino. 1. I was blown away. And all of this is done by you Marine, or Vegapunk. Garp, can you tell me what you are doing? I told you from the very beginning, everything Marine does is for justice to defeat evil. Until now, you are still asking this question, Doflamingo, you are going to be behind the boat of the times. Garp banged on the table and said, Looks like Sengoku's death has swollen your face, otherwise you wouldn't be so crazy now. Doflamingo looked far-sighted and looked at 647. Phew, I recognize your strength to make Redfield disappear. However, I can remind you that your opponent is Gu Ding. It is unprecedented. Gu Ding, you don't need to remind me. Doflamingo. At this time, Kizaru Pelusolino's voice sounded. Pelusolino came from behind the scenes to the front of the stage. Compared with his image a few months ago, he can be said to have changed his appearance, almost without human breath. Doflamingo looked at Pelusolino in shock, and smacked his tongue. What are you? Putting on a good body and turning yourself into a cyborg. Tisk tisk tisk, killing a Kuzan, is it that big of a blow to you? A pirate like you will never understand. In order to carry out the justice of the faith, what is it to sacrifice a little? The reason why a pirate is a pirate and why a marine is not simply because of the clothes are different. Pelusolino's voice was obviously mechanized. Doflamingo scoffed at this, and snorted 2 words, hypocrisy. Please come with me. Lockdar is already on his way. Pelusolino said mechanically. Go on the road. Why do you still want to kill me? Doflamingo's tone was cold, and he almost wanted to do it. Garp waved his hand and said, you misunderstood. Pelusolino meant that Crocodile was already on his way to the secret base, and was escorted by Sakazuki himself. HMPH, why'd I feel like I've become your prisoner here? Doflamingo's tone was bad, and he felt that something was a little strange. If you don't want to be strong, since you want the marine government in your heart, then you have no choice. Garp stood up, turned his back to Doflamingo and said, of course, you can leave now. But after you leave, this world will never be the same again. I can't stand you anymore. Maybe it's not bad to use the hands of Marine to become a super frontline fighter like Pelusolino. A super first-line fighter who turned into this ghost. Garp, are you trying to kill me? Doflamingo laughed. Just then, Pelusolino moved. Boom. Pelusolino smashed through the wall, stretched out a hand towards the distant sky, and the light continued to gather. Hey, are you trying to scare me? Doflamingo said, crossing his legs. However, no one paid him any attention. An electronic screen appeared in front of Pelusolino's eyes, and various data were scrolling rapidly on the electronic screen. SSS level dangerous target found, heading straight to Marineford. Target identity judgment. Gu Ding. Target speed. Double the speed of sound. Target distance. 3,144 nautical miles. The Demon Technology attack system is being activated. Target targeted. A gigawatt of light is ready to go. Piercer energy cannon. Launch. In an instant, a thumb-thick light shot out from Kizaru's palm, and the dazzling light made the whole room feel like daylight. Marshal, take Doflamingo and leave first, I will buy time. After saying that, Pelusolino turned into light particles and disappeared in the office, leaving behind a dumbfounded Doflamingo. The world has really changed. Doflamingo had mixed feelings. On the other side, Gu Ding was flying, and suddenly he felt a warning, and before he could make any moves, he saw a dazzling light spot. What the hell? As soon as this thought came to mind, the light spot hit Vamana's flank. Fortunately, Vamana is an artifact in the magical world. This little damage is not enough to paralyze it, and it can still carry Gu Ding to fly at supersonic speed. This kind of long-range attack technology is even beyond my cognition. To a certain extent, it looks like a laser cannon. Could it be that Kizaru is playing tricks? I have heard that Kizaru and Vegapunk have been mixed together. It seems that they are really made something. Devil fruit, paired with human ingenuity, is not to be underestimated. Porosolino, tell me, how did you find me? Judging by your appearance, you didn't come here from a nearby island. Birdcage. Clearly, Pelusolino did it on purpose. With his hands behind his back, Gu Ding stood in front of Pelusolino in the air, looking straight at him, as if he was free and uninhabited. Someone hit him with a sap, but he didn't know who the attacker was, which made Gu Ding feel a little angry. Gu Ding propped up a miniature birdcage to isolate him from the outside world. Just as Gu Ding was thinking, a light image of Pelusolino suddenly appeared in front of him. Different from the laser attack, although Pelusolino can move at the speed of light, it takes a certain amount of time to elementalize his body before moving. He knows, because work can understand what he means. BD. Think I can be fooled. Before Ji Yu Ding could do anything in the future, he saw another point of light flying towards him. However, Ji Yu Ding immediately felt relieved. Pelusolino is now a half-human body, and it is normal that observation hockey cannot perceive machinery. This time is very short for ordinary people, but in front of the real strong, in front of the speed of sound and light, it seems too slow, so that it is full of flaws. Pelusolino smiled bluntly, and said, Ji Yu Ding, is there anything you don't understand? Back then, we were the ones who asked such questions. We are all very surprised, wondering how your strength has improved, and why you can in a short period of time, you have become a giant that no one can look up to, and even many people really feel that you are an unattainable god as you said. Ji Yu Ding did as he wished, did not attack, and stopped. Looking at the formed Pelusolino, Ji Yu Ding frowned slightly, because the Pelusolino perceived by observation hockey was not even 2.6 stronger than Marine Vice Admiral. Ji Yu Ding speeded up suddenly, sailing at 3 times the speed of sound, and this time he barely missed the incoming light beam. Chapter 159 Makoto's News. Subscribe. However, there are no unattainable gods in the world, there are only people who get devil fruit. Your appearance broke all the conventional order and plunged the world into boundless chaos. What kind of chaos has become in the southeast, northwest, and 4 directions of the sea? Do you know the current ratio of pirates and marines? For a long time, Marine has pursued a policy of moderation but not extremes. It is because the cost of a large-scale war is too high, which is far greater than the cost of letting the pirates plunder. But now it is different. Marine has reached the point where it has to fight. World, the time has come for the government to step back. So, here he is. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you for all of this. Ji Yu Ding, if it wasn't for you, I still wouldn't be able to convince him. Pelusolino took off his glasses, revealing a pair of mechanical eyes, looked at Ji Yu Ding, and said coldly, it's too late to say anything now, under his leadership, you will be sent to the guillotine. I don't know what it means. It's really exciting for a Vegapunk to make you scream like this. Ji Yu Ding crossed his arms and snorted. In his opinion, Marine, O1 and Vegapunk are all chickens and dogs. If Vegapunk is what you rely on, then you are doomed to be disappointed. Because, soon, I will take Vegapunk away. So the question is, can you resist me? Or will you choose to kill Vegapunk to avoid capital? What about the enemy? Ji Yu Ding poses a moral conundrum to Pelusolino. Dr. Vegapunk will not die, he is in an absolutely safe place. Ji Yu Ding, you will never find it. Pelusolino said firmly. Absolutely safe? How can there be absolute safety in this world? If you came to me just to say this, then you can die. Although Pelusolino's ultra-long-range laser is powerful, Ji Yu Ding doesn't take it seriously. It can be said without arrogance that wherever Ji Yu Ding's line of sight is, his invincible domain. I'm going to ask you for advice. Pelusolino's sound machine, the laser rays of both eyes have been aimed at Ji Yu Ding, focus and launch. The laser came in an instant, and Ji Yu Ding could hardly dodge it, and was hit by the laser at the corner of his clothes. There are tricks, but you still shouldn't mess with me. Ji Yu Ding stood in the air, motionless. Yes. Pelusolino snorted coldly, his whole body glowed as brightly as the sun, jumped up, flew into the air, and turned into a black spot. Ji Yu Ding, you are always so arrogant, so how about this trick to pick me up? Kamui open up the world. A laser beam fell from the sky, hit Ji Yu Ding's body, and then bombarded into the sea. It is powerful and imposing, like a hammer snatched into a fluffy snowdrift. Boom! Light energy was converted into heat energy, and the sea area with a radius of 50 miles was evaporated. Countless sea creatures suffered because of this, and the seabed covered with thick silt was also evaporated and eroded, like a meteorite impact, leaving a hemispherical deep pit. The huge impact force hits the sea water, and it cannot return for a long time. This scene is like the scene of the end. Pelusolino flew down and muttered to himself with satisfaction, as Ji Yu Ding dead. The laser center can reach a temperature of 10,000 degrees, so it's normal for him to die. Hey, a very powerful person. It's a pity that it's too headstrong. Although Kamui Tiandakai is powerful, but it takes too long to accumulate energy, it can only be used for large-scale damage, and it is difficult to hit moving targets. This is already the most powerful move at my current stage. If Ji Yuding doesn't take it hard, I really can't do anything about him. But, who told him to be so self-willed? Dr. Vegapunk thinks highly of him. Oh, is it so? As soon as the voice came out, Pelusalino's already stiff smile became even stiffer, standing in the air like a zombie. How is it possible? How is it possible that you are still alive? The temperature in the center is 10,000 degrees. The sea has evaporated into a hole, and the fish, shrimp, sea kings, and all their bones have turned into smoke. How is it possible that you are still alive? Pelusalino's program was almost chaotic, and the data in front of him was analyzed row by row, quickly analyzing Ji Yuding. Speaking of which, I would also like to thank you. Give me inspiration and let me have a new development of repulsion fruit. The corner of Ji Yuding raised his mouth slightly, and said, the power of repelling the fruit surrounds the whole body. With your powerless, hockey's short-term attack can't hurt me. Even a decent Logia ability user can't hurt me. I don't know where you got the confidence to attack me. Hey, no matter, after all, it's just a pile of beryllium copper and rotten iron. Pelusalino only had time to say 3 words before Ji Yu punched him through the body. I have got. After saying 2 more words, Pelusalino had an arm removed by Ji Yuding. Important matter. Boom. There was an explosion. At this time, only a talking head remained in Pelusalino, with wires crackling underneath. Next time, if you have something to say it earlier, so that you don't have a chance to say it. Ji Yuding said, patting Pelusalino's head. Don't kill me, I know about Masaka Makoto. Pelusalino delivered big news. Ji Yuding narrowed his eyes slightly, raised the corners of his mouth, and said, you think I'll believe you? What I said is true. I have no need to lie to you. As long as you swear not to kill me, I will tell you. Pelusalino looked at GU 917 Ding, and said anxiously, I don't want to die yet, my head if I die, I will really die. Okay, I swear, just tell me about Makoto, and I will spare your life. GU Ding said coldly. You must keep your word. Pelusalino looked at GU Ding suspiciously, and said, after the summit war, Masaka Makoto boarded the red-haired Shank's boat and disappeared in the sea. Originally, our marine intelligence the department believes that Masaka Makoto was hidden by the red-haired Shanks. After all, the world is so big, it is difficult to find someone. Crack. Ji Ding pressed his 5 fingers slightly, and they embedded in Kizaru's head, and said coldly, stop talking nonsense, just tell me where is she. Take it easy, I'm really going to die. Pelusalino wailed twice, and hurriedly said, in Sky Island. She is leaving forever. Which Sky Island? Ji Ding shouted. You let me go first. I'll tell you. Pelusalino refused at all. I don't know what's good or bad. With a click, Ji Ding crushed Pelusalino's head. You, broken, the oath. This was Pelusalino's last voice. Oaths are shit. With a cry of coldness, Ji Ding took out the light Sky Island. Chapter 160 Pursuit for Subscription. Sky Island, Gaia. Masaka Makoto stood in front of a ship, and beside her stood a handsome young man. Sister Makoto, I am lucky to have met you, otherwise my dream would have to be realized for at least 10 years. The Ark of Proverbs, the boat of my dream, has finally been completed. Enel clenched his fists and his heart was surging. The infinite land, the moon, I hope there will be my safe place. Makoto Masaka's temperament has changed drastically. She is no longer the girl she used to be, with vicissitudes in her eyes. I won't let anyone bully Makoto sister. The boy looked at Makoto with a strange emotion in his eyes. This kind of emotion can only be revealed when Makoto is behind his back. And most of the time, in front of the foreigner, he is a cold boy who treats women equally. I have thunder fruit, and I will protect Sister Makoto. When we arrive at my hometown, Infinity Land, I will build the most beautiful and luxurious palace for Sister Makoto. The boy Enel said with burning eyes. A rare smile appeared on Masaka Makoto's face. Enel, let's go. Get out of this world. Her voice is like white jade, her breath is like orchid, and she is as light as a fairy in the clouds. Enel nodded silently, and boarded the ark. Proverbs, 1st. Driven by electricity, the ark slowly rises, like a bright moon slowly rising when the sun is setting, continuously rising into the sky. Let's go, others. Masaka Makoto stood on the deck of the monument, looking at the land and Qinghai in the distance. Farewell, hi, farewell, the past. In a daze, Masaka Makoto seemed to shed a line of clear tears. On the other side, Ji Yuding was riding the glorious ship Vimana at 5 times the speed of sound. Too slow. This speed is far from the speed I want. Ji Yuding was so anxious that he pushed the boat of glory until the magic power in his body was exhausted. Makoto Masaka almost became Ji Yuding's demon, the person who used to sleep with him, but became the person who broke his heart the most. Ji Yuding will never forget that look. As soon as he thought of that look, he was in a state of confusion, wishing he could raise his head to the sky and howl. What kind of human nature, what kind of demonic nature, all rolled aside. Ji Yuding can't wait to turn into a world-destroying demon. Ah! Ji Yuding raised his head to the sky and screamed. No, I need to go faster. This speed is still too slow for God. The gods can come to any place with a single thought. My current state is far from enough. No, no, no. System, I need a weaker plug-in. I am not enough now. Why? Because of heaven's inspection, you have to deprive me of all my strength. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. I can still become stronger. No one can stop me. No one can. If the sky stops me, I will destroy the sky. Feeling Ji Yuding's strong hatred, the system made a sound at this moment. Dear host, the current you are still too weak. Weak enough to bear the finger of heaven. If you want to aim at the Tao of heaven, then you have no choice. You can only open the ultimate mission, reincarnation of all ages. Dear host, have you thought about it? After opening the reincarnation of the ages, you can gain powerful power, but you will also face unimaginable enemies. At that time, the help I can provide is limited. Quote, the appearance of Masaka Makoto almost disturbed all of Ji Yuding's rationality. Come on, turn it on, turn it on. The sound of the system rang through Ji Yuding's mind. Dear host, in order to test whether you have the qualifications for eternal reincarnation, here is a time-limited pre-quest. Let Masaka Makoto go. Fart. FK your mother. As soon as the system's voice fell, Ji Yuding began to curse. System, if you don't help lousy, get rid of lousy. However, what responded to Ji Ding was still a programmed cold mechanical voice. Non-standard command, please re-enter. Ji Yuding was so angry that he simply cut off the connection with the system. A luffy ride to Sky Island. Gaia Island. Ji Yuding smashed through the clouds and came to Gaia Island. As soon as observation Haki sensed it, he felt the most powerful person in Gaia Island. Gone fall. Ji Yuding knew that this guy would be defeated by Enel in 2 years, curled up in the corner, and turned into a Sky Knight. Gon 4 was in the temple, resting his chin in thought, when he suddenly felt someone break into the palace. Who are you? Asked Gamfer. Ji Yuding didn't bother to pay attention, and directly slapped him on the head. In an instant, all of Gon 4's memories were stolen and copied by Ji Yuding. What? Ji Yuding was a little surprised. Just 3 hours ago, Masaka Makoto had already left with Enel on the ark. Proverb. Infinite land. It is the moon. To chase or not to chase? Ji Yuding was a little embarrassed, but immediately cut off all hesitation, stepped on Vimana and rushed to the moon. What about the moon? As long as it's what I, Ji Yuding, want to do, even the sun can't stop me. Meanwhile, Forrest Gump, who just escaped from Wano-kuni, left. Backquote. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Gump said bitterly. Ji Yuding is really vicious, even Kaido was wiped out. Is there no one in this sea who can cure Ji Yuding? General Forrest Gump, stay safe and don't rush in. Hideo Sanada patted A Gump on the left shoulder and said, it is said that the natives found a rare devil fruit on this island, and even marines are attracted here. Now there is not much time for devil fruit to mature. Now, we need to make preparations. As long as we get this fruit, we will have the power to turn the world around. A- Gump narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Hideo Sanada, his eyes were full of distrust. This is different from what you, Joust, said before. didn't you say it was op fruit? Why is it now? Got a rare devil fruit. Hideo Sanada frowned slightly, and said, the pattern that was sent before is indeed op fruit, but that's just its growth period. According to the latest information, it no longer has the op fruit pattern. But don't worry, it's still a rare fruit. Gump was silent for a long time, his eyes were cloudy, he didn't know what he was thinking. You'd better pray that the fruit ability doesn't let me down, otherwise. Gump said coldly. Sanada Hidehiro snorted, feeling unstoppable towards Forrest Gump in his heart. TCH, an old woman with a broken leg, what is there to drag in front of me? Damn, if it wasn't for the sake of seeing that you can still use it, I would have killed you a long time ago. Hideo Sanada thought about it, but he remained calm on the surface, and said, let it go, General Forrest Gump. The friendship between the Sanada family and you will last forever. Chapter 161 Killing Decisively for subscription. Forget about one passing way, there's only one. That's the time. On impulse, Ji Yu Ding went straight to the moon. However, on the way to the moon, there is no life card, no permanent magnetic needle, and only a white jade plate that will always shine in front of your eyes. In the vast space, the eternal loneliness is like Chang'e. Ji Yu Dingriri endured loneliness day and night for 10 years. A year later, Ji Yu Ding came to the infinite land, moon with his growing beard. The moon is an abandoned planet. Hundreds of years ago, the aborigines on the moon moved to the earth, and most of them settled on Sky Island. There are only a very small number of people left on the moon, most of them are small robot warriors. Ji Yu Ding has absolutely no interest in the moon. At this moment, although the desire to kill Masaka Makoto has faded, it has not been completely eliminated. In the vastness of space, although the departure time was only 3 hours late, Ji Yu Ding still missed Masaka Makoto. For a period of time after that, Ji Yu Ding has been accumulating strength while sailing in space, silently improving his strength. He also comprehended some things that he hadn't thought of before. Possessing the power of dozens of devil fruits, Ji Yu Ding gradually grasped the essence of devil fruit's power after studying day and night. I see. Devil fruit. No wonder Vegapunk can master the secrets of devil fruit, and even create man-made devil fruit. It turns out that ordinary people are in awe of devil fruit because they can only get one kind. It's just the power of devil fruit. Once you get more devil fruit, the mysterious veil of devil fruit will be gradually revealed. Perhaps, what the genius Dr. Vegapunk can't do, I can do. When the crushed fruit and the empty fruit spread out, you can easily touch the power of the shock fruit. This is like knowing that 1 + 1 = 2. After that, I was able to figure out that 2 + 2 = 4. Paramesha fruit, zone fruit, Logia fruit, ha, that's it. It won't be long before I become an omniscient and omnipotent god. Ji Yu Ding is full of confidence. Before I knew it, it took another half a year to reach the moon. On this day, the lifeless moon became restless. Master, I have already collected the information you asked me to inquire about. In Area B-72, a flying ship landed, and then a man named God began to annex the war. The robot Shaoan said. Shaoan is a scrap robot that Ji Yu Ding repaired after he came to the moon. The robots on the moon are different from the robots on Qinghai. It may be due to the special environment of the moon. They have some particles unknown to Ji Yu Ding. They are relatively intelligent and humanized. Sometimes Ji Yu Ding can't help but suspect that these figures is the dwarf robot, a layer of iron skin on intelligent life. Okay. Ji Yu Ding stood up, a thick layer of dust accumulated on his body. Thanks to the practice of cultivating immortals, he doesn't have to think about mundane things like eating and drinking. Even if he doesn't eat or drink for a long time, he looks energetic. Ji Yu Ding jumped up, as if ejected into the air. He had waited too long for this moment. Area B-72, Enel's sweeping by force successfully made the few natives on the moon surrender. Enel returned to the palace, looking at Masaka Makoto happily. Sister Makoto, I have already swept away Area B-72. From now on, this is the starting point for us to conquer the infinite land. Enel was elated, and Makoto Masaka was the only one he was willing to open up to share his joy. However, Masaka Makoto, like an iceberg beauty, didn't have much to say to Enel. Dai frowned slightly all day long, full of thoughts. Enel felt distressed and resentful, and said, Sister Makoto, let the past be the past. Why bother to get stuck in it again? Masaka Makoto shook his head slightly, and said, You are still a teenager, and you don't know what troubles are. When you get older, you will understand that life always cannot escape the shackles of troubles. Sister Makoto, I don't understand. Enel clenched his fists and said, Why can't you forget that person? Enel, stop talking. Masaka Makoto said coquettishly, I know he is strong, but one day I will be stronger than him. Enel said paranoidly, No, it's not. Masaka Makoto closed his eyes in pain. Then tell me what, Enel yelled, pressing Masaka Makoto again. At this moment, a voice came from the entrance of the main hall. Masaka Makoto was shocked when he heard this. I also want to know why. Ji Yu Ding's voice was neither sad nor happy. Who is it? Enel looked at Ji Yu Ding with an unfriendly expression. Ji Yu Ding didn't pay attention to Enel. He snapped his fingers, a thunderbolt rose, Enel fell to the ground with smoke, without the slightest ability to resist. Comprehend by analogy. Thunder fruit. Ji Yu Ding's understanding of devil fruit has surpassed that of Vegapunk by 500 years. He can squeeze all the power of devil fruit. Now, he has achieved the ambition he set at the beginning, and the power given by the system does not account for 30% of his own power. Masaka Makoto looked at Ji Yu Ding with complicated emotions. But after all, he didn't say a word, and went to see Enel's injury first. He's not dead, he's just getting in the way. Ji Yu Ding said lightly, then looked at Masaka Makoto, and asked, Do you have anything to say? Masaka Makoto pursed his lips. Without saying a word, he directly launched an attack and hit him. 1,000,000,000 volts. The electric current shattered the air, and with a raging aura, it bit Ji Yu Ding like an electric dragon. But Ji Yu Ding remained motionless, until the electric dragon hit his face. He opened his mouth slightly and swallowed the electric dragon into his stomach. The hall returned to silence. Ji Yu Ding still looked at Masaka Makoto coldly. Masaka Makoto attacked again, using both fists and feet, comparable to Admiral's full strength. Armament hockey wrapped around his hands and fists, and punched Ji Yu Ding's body one by one. Ji Yu Ding is as immovable as a mountain. At his current state, he is not afraid of any Admiral's attack. Masaka Makoto's fist on him was like a tickle. Finally, after a catharsis, Masaka Makoto knelt on the ground and shed tears. Ji Yu Ding, I hate you. Masaka Makoto clenched his fists and said. Ji Yu Ding still didn't say a word. Love it or hate it, what is it? Those who mess with my mind can't keep the day of yesterday. Looking at Masaka Makoto, Ji Yu Ding was still not interested in getting an answer. In other words, at this time, the so-called answer is no longer important. No matter how important it is, it will fade away eventually. Ji Yu Ding raised his hand. As long as his hand falls, there will be no more Masaka Makoto in the world. Chapter 162 Don't let the world blame me. Please subscribe. Those who abandon me, I also abandon them like shoes. Men and women, old and young, beautiful and ugly, are all appearances, no matter good or evil, no matter right or wrong, no matter black or white, those who betray me will be killed. Ji Yu Ding's hand pressed down. At the same time, a vast amount of information passed into Ji Yu Ding's mind. Reader plugin. Ji Yu Ding instantly knew everything about Masaka Makoto. Memories, emotions, the past, and secrets. So what about love? What about hate? What about thoughts? And what about resentment? Those are not important anymore. It's all gone, it's all dust. The roses that bloomed in the wind withered. You're a nice girl. Your struggle, I understand. But I don't accept it. I would rather lose the world. I am the end of your life and the memory of your past. Ji Yu Ding put Masaka Makoto's body into the Ark, Proverbs, and pushed it into the depths of the universe. Ji Yu Ding left Enel's life. Since he likes to toss in the infinite land, let him go. After taking out Vamana, Ji Yu Ding took Shaoan and set foot on the road back to Qinghai. The distance between Qinghai and the moon is so far that it is almost difficult to measure it in nautical miles. Even at the speed of Vamana, the ship of glory, it would take a year to fly. This back and forth has been delayed for nearly 3 years. A year later, Ji Yu-ding landed in a small town in East Blue. I miss it. I don't know what happened to the old people. With both feet on the ground, Ji Yu-ding felt nostalgic. Because I haven't moved for a long time, when I stretched my arms and legs, my whole body crackled. Master, Qinghai looks full of life. Shaolin likes it very much, said the robot Shaolin. You, a robot, still know what likes and dislikes. Ji Yu-ding tapped Shaolin's head. I don't understand either. Shaolin looked up at Ji Yu-ding and said, that's how the program is set. Go, I'll take you to a good place. The long voyage to the moon starved Ji Yu-ding's phone bugged to death. Nowadays, it is impossible to contact old people. Aya, Ding Mu, long time no see. It was only at this time that Ji Yu-ding had a sense of humanity again, and it seemed that he was no longer so unattainable. Catch someone first and find out about the situation. After capturing a few small town residents and pirates who seemed to have some identities, and pieced together their memories, a sneer appeared on the corner of Ji Yu-ding's mouth. Marine headquarters has been relocated to the location of New World G5. The super pacifist developed by Dr. Vegapunk and Sakazuki have wiped out the red hair pirates and whitebeard pirates together. 36 supernovas in the era of chaos are now less than 8 people. The revolutionary monkey D-Dragon will be guillotined soon. The Marine government assures the people all over the world that with the launch of the ultra-pacifist series, the era of pirates will be gone forever, and peace will never come back. Right in front of you. Okay. During the period of time when I was away, Marine has grown capable, and even threatened to end the era of pirates. Interesting. It seems that it is time to send a gift to the Marine government. A big gift, announcing the return of the celestial pirates. Ji Yu-ding took out his life card and was about to go to Wano-kuni to see how Aya and the others were doing. At this moment, there was a commotion in the town. Marine is here. What are they doing on this island? It is said that there is an anomaly in the mountain. Many wild beasts have been sucked dry and almost died. No way. Vampire legend. Quick, let's get out of here. Marine is not easy to mess with. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 ultra-pacifists, do they want to destroy the island? Hearing this, Ji Yu-ding withdrew his life card temporarily, thinking, vampires. Is it the ghoul squad? There was no news about them before, and then he was stunned by Makoto's news and went to the moon. This time, even for nearly 3 years, I don't know what the world has become. Thinking of this, Ji Yu-ding frowned slightly, feeling a little anxious. On that day, Kizaru's combat power has far exceeded the combat power in the official history. Although he lost his human body after being transformed by Vegapunk, his fruit power has been unbelievably strengthened. Except me besides, I'm afraid there are not many people in the sea who can pick up Kizaru's secret skills. No, I have to go back and see how Wano-kuni is doing. At this time, 4 ultra-pacifists flew into the sky. 0 looking for flowers. Ji Yu-ding frowned slightly, because he saw a familiar ability from the pacifist, string fruit ability. Under observation Haki's perception, it can be seen that the inside of the super pacifist's body is stitched together by the ability lines of string fruit. The ultra-pacifist attack system is composed of Kizaru's sparkling fruit, Akainu's lava fruit, Crocodile's sand fruit and several other Logia's devil fruit abilities. In less than 3 years, Vegapunk can do this. At this moment, Ji Yu-ding had to admit that he slightly underestimated Vegapunk. Buzz. The ultra-pacifist based on Pelusolino began accumulating energy in the air. Catch target no. 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. The weapon system is aimed and ready to fire. Ji Yu-ding couldn't help launching observation Haki, covering the whole island. In the mountains and forests. What to do, Captain Kachin? We have been targeted by ultra-pacifists. The ultra-pacifist has wiped out the existence of the whitebeard pirates and the red-hair pirates. This is land, and we cannot dive into the water. In front of them, it is difficult for us to escape. Since the summit war, we have lost the news of the captain. Over the years, no matter how hard we have survived, are we going to end today? I will never forget that it was the captain who gave us freedom. If it wasn't for the captain, we would still be slaves of the celestial dragons, enslaved by them like dogs. I'm not afraid of death, I just wish I couldn't kill those traitors. We couldn't even protect the Fishman Island. Seeing the brighter and brighter light in the sky, team leader Kachin sighed helplessly and shouted loudly towards the sky. The captain must not die. The captain will definitely be back. Captain, let's go first. As soon as the voice fell, the light illuminated the entire sky. Kachin's eyes widened, full of disbelief. He saw the ultra-pacifists who were volleying in the air with a white line the thickness of an arm running through their heads. Boom, 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 boom. 4 consecutive explosions followed by an incomparable silence. Ji Ding stood in front of the ghoul team dressed in brilliance like a god descending from the earth. Chapter 163. No one can stop for subscription. Boat, Captain. Kachin looked at Ji Ding in disbelief, tears streaming down his face as he spoke. Ji Ding silently nodded. I'm back. Captain, owner, Captain. All the men in the ghoul team gathered around Ji Ding with tears in their eyes, but they couldn't say more warm words. You have suffered. Seeing the current state of the ghoul squad, even Ji Ding couldn't help being moved. Out of 10 of them, only 7 are standing here now. Of the 7, 3 also lost an arm. Master, we are not working hard. Master, you have worked hard. The members of the ghoul squad talked a lot, but none of them complained of suffering or tiredness. From today, you will follow me to enjoy the glory. The ancient, 297, stared at the sky, his eyes full of majesty and vastness. From today, the Tenjin pirates are back. From today, our journey starts again. On the other side of the sea, the headquarters of New World Marine is located. Special Envoy. Garp stared at the man in front of him with an uneasy expression, knocked on the table and said, I already know why you came, but Marine is an independent combat system and will not take orders from anyone outside the system. Please go back and tell the master behind you, tell them not to stretch their hands so long. Bold, do you know who you're talking to? The special envoy blew his beard and yelled. I don't care what position you were in now, even if you were the marshal of the armed forces. You have to understand who gave you your rights. Let me repeat for the last time. First, Doragon must immediately execute. 2. Quickly send troops to Wanokuni, and razed Wanokuni to the ground. Garp looked unhappy, grabbed the special envoy by the neck, and growled, Do you know who you are talking to? What are you, dare to blow your beard and stare in front of me? War. It's not you laymen who can tell me what to do. Put Doragon to death. I can issue this order. But send troops, Wanokuni, do you know what that means? You stupid BD. Bold Garp, you put me down. The envoy was bouncing his legs and he was almost out of breath. Noisy. Garp slapped the envoy sent by the celestial dragons so that half of his teeth fell out. Idiot, no matter what you do, you must follow some rules. Isn't Sakazuki's lesson painful enough? It's a glorious thing to be blocked in Marineford and slap Marshal Marine to death with 2 slaps. Don't you want things to can't it be staged again? No matter who hid in Wanokuni, I only know that Wanokuni has a Ji Ding woman. I know even more that Ji Ding is not dead, and his strength has returned to its peak. Garp became more and more angry, and with a slap, he slapped the envoy's face like a pig's head, and the other half of his teeth fell out. Don't think that with Vegapunk, you can underestimate Ji Ding. We are growing well, but Ji Ding is not growing. You don't know what fear is. Save your life, go back and tell your master. Don't try to play some dirty tricks, otherwise the crazy Ji Ding will block the dragon opener at the door and kill them all. Garp's eyes widened, wishing he could crush the envoy's neck in his hands. I know, I'll tell them. The special envoy was so frightened that he almost peed his pants, but Garp put him down and ran out scrambling. Yeah, you offended the special envoy of celestial dragons like this, I'm afraid your position won't last long. Pelusolino said jokingly, I didn't care about this position. If it weren't for the tragic death of my old friend Sengoku at the hands of Ji Ding, I wouldn't be bothered to take over the mess of Marine. Garp sighed and said, as long as Ji Ding subdue the law, I can rest. Ji Ding, it's really scary. Pelusolino called up a series of messages, saying, if it wasn't for 2.5 years ago, I was undergoing an upgrade of the ultra-pacifist and excluded a mind clone to go to Marineford, I'm afraid I really wouldn't exist. In the world, Ji Yu Ding is ruthless, and the oath has no restraint on him. He is like a real tiger in the mountains. Don't ever expect him to be tamed. Marine is relying on you now. Sakazuki also accepted the transformation of Vegapunk. Fujitora is only willing to do ability development, not willing to transform the body. Green Bull died in the rejection of the Extreme series, which is really a size 0. However, if you want to gain strength, the strength to defeat Ji Yu Ding, you can only do this. Rao Garp also feels cruel when mentioning that period of the past. Garp sighed, and said again, by the way, what happened to Forrest Gump? I didn't expect Kuzan's ability to be snatched by him. Hee, that guy has a vicious mind and is definitely not a good person. He took the initiative to ask for the evolutionary series of transformations, which is a technology that will only be available in the next 300 years. With the current equipment conditions, it is not enough to guarantee a 20% success rate, but he still did it. Insane. Speaking of Forrest Gump, Pelusolino was also a little apprehensive. Okay. Garp nodded slightly, and said again, by the way, have you got a backup of Vegapunk's technologies? Pelusolino shook his head slightly, and said, we all underestimated Vegapunk. The reason why he agreed to us was because we guaranteed that the technology was only developed to deal with Ji Yu Ding, and would not be used in conventional military. After the Whitebeard pirates and Red Hair pirates, Vegapunk has stepped up the secrecy of technology. You can never imagine the realm of Vegapunk, and you can even say that he is the intelligent Ji Yu Ding. Perhaps, what I am telling you now in other words, it is the program that Vegapunk has already set. It's really scary. Garp looked worried. Meanwhile, somewhere in East Blue Town, 1.3 Ji Yu Ding pressed his hand into the sea water. Wood style, thick branches began to grow out of thin air, converging into a huge vessel. This ship can be used with sails. You can handle the sails yourself, and I will go to Wanokuni first. Before getting my order, you will temporarily be active in East Blue and hang up the banner of the God Pirates. Flag, build the East Blue base. Ji Yu Ding gave the order. He has never forgotten the pre-task of customizing the plugin. Establish a base in the Quartet Sea, and there will be one in the same time under the condition that it will not be destroyed. Now, he no longer wants to hide his strength. What he needs is a powerful cheat that can help him establish an indestructible force. This time, no one can stop him. Including days. Chapter 164. One thing, please subscribe. Ji Yu Ding took out the life card and flew to Wanokuni following the guidance of the life card. Wanokuni. Under the siege of the ultra-pacifists led by Sakazuki, Whitebeard Edward and the red-haired Shanks had no way out, and they were all forced to Wanokuni. In just a few years, there are turbulent winds and clouds. Who would have imagined that the situation will turn sharply downwards, and even be forced to the current situation by Marine? Edward sighed in his heart. Yeah, in the end, we can only hide from the limelight in Ji Yu Ding's territory. Shank's heroic spirit remains the same as before, but his words already have vicissitudes of life, saying, the emergence of ultra-pacifists has completely broken the balance of the world. It's really time for us to call the curtain down. In a short period of time, the times have changed, from the era of great pirates, to the era of great chaos, and then to the era of curtain call. Everything is like a dream. The only one who can save us pirates is that kid. Edward sighed. I don't know where that kid went. Relax. He will definitely come back. Shanks looked O1 firmly, and said, he is not a quiet pirate. In fact, I have never seen a crazier pirate than him. Perhaps, he is really delayed by something. The world has evaporated, and I can't get in touch. Tisk tisk, this kid is really mysterious. Edward sighed with a smile. Do you know what I admire most about him? Will the Tao be different from what I thought? Shanks teased. The same. Edward sighed, showing respect, and said, what I admire the most is his reckless madness. Marine headquarters, Marineford, hit as soon as he said it, without thinking about the consequences. He doesn't care that his actions will cause harm to the whole world. What kind of impact? Well, fortunately, he lost, otherwise, this world would have long been turned into a purgatory on Earth. I don't agree with that, Shanks said seriously. We have always played games within the rules. On the contrary, he is a person who is really capable of making rules. What Doragon failed to do in 20 years, was made by his two done in less than a year. Just wait, Edward, as soon as he returns, the world will begin a new chapter. Yeah, a new chapter, and only this man can do it. If it wasn't for his reckless attack on Marineford, it wouldn't make Marine feel afraid of him, so much so that now Marine throws a mouse at Wano Kuni, giving us two guys a breather now. As long as he doesn't show up and let Marine not know his true strength, then he will always be a ticking time bomb on Marine's head. Edward sighed. Speaking of bombs, I thought of one thing. Shanks said seriously. 2.5 years ago, Redfield almost lost his life under a bomb in Marine, and later his half-dead body was found and sent to the hospital. To Vegapunk. Until now there is no news from Redfield. Also, that kind of bomb has never appeared again. Tell me, what the hell is Marine doing? Vegapunk has 500 years of wisdom beyond human beings, and his ideas are beyond our comprehension. Whitebeard frowned and said, I have a hunch that everything they plotted is to deal with Gu Ding. At this moment, they sensed a powerful aura at the same time. Oops, the palace. Could it be someone sent by Marine to behead him? Edward and Shanks frowned, and hurried to the palace. Palace Department. Wei Sung Aya is handling the political affairs of the country, and under her leadership, Wano Kuni is making reforms in an orderly manner. Although the outside world is turbulent, it does not affect Wano Kuni here. For the time being, Wano Kuni still maintains the policy of closing the door to the outside world, but it is full of vigor and vitality 100 times compared to the previous Wano Kuni. There was a squeak. A portal opened in the space. Door fruit. Gu Ding stepped out from the portal. During the long space voyage, Gu Ding has comprehended the true meaning of devil fruit, and can use various devil fruit abilities at will. It can be said that, except for the life limit, Gu Ding is now an omniscient and omnipotent god. Female. Gu Ding's voice sounded behind Wei Sung Aya. Wei Sung Lingnu hurriedly turned around, and the moment she saw Gu Ding, although she had 1,000 words, they all turned into 2 lines of tears. Aya girl threw herself into Gu Ding's arms. Gu Ding sniffed the fragrance of the Silk Girl's hair deeply, just hugged the soft waist, and poured the Silk Girl into his arms. How about, let's have a baby? Gu Ding whispered in Ling Nu's ear. What are you talking about, scoundrel? Ling Nu thumped Gu Ding's chest lightly, blushing. Ha ha. Gu Ding smiled heartily, and Wen said to Ayane's forehead, I've worked hard for you when I'm not around. Don't pay too much attention to Wano Kuni's affairs. Ayane, in my heart, 10,000 Wano Kunis don't care about you. A hair counts. Bad guy, he will tell lies to deceive people. Ling Nu's face became even more tender. Just then, there were 2, bang, and bang, Edward and Shanks arrived. It's no wonder, after all, that Gu Ding's casual display just now included devil fruit, ninjutsu, sword control technique and other means, and Edward and Shanks couldn't be surprised. Now he is poor, very poor. Gu Ding's face was serious. 413, when he raised his hand, it turned into a meeting room in this palace. In fact, with Gu Ding's current means, he no longer needs road sign texts. Although the pirate world is big, there is no other place you can't go. Ahem, what are you talking about? This method is beyond my imagination. Shanks clicked his tongue. Signpost text. Edward saw Ed with shock. This, brother, it seems that we came at the wrong time. Shanks was a little embarrassed. It's okay, it's a trivial matter. We're getting together again today for one thing. As he spoke, a meaningful smile appeared on Tong Gong's face. It's good to be young and full of passion. Edward nodded meaningfully. Edward was speechless about this. I am also willing to donate the signpost text I have. Among the pirates, only you can conquer the heroes. Shanks also said, Gu Ding, I feel that you are stronger and more amazing than before the Summit War. Whitebeard was amazed at Gu Ding's methods. One Piece. Gu Ding, you are the real One Piece. You don't need to go to Raftel to prove yourself in your current realm. I am willing to give all I have. Shanks didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, could you still be selling tickets? Chapter 165 Secrets of the Research Institute for subscription. After being mopped up by Marine, he could hardly bring out any decent treasures. Moreover, He is not very interested in treasures such as gold and jewelry on weekdays. Now, Ji Yu Ding asked to sell tickets again. Edward was a little speechless. Hey, it's embarrassing. Edward was still a little depressed. Seeing what Edward was thinking, Ji Yu Ding laughed twice, and then said, "Don't worry, your devil fruit is not required for this ticket." At this time, Ji Yu Ding's expression was a little dignified, and he said, "I need a promise from you to ensure the safety of Ling Nu when I'm not around." Edward heard something in Ji Yu Ding's words, and asked, "You are not here." Ji Yu Ding, what do you mean? Maybe I'm worrying too much. Ji Yu Ding shook his head, unwilling to talk too much. Ji Yu Ding, I will protect Ayame's safety. Shanks said solemnly, however, it's not because of your ticket. During the time at Wanokuni, I did receive a lot of care from Aya. We will never forget this kindness. Relax, Ji Yu Ding, maybe things won't be so bad. Edward was full of confidence in Ji Yu Ding, and said, "Let's go. Nothing in this world can stop your way. With the words of your gentleman, I can rest assured." Ji Yu Ding smiled again, and said, "Then, Ji Yu Ding, I sincerely invite the two big pirates to watch the ceremony at the Marine headquarters. I wonder if the two of you would appreciate it. Ha 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 ha. You are doing this kind of nonsense. Go, definitely go." Edward smiled happily. The face of the god Ji Yu Ding, I don't dare not give it. Ha ha ha. Shanks also laughed. Afterwards, Ji Yu Ding contacted Doflamingo. Doflamingo was both surprised and delighted by the appearance of Ji Yu Ding. "My lord, you have appeared." Doflamingo pulled Ji Yu Ding to pour out his bitterness, and said, "If you don't show up again, I can't hold on anymore. Marine is driving the pirates crazy now. Don't worry, speak slowly," Ji Yu Ding said while sitting on the sofa, drinking tea unhurriedly. "It's like this, Lord God. After we parted from you that day, Ding Mu and I went to Marineford. We wanted to find out the details of Garp, but unexpectedly, I came across a shocking secret. After you and Kizaru transformed the super while the pacifists were fighting, I was sent by Fujitora to the Secret Research Institute in Vegapunk. The Marines were very careful and stuffed me into a box made of sea stone, and I wandered to an inexplicable place. After I got out of the box, I saw a row of Rider Field, all locked in a glass petri dish. Those eyes looked at me and scared me, tisk tisk, all over." Although Doflamingo is still chattering, but actually Ji Yu Ding thinks he speaks too slowly, has already used the ability of the thread to activate the reader plugin, and learned everything about Doflamingo. Vegapunk is a middle-aged man with a long head and a mustache, and he does things meticulously. In the memory of the laboratory, in addition to a large number of Redfield clones, there are also a large number of Marine Admiral clones. Doflamingo was extracted a part of the active cells. After this part of the active cells were cultured, through the metal devil fruit technology, the metal was contaminated with the characteristics of devil fruit. The emergence of string fruit has largely made up for the disadvantages of mechanical damage, making the cyborgs made by Vegapunk have super reorganization capabilities. This is also one of the important reasons for the defeat of the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates. Oh, there is such a thing. Ji Yu Ding fell into deep thought. In the Battle of East Blue, the ultra-pacifists he saw did not show the ability to crush and reorganize. Just as he was wondering, he made new discoveries in sorting out Doflamingo's memory. I said, why don't East Blue's super-pacifists have the ability to reorganize? It turned out that Vegapunk was dissatisfied with the Marine government's private use of anti-Ji Yu Ding weapons on ordinary pirates, and then set up permissions. Vegapunk is also an interesting people. Ji Yu Ding thought so. In this era, now we can only rely on you. Doflamingo spoke earnestly and said, pirates other than you are not opponents of the Marine government at all. The era of 3 pillars has passed, and the emergence of Vegapunk technology has completely broken the balance. On land, the Revolutionary Army was disintegrated. At sea, of the 4 former giants, you killed 2, and Marine killed 2. The 7 warlords of the sea survived in name only. If I hadn't donated cells to the Marine government, I'm afraid I would have disappeared like Hawkeye. Tisk tisk, the current Marine government is simply nothing. Ji Yu Ding was calm, and said calmly, I understand everything you said. Now that I am back, I just want to solve everything. Next, you can help me with one thing. God, what is it? Doflamingo asked respectfully. Invite all the guests and make an appointment with Marine. Ji Ding's eyes flashed like sharp swords. Doflamingo's heart was full of waves, and his face was full of smiles. Yes, Lord, the revolutionary monkey D. Doragon is a rare reforming talent. In the future world, Zhao Wang's, if he helps Aya will be much more relaxed. The Kuja pirates, as well as some other influential pirates and world media, are all invited. No problem. During this time, Ji Ding went to Impel Down again. The appointed time finally arrived. For Doragon's praise, Ji Ding accepted it calmly and said, "Come with me." This time, Ji Ding, it's actually you. Doragon was surprised by Ji Ding's appearance. I've always wanted to visit you, a legendary figure, but I didn't expect to meet you in this way. Wei met. What a shame. In Marine headquarters, Garp stroked Luffy's head, full of doting. Go see the opening of the new era. Quote, this war. Where are you going? Doragon asked with narrowed eyes. Doflamingo has many eyes and ears in a wide range of channels. Under his full instigation, Ji Ding's appointment to fight against the Marine government had a great influence, and it continued to spread and brew, spreading to every corner of the world. The whole world is watching. The Celestial Dragons were PD off by an episode in Impel Down, but Garp was relieved. In this regard, Marine responded positively, declaring that, justice will never yield, let alone lose. He also assures people all over the world that he will be able to win the next war that will determine the destiny of mankind. After saying that, Ji Ding and Doragon disappeared in Impel Down at the same time. Ji Ding, I really have you. Chapter 166 New Era for subscription. The essence of war is an irreconcilable contradiction between the two sides. Ji Ding's approach has left the Marine government with no way out. The despicable behavior of the Marine government is even more unforgivable to Ji Ding. Negotiation. Negotiation is out of the question. When both opponents believe that they have the absolute power to suppress each other, then what is placed in front of them is definitely not the negotiating table, but gunpowder and steel knives. On this day, Huaifeng is peaceful and smooth, and Yixing swordsman. The huge fleet of Ji Ding's camp surfaced and appeared in the Marine headquarters. As soon as they appeared, they were reported by the world's media. Ji Ding, the God Pirate Group, has appeared. Last time, he attacked Marineford, which led to the birth of the Era of Chaos. Next, our New World media will bring you detailed reports. Compared with the last time, the lineup of the God Pirates this time seems a little thinner. However, there are many more pirates who come to watch. According to statistics, the rewards of the captains of these pirates who came to watch are generally too high billion, so what measures will the Marine government take to deal with it? With the camera, we can see that the Marine government has dispatched a luxurious facelift. The original Marine Admiral Kizaru Brusolino, the current ultra-pacifist, 387 and 50 ultra-pacifist models based on him, those who formed the vanguard of Marine this time. Similarly, the Marine Admiral ship Sakazuki and Fujitora also received transformation. It is reported that this is not all of Marine's cards. On the other hand, on the side of the God Pirates, it seems that Ji Ding is the only one they are capable of attacking. The other comers are Marine's defeated generals, Bearded Edward, Red-Haired Shanks and the like. Could it be that Ji Ding still wants to fight this time with his own strength? Against the entire Marine government. The failure of the last summit war put Ji Ding into an extremely passive situation. It is reported that Ji Ding has completed his revenge plan and successfully eliminated all rebels. This war is exactly the end of the last war. Continuation. If you want to know more news, please continue to pay attention to the news brought to you by New World Daily. The frontline media kept sending out news, and the audience and listeners who were standing in front of the phone bug all held their breath. Even if they don't care about current affairs, they still know that the war in the distance is related to their future destiny. Marine must win, justice must win, and the pirates like Ji Ding must not win. A ABDJ child said so scared that his parents quickly covered his mouth. In the eyes of everyone, Ji Ding slowly walked out of the cabin. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding environment world changed wonderfully. Seawater froze one after another, then turned into rocks, and then turned into land, and vegetation grew. In the blink of an eye, it borders on the island of Marine headquarters. My God, what did we see? Turning sea water into land, turning decay into magic. What kind of realm is this? Is this really human power? No, 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 this is a miracle, it is definitely a miracle. Could it be that Gu Ding is really a god sent from heaven? Many media reporters were shocked by the scene in front of them, and almost couldn't help but knelt down to worship Gu Ding. A little bit of trickery is nothing more than the awakening of Devil Fruit's ability, said Marine Vice Admiral, who was in charge of receiving the media. Immediately, he was pushed back by the reporter's words. Excuse me, can you do it? The reporter asked. Marine Vice Admiral was ashamed and annoyed, and snorted coldly, presumptuous. Okay, now that we know that this Marine Vice Admiral is talking big, let's continue to focus on Gu Ding. At this moment, Gu Ding and Ka are far away from each other. Gu Ding, in the end you made it this far. I have to say, you are a very courageous person. Even sometimes, I can't help but sigh, how wonderful it would be if you were a Marine, said Garp. You and I both know that's impossible. I, Gu Ding, stand upright and will not yield to anyone. If I were really a Marine, Marines' troubles would only be greater than they are now. What I want is, there is no rope in the world that can bind me. And this, you Marines can't give me. Gu Ding stared at Garp with an invisible majesty without anger. Garp sighed slightly, then with a firm gaze, he said, forget it. Right and wrong, you can only tell if you have done it once. Gu Ding smiled and said, Garp, what you said doesn't have any political awareness. TCH, what is that kind of thing? Garp didn't hide it, and said bluntly, if this war is won, then I will resign as the marshal and retire with peace of mind. If this war is lost, he even has nothing. From this point of view, I don't care what is right or wrong for him. That's true. At this time, the smile on Gu Ding's face gradually faded, replaced by an indifferent face, and said coldly, I hope you don't let me down. Garp stopped speaking, waved his palm, and sent out the first general. In a war of this level, Admiral's strength would be enough to send him to death. One person is against 1,000 troops, and one person is against a country's factory is the most basic requirement. God Gu Ding, my humble Borisolino has the courage to ask your excellency for advice. Kuzan's death must be explained to some extent. Pelusolino flew forward and said, too much nonsense is easy to die. Gu Ding didn't hold himself up to the demeanor of a master at all. He directly slapped Pelusolino with the power of the 4 elements of earth, fire, water, and wind, breaking the space with a palm out of thin air. Gu Ding, don't underestimate people. After being transformed into an extreme pacifist, do you know how much I paid? I will never be held in your hands like last time, humiliating and surviving. Quote, Pelusolino was very angry. Facing Gu Ding's slap, he quickly elementalized and avoided Gu Ding's blow at the speed of light. Oh, Gu Ding raised his eyelids slightly, and said, is the speed of light your reliance? Unfortunately, there are countless abilities in the world that ignore speed unreasonably. After saying that, Gu Ding snapped his fingers, and a big hand grew out of Pelusolino's body, like a maggot on a tarsal bone, following him like a shadow, unable to get rid of it. How is this going? Pelusolino's expression changed drastically. Gu Ding's ability was beyond his expectation. He shouted in a panic, what kind of ability is this? Why do I feel that my power is constantly losing? Gu Ding didn't bother to explain, and planned to smash Pelusolino directly. However, this process takes time. Gu Ding, I will fight with you. Seeing that he couldn't break free from Gu Ding's control if he continued like this, and would even be sucked dry by Gu Ding, Pelusolino went to Gu Ding's side in an instant at the speed of light, and activated the secret method he originally planned to use at the last moment. Chapter 167 You are too arrogant. Subscribe. Bullet in light hyphenation point detonation. Humph. A cat or a dog? 1. When Gu Ding heard the word, neutron bomb, Gu Ding felt a little turmoil in his heart. The neutron bomb is the 3rd-generation nuclear weapon in the previous life, and it is the ultimate weapon in the world. It is more than a few generations higher than the muskets in the pirate world. It even has such a weapon. Vegapunk is really a wonderful person. Ji Ding became more and more interested in Vegapunk, so he used his awakened barrier fruit ability to cover Pelusilino in it. The miniature neutron bomb, which should have been massive, self-destructed, only turned into a muffled sound. Together with the wreckage of Pelusilino, it was casually thrown into the void by Ji Ding. A generation of famous generals, extreme pacifist, Kizaru, Pelusilino only left a loud fart sound in front of Ji Ding, and then disappeared. Now, I will give you a choice. Ji Ding stood in the air, and the sound spread, in everyone's ears. The higher-ups above Marine Vice Admiral, as well as the people who deal with me behind the scenes, all commit suicide, so I cannot pursue too much. Otherwise, you can imagine the consequences yourself. You only have 3 minutes to think about it, and I don't have much patience. What? This kid is here again. On the Marine side, they all gritted their teeth, itching with hatred. During the last Summit War, Ji Ding forced Marine like this, forcing Pelusilino to reluctantly kill Kuzan. Now, Ji Ding resorted to this trick again. Why is this guy always so arrogant? Does he have any trump cards? No, we have to trust the strength of Marine. Without the necessary preparations, the Marshal will not issue war orders. Garp looked gloomy. Obviously he would not agree to Ji Ding's request. This time, we are fully prepared. Sakazuki, smile, have you seen Ji Ding's actions clearly? Garp asked in a deep voice. Sakazuki was a little resentful, and asked, why didn't Vegapunk just take out the ultimate weapon and ask for our lives in exchange for the so-called data? Ji Ding's strength is right there, isn't it all clear at a glance? Dr. Vegapunk has his own worries. As for what this concern is, we can't guess. A smile is calm, and said, I am not afraid of death, I am only afraid that I will not see the victory of justice after death. Marshal Garp, take care and go with a smile. After all, he joined the battlefield with a smile. Seeing this, Ji Ding frowned slightly, and said, what are you doing here? Are you blind, so you can't see black and white? Shaking his head with a smile, he chose to draw his sword. Awakening gravity knife end of hell. With one slash, Ji Ding was directly pressed deep into the ground. There was a deep hole in the previously evolved continent, and after a while, the magma from the ground burst out. No, did Ji Ding lose the battle just like that? Ji Ding was really sent to the end of hell. Mr. Yishao, it's so powerful. Devil Fruit's ability has been developed to such a terrifying level, which is no less than that of Ji Ding. I'm afraid, Ji Ding was really sent to the depths of hell. Many media have followed suit and changed the tone of the fishing boat. Aya girl became nervous, a little anxious. Ji Ding big brother, everything will be fine. Don't worry, Shanks and I have witnessed Ji Ding's abilities. Whitebeard Edward said with a smile. Ding Mu also spoke proudly, saying, the reason why the Divine Master is the Divine Master is because he is the real God. Except for Wei Sun Aya, Shanks, Doflamingo, Jack, etc., they are not worried about Ji Ding at all. Just then, Ji Ding's voice came. I'm a little disappointed. I wanted to go underground to see if there was any hell, but it turned out to be full of magma. Could it be that Mr. Yishao sent me to the wrong place? Ji Ding opened the space, jumped out from inside, flicked his fingers, and said, why don't you, Mr. Yishao, help me take a look? Hearing this with a smile, sweating, he drove armament hockey to ultimate without compromising. Awakening gravity knife singularity judgment. Normal slap. Go explore the way. Remember to come back and tell me in your next life. Hum. The duel of abilities caused a brief hum in the space, and the land density of the island increased tenfold in an instant. That is to say, in the blink of an eye, there was a human-shaped hollow on the ground, and there was no more Marine Admiral Fujitora smiling in the world. Sakazuki, you've lived long enough, come here too. Ji Ding didn't want to waste time, directly ingested it out of thin air, grabbed Sakazuki by the neck, and grabbed it from the void passage. 0 for flowers. 0. Ji Ding. You are too arrogant, Sakazuki yelled. Oh, what are you going to do? Ji Ding sarcastically said, and then pinched Sakazuki's neck with a little force. However, under Ji Ding's deliberate control, Sakazuki was not killed, and he was deliberately given time to elementalize. I'm different from Pelusolino and Yishao. Pelusolino was overly transformed by Vegapunk and completely lost the potential of a human body. In terms of Haki alone, he can't achieve the limit development. And a smile, he is not willing to accept the in-depth transformation of Vegapunk, only willing to increase Haki, so he is not your opponent. And, what? You're not dead yet. Flame Dragon Long Dance. Sakazuki awakened directly and transformed into a huge magma titan with all 5 senses and a majestic demeanor. The surrounding environment continued to elementalize, exuding blazing heat. The terrifying high temperature distorted the air, and the sky of the entire marine headquarters was dyed red by the flames. Mishi Elemental Detonation. The Judgment. Fist of Karmic Fire Demon. Terrifying fists falling like meteors and... Speaking of this, Sakazuki looked at Ji Ding fiercely, and said, I am a perfect combination of human body and advanced technology. Ji Ding, it is impossible for you to defeat me. Just now you failed to pinch my neck, it is the last good example. Suffer. Ji Ding. Vulcan Breath of Judgment. Sakazuki was burning with anger, like a powder keg being lit. Mishi the Lord of War is coming. All of a sudden, in front of Marine's headquarters square, there was a mountain of magma, which suppressed Ji Ding under the magma. Sakazuki tried to elementalize Ji Ding's clothes, and tried to elementalize Ji Ding directly into magma. In addition, his summoning of various elemental creatures with physical and spiritual abilities is also his carefully developed ultimate move. Humph. Armament Haki Winding. That's all you have to do. You are quite confident. The corner of Ji Ding's mouth curled up in an upward arc. Come on, let me see how much you weigh. Just when Sakazuki thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, Ji Ding's voice came. Chapter 168 The Transformed Blood Earl for subscription. Bang 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 bang. Die 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 die. Sakazuki hated Ji Ding deeply, but also feared deeply. This fear is embodied in the madness of the attack at this time. It's because of fear, that's why I want to destroy. Sakazuki himself didn't know how hideous his expression was now. With a set of combined punches, the towering magma mountain was directly turned into a lake basin by him. Fist of Pioneer Technology. At this time, the technical arm modified by Vegapunk exerted force and sent out an inexplicable pulse. With Sakazuki pressing gently, the whole world was quiet for a moment. Sakazuki raised his hand. Where Ji Ding was, turned into a pile of molecular-level dust. Awesome. Ji Ding clapped his hands, and the voice sounded from behind Sakazuki. Sakazuki broke out in a cold sweat. 493. How is it possible? Could it be that I have been hitting his afterimage all the time? There was a bad premonition in Sakazuki's heart. He turned his head hastily, but saw a gentle slap on his face. Snapped. Akainu was a little confused, even at a loss. Ji Ding, a soldier can be killed but cannot be humiliated. It is out of style for you to do so. Sakazuki was about to say that, and even yelled more violently, but he soon realized that it was wrong. The scolding sound that should have appeared did not appear, and was replaced by several, barking, sounds. How is this going? Sakazuki had an ominous premonition in his heart. He spoke again, and the barking sound of, wow, woof, came to his ears. 6 Paths Beast Road. Since your name is Akainu, I have granted your wish. Ji Ding picked up Sakazuki's back skin, threw it to Ding Mu, and said, Ding Mu is healthy. Be a companion for Bigmom. Yes, God Lord. Ding Mu smiled happily, took Sakazuki, and said, I will try to let them create a litter of puppies before the end of the year. The corner of Ji Ding's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't bother to pay attention to Ding Mu, who had a bad taste. But Edward and Shanks almost fell off their chairs when they heard it, and thought that the dog was Bigmom. After you have puppies, do you want to take them back and raise them? At this moment, Ding Mu's old face came between Edward and Shanks. Edward and Shanks collapsed together. Garp, is this all you have? If you have it, use it quickly, or you won't have a chance. Ji Ding sat in the air and said lightly. That's right, Ji Ding, your strength is indeed as powerful as the legends. However, if I'm not fully prepared, I naturally wouldn't dare to accept your declaration of war. Garp's voice is full of masculine strength. Even if he is at a disadvantage, he is neither humble nor humble in front of Ji Gong. Next, the most successful person in Vegapunk transformation, the original 7 warlords of the Sea Redfield. I hope you are satisfied. After saying that, Garp pressed the button in his hand. A sealed cabin then floated out from the bottom of the sea. The sealed cabin is red, and it is filled with unknown blood. In the blood lay a person. It was Ladefield. Boom. Redfield slapped open the airtight cabin, staring at Ji Ding lifelessly like a walking dead. Oh, this is a novelty. Before Ji Ding finished speaking, Redfield rushed forward. That kind of speed is hard to distinguish with the naked eye, even a phone bug can't catch it. Ji Ding hadn't closed his mouth when he spoke, when Redfield's sharp claws came over. Crack. Ji Ding was photographed as a pile of crushed ice, with an upward arc at the corner of his mouth. However, Redfield is like a crazy monster, not even letting go of the broken ice. Opening his bloody mouth wide, he crazily devoured the ice shards that fell from Ji Ding's body. You do have some ideas. Ji Ding then appeared behind Ladefield, stretching out his palm, ready to catch Ladefield's back of the neck. But Redfield was very vigilant. His observation hockey was several times better than Katakori's, and since Ji Ding manifested the first cell, he knew Ji Ding's next attack intention. It turned out to be a false move to lure Ji Ding into it on purpose. As soon as Ji Ding's hand landed on Ladefield's neck, it was caught by the back hand prepared by Ladefield in advance. Palm to palm, Lighterfield took advantage of the situation and frantically sucked Ji Ding's blood. Ji Ding is aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha ha ha, interesting. I haven't tried this ability yet. Ji Ding didn't have the consciousness to fall into crisis at all. Although he aged 50 years in less than 0.5 seconds, he still didn't rush zero. Vampire form, isn't it? Well, is that so? Ladefield had already lost his sanity, ignored Ji Ding, and was just absorbing the energy in Ji Ding's body with his powerful fighting instinct. Although, my strength can support you to death. But, I still don't like you the way you are. Too ugly. You need to be purified. Ji Ding's eyes turned cold, and his palms gave out stronger suction. Redfield was terrified, and when he found out, he couldn't get out. Not everyone can suck my blood, little mosquito. In the words, Ladefield was too old to stand up, while Ji Ding returned to his youthful appearance, full of vigor. The people of the world who witnessed this scene all took a breath. Ji Ding's method has broken their understanding of the world and power. What followed was the carnival of pirates. The pirates have already smelled the breath of the new era. They know, knowing that Ji Ding wins, the current marine government will be swept away into the dust of history. God Ji Ding, I want to go to sea. I'm your big fan. God Ji Ding, so cool, I couldn't hold back my tears. Some people cheered, some were dejected. Such scenes were staged all over the world. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. 5.8 in Redfield's eyes flashed a strange red light. Target locked. Activate Ashura mode. Oh, Ji Ding did not expect that Redfield had such a whole card. His hand was separated by a wonderful particle flow, and then the cells in Redfield's body began to elementalize at a very high speed, turning into a blood-red half-horse half-solid image. This time, Redfield attacked again, and all his attack methods were silent, as if this space did not exist. Something interesting. Boom. Ji Ding received Ladefield's move and was repelled dozens of feet away. The space is full of red particles. When Ji Ding wanted to make a move, he felt that the tiny red particles stuck to him like a strong glue, which severely restricted his movements. Ji Ding frowned slightly. But at this time, Redfield's sharp claws had already reached his eyes.